Well, welcome back everybody to EGC TV. Here we are, day number 1 for the qualifiers of the Winter Team Championship. And today we will have Soccerton joining me for the opening day of WTC.
Hello, hello. Happy to be here.
How are you feeling about this? It's been quite a while since we've seen some team games here at the EGC TV. It's been quite a while since we've seen AoE for team game tournaments in general.
Yeah, it's been a bit. I was kind of talking with people I kind of hang out in my sphere a lot that it feels like this winter has been kind of a 2v2 season. A lot of different small little tournaments have been going on for 2v2s. A lot of like streamers have been doing 2v2s. I think the announcement of the EGC tourney kind of inspired that in a lot of people. And now it feels like everything I do is 2v2s now in the last month or so. So it's been kind of a fun shift, I think, in the seasonal tourney playing. So it's been fun. I'm excited for it.
I'm glad you're happy because I am most definitely happy about this. Team games are just so different from 1v1s, and
Mm,
from what we've seen in the RTS scene in general, is that 1v1s are the basically it's the format that dominates the competitive scene. But when you
yeah.
look at team game events, they're just so distinct and unique and deliver a completely different experience. It's going to be very fun looking at this, especially because we have some very hype teams to look at.
Mhm.
Later on today, we're going to have names like Beast and Marine Lord teaming up together, Demu and Kiljari, just to name a few. And, we haven't even touched on the classic teams, the Canadians, Wham and Puppy Paw, or the Spanish brothers, Vortex and Lucifron. A lot of very intriguing and fun teams coming up for this event.
Yeah, the thing that makes 2v2 so interesting, and it might sound kind of obvious, but when you think of like the different matchups you can get in just a 1v1, there's only so many. But when you start adding in an extra two players, all the permutations and the different combinations you can get with a 2v2, it's like exponentially more. There's so many more potential like matchups you can get that planning around for it can be kind of tricky. You just don't know what you're going to get. You might have, your 1v1, so you know all your matchups if you play like, let's say, HRE, you know how to play that into China and to Zushi, and you just kind of go down the list really quickly. But in a 2v2, you and your partner might have, a couple different civ combinations you play, and then who knows what you're going to see as your opponents. So I think it makes it much more dynamic and more difficult to predict.
Well, we do have the first set ready right now. It's a spec countdown going on, and we do have two teams that we both are pretty familiar with in a way. Femboy Federation, the team of Mr. Munch, and on the other side, Mokrak and Mokomi. We actually had the chance to meet with these guys at King of the Rockies just a couple of months ago.
Yeah, both these players were really excited to be out there. I know the Mr. Munch was really excited to be out there. I was just happy to be part of that tournament. Now here as part of the Femboy Federation, and Makomi as well on McCracken. We got to see him and meet him a lot as well. He was really, very, I'm trying to think, very cerebral in his approach to coming to the game. He was constantly going over his replays and stuff. So I know he's been a player who's been growing a lot and been playing a lot too. So I'm excited to see these two kind of almost like a rematch of sorts, right? I don't know if they played in King of the Rockies. It's been so long now, but excited to see these guys going head to head in their team matches.
All right, so here we are in the single elimination part of the opening qualifiers round of 64, seed number 31 versus 34. So on paper, it's an evenly matched matchup. We're going to open this series on Dry Arabia, followed by a brand new map, potentially Kerlaugar, and then an old classic Gorge, one of my favorite team game maps. And as you can see, each team will pick 3 civilizations for each map, and then the opponent takes away one of those. That leaves you with just 2 civilizations. Byzantines and Rus for Mokraken, and English Abbasids for the Fanboy Federation. How do you feel about this matchup, seeing these civilizations?
I think, I mean, kind of looking at it, I think it's going to be very typical of what we'll see a lot of today, especially I'm looking at on the Fanboy Federation side, ABBA, English, French. If there are 3 civs I could say that are going to dominate when available for a 2v2 tournament, those are the 3 I would kind of point to, I think, first and foremost. Then on the other side, of course, Biz being very strong. HRE is always a strong civ, and Roos is good. I mean, I don't have anything against Roos. I think we'll have a fun matchup here with those.
One of the things I was thinking about when I looked at this draft first is that you got to be very smart with your civ picks here, which, I mean, is a statement that's always true. But here, the idea is that you're looking for a certain combination of units. Let's say a cavalry civ and an archer civ. But you're going to pick 3 civilizations, and the opponent knows what you're looking for most likely. So they're going to take out, one of those key components. So you gotta build up your draft such that you have some level of flexibility, and you have at least, let's say, 1 civilization which has that unit flexibility, as we had into game number 1 on Dry Arabia. First game, first series of the EGC Winter Team Championships in 2024. We're heading into Dry Arabia to take a look at the matchup between the Femboy Federation and Mokraken. Mokomi and Araken with the colors yellow and green, and on the other side, Sir Eisenstange and Mr. Munch with the Femboy Federation in pink and purple.
Yeah, I really like what you mentioned there about like Archer Cavalry. I think is going to be the comp of the day more often than not, especially in these early rounds. Because another one of those big differences in 2v2s is how you go about making your unit compositions. Because it may in a 1v1, you don't usually just make one type of unit, but in a 2v2, that becomes much more viable because your partner inevitably is going to fill in that gap. So in this case, I mean, English is probably obviously going to go for some longbows at some point. I think would be the assumption. Maybe knights and castle. Whereas Mr. Munch playing as Abbasid, I would expect him to go maybe some camels, essentially camel archers, probably early. Then later we'll see what their composition looks like. Both civs now kind of underway. We can kind of see. Looks like we're looking at Byzantines right now with Mokomi, and then over here we're looking at. How do you say that? Is there Eisenstange?
I would say it's Eisenstange based on the fact we have an Austrian player out there, but I feel like we're going to butcher that name quite frequently here.
Yeah, me especially. That's a tough turn of phrase for my poor tongue. So what are you looking for?
Caster life, right?
The caster life. Yep. Easier to say the Femboy Federation. Some of these, that's another thing we were just talking about before we hopped in broadcast was one of the fun things about a 2v2 tournament that you don't really see in a 1v1 is you get team names, and they're kind of fun. You get some fun creative choices with those. I like Mokraken. Yeah. That seems really fit with both of those players' names. And I'm really curious where Femboy Federation came from.
Do you really want to know?
Not really, but yes. Curiosity killed the cat, right? But if anyone's met the Mr. Munch, he doesn't come across as a femboy in traditional terms. I think that dude works out way more than I ever will.
Anyway, one thing I'm looking at here, just going into Feudal Age as we have the first landmarks coming in, is the compositions of these players. Because when you look at a 1v1, it's always one player that has to make a composition of units, like knights and archers or something along those lines. But in a 2v2, one thing that starts happening is that one player is responsible for a cavalry, for instance. The other one is responsible for the archers. But I've seen teams back in the past which went double cavalry. Easier to counter with spearmen, but you have a lot more mobility. So I feel like the synergy between the units chosen by each of the players on a team is going to be a key factor going forward in these team game series.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how they go about this. And another thing to consider, too, on the 2v2 map, as we're getting into kind of our first map of the day, is that some civs that rely a little bit more on tempo with maybe less, not using cavalry units, aren't going to be able to do quite the same pushes and tempo timings because the size of the map is bigger than in a 1v1. So that does change the timings here. Looks like we got some deer shenanigans going on here with
yeah, look at the teamwork here.
Federation versus both scouts, pink and a purple, working together to disperse those deer, trying to make that Kremlin not as good as covering all those food resources.
Yeah, this is a really smart opening here, I feel like, for Mr. Munch and Sir Eisenstange. It's we see this kind of a thing in 1v1s as well. You're trying to disrupt the food access of your opponent, spread out that food, make the drop-off sites a little bit more ineffective, make it a little bit more difficult to defend those deer packs. But you just see their primary direction from all these moves. They prioritize essentially disrupting the food income for the Roos player out there by double teaming him with the scouts.
Yeah, one thing to look out for, and I've noticed this kind of creeping into the meta, is Pro Scouts is back on the menu. I have seen many civs, more than just even Roos. A lot of civs have been going for Pro Scouts when available. I wonder if on a map as open as this, if we see some of that come into play here. And then that would make those scattering of the deer a little less effective, but interesting to see. We got the first cisterns coming up. We got some, it looks like some early olive groves coming for Mokomi. And meanwhile, of course, we have stone being gathered for extra TCs. Again, another thing I expect to see is a lot of booming with these civs. Just again, the tempo, you have more time because it takes longer to get to your base to attack. So you have more time to boom.
Yeah, that's a great point that you're bringing up. Maps are in general bigger, so as you can see, there's basically no units out just yet for Mokomi and Arakan, and you already have the second DC having been placed for Mr. Munch. Sir Eisenstange is also going for the second DC out there. It's going to be a 1 TC approach, though, from Mokomi and Arakan, so we're seeing two fundamentally different approaches from teams. One is very eco-heavy with 2 TCs for both players. It looks like the other side is just going to focus on that either full-on military approach in feudal or maybe some fast castles.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because again, once those, I mean, with both teams, both sides of the other team going basically eco, it's going to put them on a timer. Bakomi and Arakan are going to be on a bit of a timer here to either do some damage or get some kind of eco themselves going. I would definitely agree. I would expect either some feudal pressure or maybe a fast castle from them. I'm curious to see what they go for here.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of gold miners out there from Makumi and Arakan, though, and that's definitely on the strange side of things, as we do have the first king arriving here to pressure the gold mine. Tower is going to be complete, though. There is also El Metani, so no pressure on this gold achieved here by that initial king. But yeah, one thing to look out for when you're looking for a fast castle is the amount of gold miners you have. And I think that's the thing that we're going to have to keep an eye out on. And on the other side, you're probably going to be looking at Mr. Munch and his teammate looking to disrupt that gold access to slow down any potential fast castles.
Yeah, as you can see with the English king there, that tempo that they get, trying to poke and prod, but again, got there right as the tower was up. Again, again, I'm gonna hammer this home all day, but the size of the map being bigger does throw things off a little bit. And so was able to get that tower up and is able to start getting some gold. Of course, Roos doesn't really need to mine gold to go fast castle. They could just rely on bounty to get there if they really wanted to. So it'd be a little harder to scout that out. But no, I'm thinking it might be feudal pressure. We've got knights on the field.
This could be interesting because let's not forget, Limitani are resistant to arrow fire, so down center fire hurts them a lot less. And at the same time, you have multiple knights coming in here from Arakan. And I think this is where Mr. Munch and Mr. Reisenstange realized, okay, this is going to be a lot of feudal pressure. They got to start getting some units out here. Spearman now coming out from Mr. Munch. He's also mixing in a camel archer to debuff the enemy cav. And at the same time, Mokomi is now starting to mix in some longbows from the mercenary camp. So really, it starts to feel more and more like we're going to see that timing push come into play here for Mokomi and Arakan. But they gotta be cautious with this. They're already down by 12 ecos, so if they're not quick enough, they are simply going to get outboomed here, I feel.
Yeah, and even if they both push into one, both these civs are pretty good at defending. English in particular, really good at holding and defending. Even Abbasid can really hold down the fort with those camel archers, and they're both booming. So even if they push into one, the other is still going to be getting an eco lead one way or another. They're putting themselves on a timer kind of either way by not matching the eco. But now it's going to be how much damage can it get done. And I would say right now it's looking pretty okay for the Femboy Federation.
As you're saying that, knights are closing distance, longbows in queue as well, Limitani approaching, and an interesting wall on the far left here from Sir Eisenstange. I feel like it's a little ambitious, and I'm not sure how much this wall will help them short term. Long term, maybe it's useful, but I mean, there's still just a massive hole in front of his base. I just don't know if this wall is worth the investment right now.
Yeah, that's like closing your windows and locking that down while leaving your front door wide open. And here we see knights kind of taking advantage of that already. I think we do see a knight. That's a knight down though, so pretty good hold so far from the English here.
There's the healing landmark as well. Oh, scout goes down over here from Mr. Munch. So you have that landmark, the healing ability right next to that gold mine. That's going to help keep that king alive. That's going to help keep the spearman alive. And you can see that Arakan and Mokomi are kind of looking for targets right now. They have the critical mass to potentially facilitate a dive, but they're looking for those longbows. They need those longbows, at least one bash, to start picking off these spears. A mispositioning from Mr. Munch, though. He lost his scout and he lost track of these forces. He's shifting all his forces into the base of his teammate, leaving his own base open.
Oh, this is critical because they're going to pick their perfect timing to go in here. However, Knights on the berries, getting some big pickups there. And this is exactly what they need to do. They need to keep that equal level as close to minimal and equal to theirs as possible. Picking up some bill kills like this, really, really good. And here they are hitting the gold at the same time.
Longbow's gotta be careful here. Those are critical to maintain this assault, but the Knights are just wreaking havoc on the northern side of the map. And it's this little yellow army is a little isolated, but still, Longbow's slowly picking away at the spearman. And most importantly, while this is happening, the Knights are still reigning supreme here. Now both armies from Mr. Munch and Sir Eisenstange converging on this yellow force, though they might just be enough to clean up these longbows. I don't know about this, though, in the long run. Because sure enough, you killed a couple of villagers, but now you have Mokomi having his entire force cleaned up, essentially. New longbows arrive, though, to start sniping off the spearmen.
I get the feeling this wasn't a great trade. Knights are going to come and help reinforce now, but that was a little bit rough. Makomi's definitely going to be licking his wounds a little bit. They're going to be hoping that Arakan did enough damage to make this count. But again, Abbasid villagers are pretty cheap. You know, you're losing the potential income they could have brought in, but to replace them, it's not that expensive. You're just losing some time.
At the same time, we're up to 12 knights here from Arakan, and now you've got quite a lot of longbows sporting, and this is a concern for Mr. Munch's team. They don't have anything that deals with the combination of knights and longbows. Villagers are being sniped by the longbows. Now gold is being denied away as well. And those knights are just looking for an opportunity to dive villagers. For now, they are sitting on the gold, preventing a potential castle age or preventing eco upgrades from being bought in. One knight sent into the berry patch just to do some additional raiding. Makomi and Arakan so active all across the map.
I love that play, just to split the one knight across. That's exactly what you want to do, because they're so focused and they have to respect the like 8 or 9 knights right there next to the longbows, and then you just take 1 or 2 and start hitting and splitting off to go raid. Really good choices there, and I love longbows taking out the camel riders as well, camel archers as well. Big wins for Mo Kraken.
Yeah, huge losses. Those camel archers take a long time to train. They're expensive as well, and now the knights are diving, maybe a little overzealous, diving into the spearmen over here. They cannot really see them from the actual forest. And this might have been a little too much for Arakan diving into the spears. I don't think he saw them because of the forest. Now, they're still inflicting massive casualties on the enemy villager count, but at the same time, many of those knights are so heavily beaten up now. Camel archers still trying to make a last stand here. Ego from Mr. Munch taking a lot of damage, and now there is a Hero Siphon as well, trying to torch down this town center. Mr. Munch and Sir Eisenstange do have to fight here, otherwise they risk losing this TC.
Yeah, I think that spearman there deserves a Medal of Honor posthumously, because he took out like maybe 2 or 3 knights on his own. That was good, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. This is a very dangerous push, even all things withstanding. Those knights, they're still a critical mass of them kind of on the field. And the longbows just keep pumping in just in time to save the archers and knights.
Mr. Munch is basically no army over here, but at the same time, you do have Sir Eisenstange coming in with 20 longbows now. He's got a couple of spearmen as well. Remember, if they can stall this out, they still have a 20 eco lead almost. So it's a little deceiving in many ways. Makomi and Arakan are on a timer. Nice job by Arakan, kind of splitting the army of Sir Eisenstange over here. Army counts neck and neck, but you just feel like, you know, looking at Mr. Munch's base, you feel that Kraken has just so much more right now.
They definitely have the momentum on their side right now in the tempo. I kind of wish those knights had charged into the longbows. They were open and ready for the taking, but instead he's going to bring them back and try and hit the town center, which is also a good choice, I suppose. But man, those longbows are kind of the only lifeline that Fanboy Federation has left at the moment, because right now the TC's down. So you've taken out one of the threats as far as eco goes. If they can do enough damage here, the numbers for Vills are getting closer and closer, only up by 13 now. They've done a good job of making sure that the eco lead that they have is not that big. In the tempo, it's completely on their side. They are, at this point, winning this game.
Once again, the Knights decide to fight the Spearman over here. Hero Siphon starting to lose HP here. Longbows slowly picking away the Knights, and Arakan in the end kind of concedes all this Knight, or all this group of Knights to the enemy. Makomi decides to pull back. A lot of his forces were going backwards. It looks like the push did stall out. Army counts are neck and neck, though. You still have to consider that there are 10 Knights on the field for Arakan. I don't know about this, though, because...
Than 20. I really wish he could pull those Knights back.
Right?
He really should have pulled back with Makomi.
At the end of the day, you look at the population, it's better for Mr. Munch and Sir Eisenstange. Let's not forget, Sir Eisenstange has a second TC as well. So, sure enough, Mr. Munch took a beating, but you gotta ask the question, was this enough damage for Makomi and Arakan to compensate for that villager deficit?
I think if he hadn't just thrown away those Knights, it would have been fine. As there we see, that looks like Arakan throwing in the towel. He just said he's been eliminated.
Wow.
I wonder if he just felt like he threw those Knights away and that was that. Because I was going to say, they were in a winning position at first, but then throwing the Knights away, that was like 8 or 9 Knights. That value lost was not worth the villager destruction they did. Had he kept those alive, they're still in a good spot to go press somewhere else. But
it might be a crash. We're going to have to wait for the admins. We're going to have to wait for the admins because it might have been a crash, especially considering that Makomi is playing on. Oh, yes, it's a power outage from for Arakan, unfortunately. That's what I'm hearing from the admins.
Oh no.
Well, that's upsetting.
I
It would have
wonder
been
if that
very
happened
interesting.
before or after the Knights were kind of thrown away, or if that was what caused them to get thrown
Yeah,
away right there, because that would make a huge difference. That game was essentially neck and neck still until
yeah.
those Knights got tossed. But if he had power added before that, then that would that'd explain why
I
they
gotta
got tossed
agree.
away.
I gotta agree, but unfortunately, you know, life said something else. Now it's,
Yep.
I mean, Mokomi is still in the game here, but 1v2 is basically got no shot at this. It would have been interesting to see the ultimate outcome of this game, 2v2, because you had this classic setup where one team went for essentially a full feudal age push and the other one kind of prioritized economy. And as you said, before those knights fell, it kind of felt like an even game. Mokomi and Arakan could have had that second wind to facilitate an attack. But on the other side, Mr. Munch's team had such a big eco lead, so I don't think either of these teams were
I
definitively
wouldn't
in a
say
leading
either of them had
position.
won. Yeah, they felt pretty even up until that point. The Knights being alive made it feel like they were still there, but yeah, that unfortunate power outages, man.
Ah,
You hate to see something like that. Thankfully, this isn't the only chance to qualify. So if however things work out, there are more opportunities, regardless of the outcome here. But still, very unfortunate.
yeah, it really is. We're gonna have to hear from the admins about. Yeah, there we go. So, so far we have Femboy Federation getting the win for that game. I don't know if it's gonna be a serious win though, because I think that might just come down to whether Arakan can come back. Although let's not forget, each team does have a substitute. So in this
Yeah.
case, they can rotate in the sub. That's part of the reason why this tournament allows a sub to be had. So in theory, Mokomi and Spiritual could still line up and try to turn this series around.
I'd love to see it go the distance. That'd be quite the comeback story, wouldn't it? That was an
That
interesting.
would be
That gave us a
sick.
good
Like,
taste, I think.
the redemption arc.
Redemption arc from power outage to champions. Wouldn't that be something? I will say we did get a good look kind of at what we can expect a lot of, I think, in these 2v2s. I think we just saw both teams kind of went for a strategy, played it out. I think we're going to see just a lot of combinations. And I think that was a good taste of what the kind of games we can expect as far as timing, as far as tempo, as far as general game plan. Granted, that was Dry Arabia, and here on, I'm going to say it wrong as well, but Kerlaugar. This is a very interesting map to see played. I am very curious to see how people want to go about drafting their civs on this and what changes we'll see as opposed to on Dry Arabia.
I expect a lot of changes here. I think one of the coolest things about the tournament format for this event is that every single map is fundamentally different. It's not like, you have a Dry Arabia and then, let's say, I don't know, a High View, which is,
Yeah.
of course, a slightly different map, but at the end of the day, it's a similar style. It's a kind of open map that is partially volleyball. Whereas you look at the map lineup for this series, or for the tournament in general, you look at a map like Kerlaugar, it's like fundamentally different from everything else. And then Gorge as well, it's a unique map where the players are kind of stashed behind one another. So it kind of opens up the door for vastly different strategies from what you see on a map like Dry Arabia.
Yeah. I mean, this map, I've seen a couple games on it that have just been the most wild and chaotic things. Like this map plays very, very chaotically with just the two rivers on either side. They do have fish in them, so it's just very, very, very interesting to see how that plays out. It's just chaotic, frankly. Very, very chaotic.
I like chaos.
Me too. I hate playing in the chaos. I love getting to cast and watch as an observer into the chaos. But playing it just makes you feel like you got your head on a swivel. You're looking both ways, all ways. You just go, go, go. It's a very exhausting map to play on, I think, but it should be very fun for us.
Well, we don't have civilizations just yet. But apparently, from what I'm hearing from the admins, Arakan is back, though. So he's going to give it a second go. Hopefully nothing is going to go wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they have the right to do that. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they've been playing pretty well until that crash. In fact,
push was I think we're gonna assume that the Knights getting thrown away in the base was because the power outage, and if that were the case, he would have pulled those out in time and still had a very sizable army of very powerful mobile units. You know, you'd have a lot of knights ready to go. They could have swung around and pushed the other side and maybe gone for a play against the English town center. They could have kept that eco going. Like, there's a lot of they had a lot of avenues to victory still. It was not like it was a for sure thing they were going to lose. It was very, very neck and neck at that point. They had a lot of tempo going too. So it'll be interesting to see how they take that. Because, you know, when you take a loss like that, that feels really bad. But you know at the same time that you lost the first game, but you didn't lose because you played bad. You lost because of outside circumstances out of your control. So I guess going into this next one, you'd kind of have that mentality of, okay, we did really good the first game. We just got to finish this one out now. And then we can go on to Gorge and potentially win.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, I feel, is that now this map is completely different. So sure enough, you did well with that timing push in the first map, but Kerlaugar is going to be fundamentally different. At the same time, it might actually benefit them. You never know. I feel like one of the cool things when you look at a unique map pool for each of these events is that teams can come up with unique strategies. They can come up with maybe these, you know, one-hit wonder style approaches as well, where this strategy only works once and then people will figure out how to deal with it. But nevertheless, when you have brand new maps in a tournament like this, it opens up the opportunities for these teams to bring in strategies that we haven't really seen before and, you know, simply surprise their opponents.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, again, that's why we like having these kind of maps in tournament settings, right? Is because we can see people will cook up something really interesting and then play it out, and no one will expect it. No one will see it coming. So I hope we do see something kind of like that, because from what I have seen on this map, it is again very, very chaotic to watch.
I'm very, very curious about it. We have a map pool of about 9, 10 maps, I do believe. We have, of course, best of threes here to open the series with, and we have the civilizations just now coming in. So we're basically going to have the draft kind of live over here. Japanese Ayubits coming in for Fanboy Federation to start with. McCracken HRE, soon to be had 2 more civs for them. And of course, at the end of this one, again, you're going to snipe 1 civilization away from the opponent. Here come the Abbasids. So one thing I'm seeing over here immediately is that McCracken went for HRE in both of their civilization picks. I wonder if they will get sniped from HRE once again, but you can definitely tell that they kind of love this civilization in a team game setting.
The nice thing about that sometimes is in this kind of a Civ draft format is if you know that that's like if you have another Civ that you also really want to play, and then you know they're always going to snipe the other Civ, you can just put that one first no matter what, and you're happy taking it regardless. Then you can just whatever other 2 civs you want, and you just get those. So there could be kind of a strategy behind that as well.
Right?
Yeah. Japanese, Ayubids, and Chinese for the Femboy Federation. Interesting choices on this map. I've seen Ayubids played on this map before. I'm excited to see Japanese. I think we could see Shinobi being played. I wonder if that's going to get sniped.
Yeah, on a hybrid map or a water map, Shinobi is always an option. Although I think it's a very, very different setup. But there we go. We're not going to see Shinobi on Kerlaugar.
They're probably going to snipe that one. And they're going to snipe Abba, so they're going to let the McCracken team take HRE this time around. I think that's a respect to Abba, though.
How well Shinobi
so
work.
Good. I don't know if it'd be that effective. I mean, they could be good and useful, but it's not like on 4 lakes, right, where they just kind of are the meta. But
I think it's more along the lines of like a 2v2 setup. In a 1v1, they're really good against melee units in general, and you just have to focus down one player with them. In a 2v2, it's a little different because you want more from your military investment. You want actual damage done. Sure, you deny, per se, you know, a dock or something, but that in itself is just simply insufficient.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like enough, whereas you could just take free farms at home, you know, and the little extra wood you get from that afterwards. It's tough. I'm not surprised to see it sniped either way, though. Ayubid's Chinese is a combination I'm kind of excited to see play out, because it doesn't seem strikingly obvious what the composition would be, at least not to me right away, especially on a hybrid map such as this. So it'll be interesting to see, whereas I feel like HRE and French becomes a little more straightforward, right? HRE could really pump out a feudal mass if they so desired, and archers. And French, obviously, there's no surprise that they'd want to go knights.
Yep. I think knights could be an option. I could see a 2DC approach being taken here by either of these teams. In particular, the French could be a really good 2DC civilization and 2v2 setup. HRE could easily be your fast castle style thing. We've actually seen weird combinations, or I'm not going to say weird, maybe interesting combinations with these civs where the French player could get that map control with the knights, allowing the HRE player to kind of play fast. Castle also play knights, grab the relics. Whereas on the other side, Iobids and Chinese, they definitely feel more on the defensive side of things, and they definitely feel more on the eco-focused side of things.
Yeah, we've got 3 minutes till we get in here. One thing I'm thinking too that I saw played out on this map that I kind of want to just kind of preview before we maybe see it is that there's a lot of resources kind of on the wings. Both from what I saw, the town centers start on the inside, that middle spot, and then on the wings on the either side of the river, there's quite a couple of resources like extra gold veins and stuff. It gets tricky to move out onto those depending on who controls which river. Because you could easily have a demo ship come in, and if you've got a bunch of vills that are like looking to cross the river, there could be a potential there for some damage dealt. You can really patrol those rivers and kind of control that part of the map to an extent. So I'm excited to see how that plays out and how they go about trying to claim the avenues to get through that to the resources on the outside. Again, it's going to be really, really wild. This will be the wild, wild west out here, and I'm very intrigued as to how that's going to play out.
Well, we just have 2 minutes left to go. This is the single elimination qualification stage, everybody. So we're opening with best of threes. And then today we qualify 8 players for the main event. Tomorrow we will repeat the same procedure, and we're going to have 8 additional teams joining the ones that qualify today. So we'll have in total 16 teams in the main event. And the main event is going to feature a GSL group stage into a single elimination playoffs. So a lot of opportunities to potentially make up for mistakes once you get in the main event. It's a little bit more difficult in these single elimination qualifiers.
Yeah. Oh, and right now, especially for McCracken, their back's against the wall here. They have, if they want to keep moving on, they've got to win this match and then go on to win Gorge. Maybe they're more comfortable on Gorge than Kerlaugar. We don't know, but either way, their backs are on the wall. They have to win out to move on. And
sure,
it's tough. You know, it's tough on your psyche. Yeah, it'd be tough on your psyche too. You know, like especially after like the last instance again, like having that unfortunate outcome. But then, all right, they've got to reset, but they've got to also win out to move on. So in a tough spot. They're in a very, very tough spot moving in here.
For sure they are. It's never easy, you know, being one game down, but at the same time, you just need a couple of good moves and you're back in this series. So I think one of the cool things in best of threes that goes kind of either way is even if you're down one game, you just need one well-played and well-executed game, and you are very much back in the series. So even if you're an underdog, you have some upset potential because you don't need to win 3, 4, 5 games to win a series. You just need to have 1 or 2 well-played, well-executed, and well-orchestrated games that you deliver across the series, and then once that's there, you could potentially pull an upset.
Yeah, well, and that can come down to one engagement too. You know, that could come down to one single engagement could determine this game, as we might find out here as we dive in just a second.
Well, in we go. Fanboy Federation versus McCracken, game number 2. We have the debut of a brand new map for Winter Team Championship. It is Kerlaugar. I am super hyped for this map. I've seen, you know, a lot of positive comments about this event, or about this map in particular. Sir Eisenstange and Mr. Munch with the pink and purple colors once again. Mokomi and Arakan, yellow and green. They are the ones spawning to the north, and the Fanboy Federation spawns to the south here on the brand new map, Kerlaugar.
I want to mention one thing that I'm absolutely thrilled as I was going through getting ready for this tournament, looking at the rules and stuff. I love that we have, you might have noticed, you'll notice as we go on throughout the day, the team colors are very well coordinated for this to help the viewer experience. So we have obviously pink and purple for the Fanboy Federation, and then green and yellow over here for McCracken. So you'll see there's also another set of colors combinations we can see for teams that'll really help make it easier. At least for me, I was thinking, man, this is so much easier to tell what teams have similar colors. Thank goodness. I think this map is interesting.
I think the colors were actually set in the rulebook, which wasn't the case for previous events. You could just pick whatever, but you know, partly to help out people that are colorblind or you know, their mistake colors for one another. And in general, to just get a more consistent viewing experience with the colors, make it easier to tell who's who. There are certain combinations that the players are allowed to take, kind of like this warm color, cold color style setup.
Yeah, and like in like a 1v1, I would hate to be purple against pink because they are very similar. But here in this instance, when they're on a kind of a team, I really do enjoy being able to kind of tell what team is what without just having it be all blue and red or something, you know. It's one thing I kind of wish they'd actually make like actual team kind of colors, like designs for like team games, but it gets kind of into the weeds. Regardless, we see some pretty good standard openings here. I do see fishing boats coming out and whatnot. I can hear the fishes being gathered as we speak. We do have let's see, on the north side here. Yep, we got the fishing boats coming out, and on the south side, I don't know if we see fishing up north for the McCracken
Nope.
team.
There's
So that's an
nothing
interesting
from them.
difference.
So
Yeah.
and this is one of the cool things when you bring in a brand new map like this. These strategies are just so vastly different. Mr. Munch's team is very heavily focused on fishing. Mokomi and Arakan completely ignoring it. But one thing to highlight, and I think this is always an important thing to look at when you look at hybrid maps, is that if you go for fishing, you delay your feudal age. You're going to have a slightly stronger eco, but you're going to be more susceptible to timing attacks, and you know, you're up against a French player coming in with the School of Cavalry, so those early knights, they could do a lot of damage. Mr. Munch's team is going to have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, and then again, it is a bit of a bigger map than normal, but those knights move quickly, and they could easily get into the eco. I mean, again, we kind of saw the Fanboy Federation go for an eco play last game, and last time McCracken went for the tempo, went for the pressure early, and we're seeing that play out again. Those knights, I mean, I think it's a risky move to play if you're going to go for the all-in aggression. I think the safer bet is to try to play for the eco as well, but they've got the right civs for this. I mean, French is like probably one of the few civs I would say that could really make this work if they get in there at the right time. And obviously, a Kraken's already aging up. I mean, looks like Makomi's going to beat him there, even with his Lock and Chapel on the wood. And so that just screams lots of feudal pressure again from them. The question is, can they make it work this time?
I don't know if Mokomi is going to go for a lot of feudal pressure here. I feel like we could see this 1-2 punch where the French player is the one applying the pressure, and then Mokomi just goes kind of fast castle, relics, and then HRE knights, or maybe even a Burgrave Palace. It's always difficult to just mass produce from Burgrave, but I could see this being a slightly delayed timing push where they don't just go all in on the feudal age aggression with the HRE player, but rather actually get the Castle Age and then apply that pressure. Interesting choice here from Sir Eisenstange, by the way, to wall off the river. They are definitely concerned about the naval push coming in here, and they're just kind of trying to body block ships. But at the same time, there are not a single dock out there for McCracken, so it's not like there is any danger of incoming combat ships.
That said, I love that a Kraken is just going to put a scout there and try and block it anyway, just to mess with Sir Eisenstange. I love that. That's just very fun little micro there. We did see a tower going on for Makomi's gold. That makes me feel like he is just going to go castle. So maybe a Kraken might go for more of a tempo push while Makomi castles up behind. Maybe, like you said, go for a relics grab. Maybe we'll see if he goes for a Burgrave. I would expect relics just to kind of match the eco, but we'll see.
Yeah, we talked about this in the previous game. The amount of villagers you have on gold kind of tells you and your opponents even about your game plan. Of course, Arakan is making gold heavy unit knight, so it's not a surprise he's got quite a few villagers on gold. Speaking of villagers on gold, knight dives in here. Tower is being constructed. Nice little body blocks. All of the villagers will be saved. Nice micro there from Sir Eisenstange. But yeah, Mokomi, 5 on gold with HRE, no gold heavy units being produced. It's pretty clear that he is heading towards Castle Age here.
Yeah, that was an excellent reaction. Some excellent micro there to get those villagers to safety. I mean, that I thought that was for sure a village. If I were playing that, I'd have lost a villager or two right there. So excellent micro to get those in. The double tower on the gold definitely securing. We see the Barbican coming up. So these players playing for the eco, playing it safe, expecting pressure. Meanwhile, Makomi gathering the golden food he needs. He's about halfway there to Castle Age right now as far as the resources he needs to go up.
Interesting choice for him to invest into racks.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of what the purpose. Maybe he wants to pump out some men at arms at some point, or just I don't know. Interesting choice.
He's gotten the Hardened Spearman upgrade, which makes me feel like he might have been concerned about cavalry, but it's definitely a little overcautious of a behavior against these two civilizations. We'll see if that actually becomes a factor anytime soon. But, you know, the investment into Rex, Hardened Spearman, that is something that delays his Castle Age by a handful of seconds.
Yeah. The U-Blades is almost ready to go up as well. They're floating and having... They got the stuff to age up about. I mean, they could click up here in just a second if they want the Advanced Wing. I'm curious what he's going to go for. And he does do Advanced Wing. I just saw it click up, hit 1,000 food, and click right away. So he's going for a very, very quick Castle Age.
Yeah, I want to revise my opinion on the barracks, actually. Now that I'm seeing, the Iobit player actually getting to Castle Age, and speaking of whom, Mr. Munch is also gathering resources like a madman. This is going to be a double fast castle from Munch and Sir Eisenstange. But yeah, and there is a Burgrave Palace coming in from Makomi, I feel like he's going to go heavy on Spearmen, simply because they are afraid of Camel Lancers. Arakan is heavy into Knights, and you're up against a Castle Age Iobit player. That just screams Camel Lancers to me.
Yeah, one thing we haven't really talked about is how good a Ubids is into French as a Civ. We haven't really mentioned that quite yet, but that is a very, very difficult matchup for French. A Ubids with the camels, just their arsenal just almost completely counters French at every turn. So very, very difficult to deal with. And yeah, we got some Castle Age coming in. We get some raids going on as well. That's one or two, maybe just one down.
Yeah, one villager down, quite some idle time as well. But Sir Eisenstange does have a decent resource bank, so he's going to be able to start popping out those Lancers immediately. And on the other side, Mr. Munch is also going up the Castle Age. It's going to be the Clock Tower play. I wonder what kind of a unit he's going to go for in Castle, though. He is in Song Dynasty. He's going to have the Clock Tower as well for some added siege, potentially. But I wonder if it's going to be a Chukanu play, maybe a Crossbow play, especially considering that Mokomi, instead of going for Spears, he's opting to go for Men-at-Arms.
Crossbows would definitely be the right play, I think, here. But then again, we'll see what he goes for. But they're going to need something to deal with those Men-at-Arms. Because Camel Lancers go okay into them, but once they get the Heavy Maces, it starts not feeling as good to use Camel Lancers into the Men-at-Arms. They're just too tanky, and they just can deal enough damage back. So Crossbows would be the right choice. He is queuing Crossbows, from what I can see.
Yeah, it's going to be Crossbow, Camel Lancer. That's a deadly combination if you think about it.
It really is.
Spearmen might be your best bet if you're Makomi. And I feel like once you start seeing Camel Lancers coming, once you start seeing mass crossbows coming, you got to make a pivot into those.
Yeah, he needs to be making Spears desperately, because right now, I mean, the comp that the Femboy Federation are making is going to completely counter these French Knights at some point, as soon as they can get massed up enough. Meanwhile, they are trying to do some damage to those Knights, but boy, it just feels like Arakan's going to be left here. He's still in feudal. I feel like he's got a lot of Knights in the field, but in a couple minutes, they're just not going to matter, because there's going to be too many Camel Lancers and crossbows to deal with them.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. This is something that we see from the French very frequently, just kind of stuck in Feudal Age. Now, his units are still high quality, but they are still Feudal Age units, hard countered by Camel Lancers. But at the same time, to make Camel Lancers, you need gold, and this is why these Men-at-Arms are looking to pressure this position. 2 towers at arrow slits, though, will hold them off for the time being.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that this was a plan from the get-go for Eisenstange, because he got the towers there, defending that gold, needs it. Big push happening here. Crossbows trying to kite. That's a lot of Knights, though. Ooh, it's a lot of Knights. Those crossbows running for their lives, trying to stay safe, but I don't know they're going to get away. They're going to get swarmed by the Knights. And now they're onto the Vills.
Oh, nice little charge over here by the Knights. You got to commit with these. If you do not, you're just going to lose essentially all your momentum, as you said. Quite a lot of villagers will fall victim of these Knights. Many of them will be cleaned up, but remember, Arakan, this is a Feudal Age army that's hard countered by Camel Lancers. He needs to find a use for them before the Camel Lancers start cleaning them up. And I feel like he has done just that. He was able to pick off quite a few villagers, force a lot of idle time over here. At the end of the day, most of the Knights will go down, but a lot of damage done to the eco of Sir Eisenstange here.
Yeah, that was a really, really good push. The problem is, I think he's still queuing up more. He's making more Knights, though, behind this, and I really question that decision. Like, he needs to get off of Knights. He is just playing all in on the feudal, and I don't know that long-term it's going to pay off. That was a good push. And again, exactly what you were saying, you kind of want to throw those away and then change the comp and get as much value as you can, because you're not going to get much more out of them. They're just going to get chased down. And a lot of crossbows now for Chinese. I mean, this is going to clean up the Men-at-Arms. Suddenly, I feel like the tempo is going to start swinging back towards Femboy Federation as their eco just seems more solid. Their composition seems more structurally sound in the long run. And we see the Men-at-Arms running back to home. Yeah, more Knights getting chased down. Crossbows trying to clean up. This is just looking really rough, I think, for McCracken right now. Another go down. They just kind of, at this point now, Femboy Federation's feeling really secure. I mean, they've got some water eco. They are both castle. Right now, Arakan is really, really heavy on the gold. You can see 24 villagers all right there. That thing's about to run out. He's got to move out for more gold. He's got the gold to go castle, but he doesn't have food.
That's going to be a concern here for Rockin. He's still in Feudal Age and he's out of food, and this is where you're getting to that point where you're depleting the resources inside your base. You're going to have to start moving out. And you look at Mr. Munch, he's got a decent amount of crossbows, and that's kind of something that deals with everything that Mokomi and Arakan have right now. Only concern is the Camel Lancer count right now for Sir Eisenstange, but I feel like if he can get a couple more out on the field, he's going to be more than good to go, and they can start pressuring these new resource nodes that Arakan is looking to use.
The wall went to the water. The Knights looking for a place to go in. They can just walk around the wall. Oh, dear. They just walk around and say, that wall can't stop me. Getting some more Vil picks. Meanwhile, though, the pressure coming in at the base on the other side of the map, that's going to force the Knights home to go defend. Oh, that's a big pickup right there. And this is where it feels like the wheels start falling off for McCracken, because now they've got the perfect counter units in your base, picking off what little eco you have left. This is looking very, very dangerous. I would say the advantage right now goes to Femboy Federation, full stop, as they dive the base. Backing up just in time, too.
Now momentum is shifting in their favor. Indeed, you have that mobility from the Camel Lancers, but it's a unit that can also do a lot of damage quickly. And I always highlight how it's a high mobility unit that does a lot of damage, but at the same time, it also counters all cavalry. So you don't really have a unit that's capable of matching both the speed and the combat power of that unit. You're either going to have to fight them off with spearmen or crossbows, or you can chase them with cavalry, but you can never fight them head on.
Yeah, they're a tricky unit to counter. They're very, very tricky to deal with. They are expensive, but once you get a critical mass of them, I mean, it gets really tough. You're looking for a really advantageous fight where you make them dive under you and you can just get surround them with spears. That's like kind of their only weakness, is if you can kind of catch them and force them to take a very disadvantaged fight. But again, they can just run away. So we do see Rams coming in. Looks like they're just going to go all in against the French. Arakan still stuck in Feudal Age. I mean, he's got no option other than to keep making Knights. He's got 1,400 gold in the bank, though, as well. So a big missed macro on top of that. Oh, man, it feels like they're just dancing all over the map right now.
Yeah. And now Rampush is coming in. Crossbows still a great counter to everything that Mokomi and Arakan has. Mokomi is slowly mixing in the Spearmen, also getting some archers going, but that's just not the unit that you want to go for if you're an HRE player. Now production buildings are being stomped, and Arakan is still stuck in Feudal Age, looking to get to Castle, piling up the resources for it. But that just means that he has to stop the military production. He doesn't have a single unit in queue. He has to choose between getting up to Castle Age and getting units out. And while all of this is happening, Camel Lancers still hold these cavalry units back. All of the cav is being debuffed, and just look at how useless these Knights feel against the Camel Lancers.
Yeah, it feels like they're on a losing position no matter what they do at this point. Like, there's not much. You got men-at-arms and you're like walking on your base trying to help you out and defend, but the Rams are tearing you down bit by bit. Your Knights completely ineffective because of the counter units they have. It feels rough, and these crossbows are just picking them off little by little as they keep going. And the horsemen they have, you know, ideally, yeah, horsemen can counter crossbows, but not in this number. That is a large mass of Camel Lancers right there. This looks like it could be a death push right here if they just decide to commit to this. Another ram being built. Camel Lancers looking for more Vils. They're going to find some right there in that corner with all those berries.
Villagers just have to run around like headless chicken at this point. Arakan, he's in a tough position. Villagers now, a lot of them are low HP. Looks like the Camel Lancers could finish quite a few. They do get away, though. These are some crucial moments here for Arakan, getting away with quite a few villagers, but they're also being pinched from the northern side using the other group from Sir Eisenstange. From the south, you have the crossbows moving in from Mr. Munch. You feel like Mr. Munch and Sir Eisenstange are just all across the map right now. They're slowly picking off villagers. They do have an eco lead of more than 20 production buildings are being taken out. And at this point, if you're Arakan, you're starting to get concerned about losing all your landmarks and just being eliminated.
Yeah, he did go Castellate at some point. Looks like he put his landmark out in the back. I'm not quite sure if that was the... I didn't see if it was the Guild Hall or if it was the... oh, nope, it's going to be the Royal Institute. And that makes sense, given that he does have a lot of Knights. He's getting Royal Bloodlines right now, trying to make those Knights more effectual at some way, somehow, and maybe do something. But again, with 35 crossbows for the Mr. Munch, it's going to be tough, even if you have Castle Age Knights, to do a lot of damage to that. And meanwhile, the base is just getting torn to shreds. Big fight developing here in the middle. All the forces starting to converge. Going for the dive.
This is a beautiful choke point. Absolutely marvelous of a choke point here. And this is just so difficult for Mokomi and Arakan to dive into. They at least snipe the Rams here, but I don't know if they want to stay and fight this one. Knights charge in, but they're being debuffed by the Camels. Crossbows will pick them apart. And sure enough, you might clean some of these, but I feel like the price to pay is just too much for Mokomi and Arakan.
Yeah, there's just too much front line and way too many crossbows in the back line. They just clean this up. There's just not, they just didn't have the numbers for it, you know? Like, the amount of Camel Lancers and crossbows, which are pretty much just very, very hard countering. You see a Wolo coming out. What if it's going to get a unit? Nope, going to get sniped out by the crossbows. Kind of a desperation play there to buy some time, but this game is looking effectually over. And there it is. There's the GG called right as I say that.
It is. GG is being called, and Mr. Munch's team is going to be the one that advances to the next round. Some intense moments over here, but I feel like a lot of this game came down to the civilization selections. It wasn't really an execution thing. It was more about the choice of a strategy and the game plan that you went into this game with.
Yeah, French feudal into being, and especially sometimes we haven't talked about this yet either, but where you get placed on the map in conjunction with the opponent, right? Because French can maybe have done more against Chinese feudally, but you're closer to a Ubids initially, so your initial push is going to be onto that side. And of course, the Ubids just play so strongly against French, so very, very difficult to deal with, and a tough Civ matchup, tough combination, tough placement on the map for him too. And then just getting stuck in feudal with those knights. So, I mean, he had that great dive. He just needed to swap comps and do something different right after that, though. He got some damage, needed to reset and do something different. Double downing on the knights just kind of proved to be their demise.
Well. We should hear from the admins in just a second about potential available sets, but most of the first round is coming to a close. This team, by the way, Sir Eisenstange and Mr. Munch, they will be facing off against a rather tough opponent. It is going to be Team North America, which features Wham, Puppy Paw, and Blade. So, well, it's going to be a tough matchup for them.
That is a scary, scary team. The Canadian bros are going to be quite the challenge for anyone in this tournament. They could easily take this one all the way, I think.
Okay, I feel like I gotta file a complaint over here because Lash, Avali, and Magic are labeled as Team Sheep, but that is not the name that they sign up with. I gotta say, this is probably the team with my favorite team name. It's Dude, Where Is My Sheep? That's the official name of Team Lash, Avali, and Magic.
I'm gonna have to be very careful to be non-partisan here because I love that team name. I love that name, just in general. I like the little logos they got too. Very, very cute little sheep they have. And consequently, I think I've said their team name, Dude, Where's My Sheep, pretty much every time I play this game. At least once a game somewhere, I'll be saying, Where's my sheep? So, love
and on the other side, I love that
team
team name as well. Meow Police.
Meow Police. Very fun. See, and this is like one of those things, you just don't get this in a 1v1, right? Like, you get fun team names. You get little, like, mascots, little, like, symbols you can have as your team, like, symbol. Love it. Really, really love it. I don't know much about Xlav, Blid, or Rato. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't know much about those players. I love the team name, though. They're seeded number 23. Going against Sheep, seed number 10. Lash, Avely, those are names I recognize. Magic, names I recognize. I would say looks like they're going to be favored to win this, but we'll see how it plans out. Again, it only takes one bad engagement to swing things one way or another, so we'll see how this goes out. We've got Dry Arabia coming up. Him and Yama will be a fun one to see. That's a fun 2v2 map, I think. And then Coastal Cliffs coming in as well, a little more condensed on that one.
Yeah, it's a fundamentally different setup than what we've seen in the previous series. In the previous series, it was more like on the unique side of things when you look at the maps. And this one, you have Dry Arabia, you have essentially mini Dry Arabia that is Coastal Cliffs. You cannot actually access that water. It's just kind of a tool to artificially reduce the size of the map that you're playing on. But it's like, again, mini Arabia. And then Himeyama, there were quite a few balance changes coming into Himeyama. So it's, I think, a little bit more balanced, a little bit more open, but it's definitely a more open and, maybe cavalry-based map to look at. We do have the draft going on as we speak, so it's going to be Lash and Avali. I don't know if Magic is going to play. I feel like he might be just a Magic sub, but I feel like it might just be a Lash and Avali team mostly.
Yeah, I was to say, as we see the draft coming in, though, him and Yama is consequently a map I do say, dude, where's my sheep? Every time I play it, I am just kerfluffled as it comes to finding sheep on that map in particular. Same with Dry Arabia, actually. It feels like that one's tough to scout sometimes. Let's see, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, their name it just says sheep here, so hopefully they found. I guess they found the sheep is what that means. Let's see, French, Rus. On the other side, we've got Joan Arc and English so far. I'm curious what our last two are going to be.
Rus and French. So far, 2 knight civilizations. I wonder, and there's HRE. So I feel like I'm seeing a pattern here for Lash and Evely. I feel like this could be one of those setups where we might not see that combined arms army style where you have, let's say, a cavalry civ and an archer civ, where we might just see this double cavalry approach. HRE could be a fast castle knight civ, and then, of course, Rus and French are both feudal age knight civs.
That can make for a very fun game to watch, too. Just knights and knights and more knights. I could be down for that. And we last one, Byzantines. It's a very versatile civ. Curious what would you snipe if you were a Team Sheep? Who would you snipe for Meow, please?
Maybe Biz? I feel like Byzantines are a civilization that complements a lot of cavalry. Actually, come to think of it, maybe Jeanne d'Arc. If you take away Jeanne d'Arc, you kind of force either the Byzantines or the English to be the cavalry civ, which, I mean, I've seen English being played with cavalry. It's functional. Maybe even Byzantines, but I don't know if that's the optimal setup out there. I could also see Byzantines being sniped. If you take that away, you take away a very versatile support civilization with the Limitani, the longbows, but who am I to tell? They decided to pick the very civilization I did not highlight. They take away the English.
Yeah, well, I mean, I won't ever fault someone for wanting to not play against the English. I get it. And on the other side, sniping HRE, so letting the double cav civ be an option. I feel like I'm curious as to how that will play out. I mean, I guess that makes sense in one way too. I mean, HRE is just such a very difficult civ sometimes to deal with their eco, especially. But then forcing, I mean, on a Dry Arabia, I'm expecting to see a lot of cavalry would be my guess.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I feel like this is gonna be a setup where Lash and Evely, I assume they're the ones playing. I would be a little surprised if Magic played, although you never know. Maybe at the later stages, it's still early in Canada for him. But I feel like this could be that all-in Knights play from the French and the Rus. But at the same time, you could also play mind games with this. As much as we are anticipating that, so could the opponent. Maybe you're just going to sit back and play double TCs with both civs, play extremely greedy. I do want to highlight one thing, though. If you want to play double cav, you gotta be extremely aggressive and dictate the tempo of the game. Because the whole idea is that you're not taking direct fights, you're just gonna get mauled by spearmen in that case. But instead, you're kind of running circles around the enemy and always forcing fights where you have numerical superiority.
I feel like you could do that really well into Jeanne d'Arc, actually. I feel like that's a civ. It's kind of like the shark in the water. Like, what do? You got to punch it in the nose. I feel like Jeanne d'Arc is that civ. If they just overwhelm with cavalry before they can get up, I feel like that could be an option potentially. Because Byzantines is a lot more defensive, just naturally. I mean, those Limitanae are very difficult to deal with. They're really good at towering up. And then, of course, Jeanne d'Arc would come down and help defend them as well. But I think if they just go all in on Jeanne d'Arc, that could be pretty effective sometimes. I bet that could be an option. But again, kind of like you said, we could be expecting something, they could be expecting something, and then they just pull a rabbit out of a hat and do something totally different. It kind of reminds me of what Puppy Paw was telling me at King of the Rockies, was that, you know, sometimes when you have he mentioned this more about like when you have a disadvantage, you're at a disadvantage on the Civ matchup, sometimes you got to play kind of off meta to kind of flip the table a little bit and kind of give yourself an advantage again, because otherwise if you do the same old dance as you always do, the other Civ has the advantage, right? So I wonder, and to your point then, maybe they just do something different. We'll have to find out. Looks like we got a couple minutes though before we get to dive into this one as they still set things up. But if you had to pick right now, which Civ draft would you rather play with, Lidakor?
This is interesting. I might be a little biased, but I actually like the Rus-French combo here a little bit more. Again, I feel like this is a civilization combination where you need to be on point with your unit control, your team coordination. But if you can dictate the tempo of the game, it's very difficult to do anything against that. It takes away so many strategic opportunities from your opponent because they just always need to respond to the things that you do. And I feel like one of the best ways to play team games is essentially dictate the tempo of the game and always force a response and just kind of force the opponent to play by your rules.
Yeah, I definitely think that I think I agree with you on that. Actually, I definitely think I prefer the French Rus combo. I think that is maybe a bit of a better choice. I think I would lean towards that as a player. That's probably what I would lean towards. I think I'd prefer to be on the aggressive, on the march kind of with those knights. I'm really curious. I think we know kind of what French is going to do. Like that seems like they're going to go knights. Maybe they'll throw in a 2 TC play. But either way, it feels like that's kind of their play is they're going to be the aggressor. So that's in some way, shape, or form. They're going to at least be poking or prodding. The Rus Civ, Rus is a choice. I'm curious what we'll get out of them. They can do so much, right? Even if by their landmark choice, I mean, they could go for the Kremlin and just be safe. They could go Golden Gate and maybe do like a castle play of some sort as they aggress. They could go pro scouts. They could do just so much. I mean, they could even just go fast castle into like something like horse archers could be fairly useful in a matchup like this. I'm really curious what the plan for Rus is. That's kind of the maverick for me as far as that team goes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Especially because Rus can be your archer civs. Look, we've so far
Yeah.
been framing this as a double knight approach, but at the same time, we keep forgetting that Rus have an absolutely busted wood economy.
Mhm.
If you leverage that to just mass produce archers, this could be one of the strongest full feudal age push civilizations. And as you go deeper into the game, if this game goes deeper indeed, you gotta always highlight Rus cav archers. Again, knights and cav archers together, it's such a good combination. Gives you a lot of mobility, but also gives you a lot of versatility when it comes to your composition.
Yeah, calf archers are really good. Really, really good. I mean, having horse archers are just a very, I feel like for the longest time, they were very underrated. And obviously, they're not going to be good in big head on fights. Like, that's not what they're for. But on a map like Dry Arabia, where you've got like Byzantines that's going to be kind of sitting in their base, like wrapping those things around and just constantly raiding and just the mobility that Rus can have, very good. And then again, but going back to the archers, we don't think of Rus as an archer civ. And to be fair, their archers don't have any particular bonuses unlike something like an English, having the longbows being really powerful or some other bonuses, right? But that wood economy behind the Rus makes it so they can mass them very easily for the cost. And so again, like it's such a versatile civ, maybe not the most powerful civ anymore, because if I think for a while Rus was just S tier all the time. Even now, I wouldn't say it's definitely not bottom rung by any means, but maybe not quite as dominant, but still just so versatile.
I feel like any civilization that has a strong economy is one that never kind of falls into that absolutely terrible tier. You look at the HRE as well. It's not like they are, depending on the balance patch, it's not like they're always super dominant, but they're never in the catastrophically bad category either. Simply because if you have a good economy, you do have a good level of versatility. You can make quick unit switches. You can just overwhelm your opponents with numbers. And kind of the same goes for the Rus as well. The lumberjacking bonus, of course, you combine that with good archer pushes, or you could just leverage that again for the eco benefit and play feudal knights, which they have access to, horse archers. So, but at the end of the day, most of that power for the Rus stems from the fact that you have a strong economy, and that means that you have quite a lot of versatility to leverage that economy with.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the same reason why Byzantines has been so powerful and so good as well. We haven't really talked much about the Byzantine choice in this matchup. We've got 2.5 minutes to go, so we can dive into this just a little bit before we hop in. But Byzantines, I'm really curious what contract they're going to go for here. I mean, let's play out a scenario. Let's say that they go double knights on the other side, right? Let's say that both Rus and French are going just full cav. If you're Biz, what's the play? I mean, longbows don't feel very good, right? So do you lean towards Keshiks? I don't know if that's enough either. I mean, you're going to be making limit tonight no matter what. But what are you left with?
Keshiks are an option, but I feel like if you have a positive ID on double knights, I'm leaning towards more like a very heavy Limitani focus. Maybe even kind of just sideline that whole mercenary approach for some time, or maybe, you know, get some longbows out to preemptively counter whatever else they are bringing in, or just like have that long distance firepower every once in a while, fire a volley and do some damage. As long as you have Limitani accompanying them, it's a little bit more difficult for the double cap to charge into it. I feel like Jeanne d'Arc is probably going to be a knight approach if we see a lot of feudal age commitment. But I honestly feel like if you want to go Biz and Jeanne d'Arc into a double knight setup, you probably want to play very defensive, maybe double TCs, strong Limitani, and just try to muscle your way towards Castle Age first, I feel.
Yeah, I think Limitane are going to be definitely the name of the game for Byzantines, because like as far as contracts go, like there's no clear, obvious like response. I mean, Keshiks could be okay, but they're so expensive for what you get, and they don't like pound for pound. They're not going to keep up with the production that French and Rus could do. I think you're right. Maybe Longbows is a safe choice. Kind of just just a good unit. But again, I think you're right. I think they're going to be focusing much more on building eco, building just those Limitane just everywhere, forcing the other two civs to start, maybe forcing Rus maybe into some archers, which then Longbows, of course, are going to help start repelling very easily. And then I think you're right. Jeanne d'Arc, I think, just needs to get up in age, or needs to get her up to level 3 and get those units out on the board. But I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup in that I really do think the sheep team here is going to be very, the tempo feels like it's on there. They have the initiative, I think, here to begin with, whereas Byzantines is going to have to sit back and really try to get something going eco-wise to match. And that's difficult to do on Dry Arabia. You know, it maps bigger, and I've talked about that, but Dry Arabia is still as open as ever. It's not like they can just turtle and just wall their whole half in and be safe. But as we say that, it is time to dive in.
Indeed. In we go to game number 1 over here. Dude, where is my sheep versus Meow Police here in the EGC TV Winter Team Championships. It is going to be blue and teal for Blade and Xlav on Meow Police. And Dude, where is my sheep, which is just nicknamed Sheep on this overlay. Avali and Lash with the Rus, and the French playing as the red and the orange.
I'm going to love saying that. Dude, where's my sheep? It just rolls off the tongue really well.
From what I heard from production, that name is too long to fit on the overlay, so that's why they're just called sheep.
that makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. That said, we have Meow Police also here on the other side. Looks like some standard stuff so far. Again, Dark Age, interesting thing with the 2v2s is Dark Age is usually about the same no matter what you do, right? I am very, very curious what landmark we get from Rus, from Avali. That's going to determine a lot of things. But we'll see. We'll see if they go Golden Gate or if they go Kremlin. Golden Gate could really propel them into Castle Age, but then Kremlin, again, just very safe. As we take a look at all the civs here.
Yeah, I wonder, again, we've been theory crafting about this before the game. Are we going to see a double knight approach here from Lash and Avali, kind of try to dictate the tempo of the game? Are we going to see them sit back and play very eco-focused 2TCs? And basically, what they do essentially governs what Blade and Xlav need to do. For whatever reason, the team names have swapped, but I can guarantee you that the team names are currently incorrect, because Dude, where is my sheep is still Lash and Avali.
Yes. Disregard the slight error on the overlay. But that withstanding, we have double cabin opening for Rus, getting the extra gold. I have heard that is, I've heard many players swear by this, that just the extra gold generation is really, really crucial early. Not something I've experimented with personally as much, but I've heard that has been on the rise, and we do see that there from Avali. Here, sheep being dropped off. Other than that, everything looks pretty standard to my eyes. Grand Winery, I don't think there's any surprise there. I'd have been very, very surprised to have seen the Hippodrome in this situation. And School Cavalry, again, no surprise there.
Well, we do have one less conventional landmark. We have the Golden Gate coming in here for Avali. Obviously, Golden Gate underwent some changes, some buffs recently, so it's not as underpowered compared to Kremlin than what it used to be. But still, in the overwhelming majority of the games, it was a Kremlin-focused approach, and especially in team games where you anticipate aggression from your opponents, you're going to have cavalry of some sort running around your base. Kremlin is always, the safe landmark to go for. But again, as we talked about that, just looking at the civilizations, you would anticipate Alash and Avali to be the ones dictating the tempo of the game.
That's exactly what I was going to mention. I was kind of wondering it. I almost, I would say I kind of expected to see this because I was going to say, putting a Kremlin up when you're planning on being the aggressor, as we've been theory crafting at any rate, just wouldn't make as much sense. Like, who's going to push you? I mean, I guess you could have Joan of Arc come in a little bit, but you're going to have your own units on the field to defend, and you're going to be on the offense, if anything. So I think this is going to really help propel the economy because, again, remember, every trade made in this landmark is advantageous to the player. You are getting resources by making trades through this with those tickets. So I'm actually excited to see this. I think this actually is the right call. I think it definitely spells that we're going to see some either aggression or maybe fast castle from Avali here. I think I would play the aggression, but we'll see what they go with here in just a little bit. As looks like we're about to start aging up.
One thing I'm looking at here real quick, just before we head into Feudal Age, is the map layout. And Xlav has a lot of very nice forests in front of his base. So if he wants to do some partial walls just to limit the rotations and the movement of the enemy cavalry, he definitely has the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, that's a very good little spawn there for him. He's got his gold pretty close. Everything seems pretty secure. He really could wall in his side, and he probably at some point should, especially if he's going for any kind of an eco play. But either way, I feel like I'd be pretty happy if I were Xlav looking at that. Like that's it's good to feel like you got a little bubble that's safe for the time being. First knights emerging onto the field here. Scouts returning home with some sheep, kind of scouting out what we got. I say the next couple minutes are going to determine a lot as far as how this game is going to go. We're just kind of waiting to see the first initial moves now. First knight looks like he got a hit on that scout, but nothing more.
Yeah, knights are coming in as well from Blitz. So far it's just knights from Jeanne d'Arc and the French player. Not much from Avali just yet. In fact, he's got multiple scouts in queue. So it's likely going to be a pro scouts build here for him.
I think it's an okay choice. Again, I would probably prioritize. I mean, who am I to say? But I would probably prioritize getting some tempo and pushing first, getting pro scouts later. That said, I think it's a decent choice to go for it. And there's lots of food on the map. You might as well secure it, especially if you don't have a Kremlin. You could just go get food so you don't have to move out and you're not opening yourself up to any kind of damage later in the game. We'll see if it pays off because, again, losing some initial tempo that it could be getting here.
Yeah, and we have the Archer Jeanne d'Arc variant here from Blade. Xlav is now getting a couple of Limitani out, and he's going for the walls that I kind of suggested. Definitely a more defensive approach taken from him initially, but that's kind of what you expect. One thing that's interesting to look at, though, is that if Avali is going for pro scouts indeed, as we do have that boar being hunted down, XP being collected by Jeanne d'Arc. So if Avali is going for pro scouts over here, and Bled isn't able to shadow them with those knights, they could start losing out on deer packs. It's not just that Avali could bring in his own deer, it's more about the fact that he could also take it away from the opponent, and that's exactly what I think he's going for, taking those mid-map deer packs immediately. Yeah,
that's a really smart play. It's kind of as me and Beal will say sometimes on the podcast that fun is a zero-sum game here. You really want to take every deer you take away from the middle is a potential deer you're taking away from your opponent. So not only are you gaining, like you said, you're taking away, and that swing can be really good the longer this game goes. A lot of walls, though, from Avali in his base, as we do see a little bit of a push here. So opting not to go for the Kremlin, but then walling in the base, playing much more defensive, as we see exactly as you mentioned, the Knights coming in, trying to take some of these scouts out. Initial push here, a little engagement. Nobody goes down. Kind of feeling the waters. This is where I love these night games when you're watching it because it's kind of a cat and mouse game.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with the micro here. Better micro player is simply going to win these fights. You got to be able to pull away those damaged knights. If you cannot, that's going to be a big loss. One knight falls on both sides. But at least for Blid, he was able to get that snipe with Jeanne d'Arc, so there is an extra piece of XP coming in. Keep in mind, though, Avali has been collecting a lot of deer in the meantime. So one thing that these knights were able to accomplish here for Lash is just keep Blid contained and prevent him from denying the deer packs from Avali. Avali is just sweeping up the mid-map with 8 scouts. It means that he can take a whole deer pack with all of his scouts, and that means that he's just going to have so much food to work with. In fact, I wonder if he's going to funnel some of that to his teammate to just facilitate that night production even more.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that this was a very intentional fight taking place in the middle from Lash, definitely wanting to keep those knights busy, open up the chance to get more food. We do see more scouts still greedily committing grand theft venison out here in the middle of the map. Salome today catching a straggler knight though, trying to get him down, not going to quite get there.
Slowly but surely the Limitani do catch up though, and let's not forget, Evely hasn't really been making a lot of army right now. He's slowly adding archers and some spears, but it's always a tricky matchup when you look at archers versus Limitani. They just have so much more survivability with the shield wall, and you feel like so far Lash and Evely, especially Evely, he's been focusing a lot on his eco. But this could open up an opportunity for Blid and Xlav to try and pressure this gold mine, for instance. Wars will block the knights from accessing the whales, but with Jean d'Arc around...
Jean d'Arc.
Yeah, you can start sniping villagers here.
There goes one down right as you mentioned it. Yep. Yeah, and that's the reason why you'd go for this version of Jean d'Arc. And, you know, obviously, for the longest time, people always just went for the woman-at-arms version of her, but she can be pretty effective as an archer. I mean, the easy picks that she can get with that, I forget what it's called, but basically like the sanctified arrow that she has that she can shoot.
Yep.
Very, very good.
That's a really good tool in these circumstances. Just getting that divine arrow shot, sniping off a villager from a distance. It doesn't look like much, but it's one guaranteed villager kill for you. Love the walls here from Lash, though. They are getting some team walls up, and with some more walling in between the two players, they're basically going to be secured. And that's going to make it so difficult for this very heavy melee comp from Blid and Xlav to do damage.
Yeah, it definitely feels we're kind of going for a bit of a longer game here as both teams kind of settle in, trying to get their eco solid first. A lot of military they're kind of just doing this dance, marching back and forth. We got spears and knights, spears and knights. We do have some longbows coming in from Xlav. They are mixed in there as well, so those will help give them a bit of an edge. Some archers, of course, for Evely, as we see them kind of retreating, kind of staying with. I think the knight edge, though, goes to Lash currently. He's got a lot.
Yeah, it's 12 knights against 10. What's more important is that mass production of spearmen and archers that Evely is going for is a little easier than mass producing longbows. You're kind of handcuffed by the one mercenary school you have. So I think one of the things that Blid and Xlav will have to be careful about is not to get suddenly outnumbered while they're waiting for the new reinforcements to trickle in.
Yeah. We do see more deer being taken. I mean, they're going little bit by little bit, taking all the food off of the map. That won't bother Byzantines too much, right? Because they're just gonna make farms and transition back at home. But for Jean d'Arc, that could be a problem later as the game goes. Not having food, having to slow down and make a transition could really hinder their production, especially on the other side with French being able to just produce so quickly.
Walls are coming up for Xlav on the other side, and it looks like Lid might be thinking about Castle Age here. He's very, very heavy on gold, much more than what you would anticipate from a Knight's play. 15 on gold is no joke. But at the same time, speaking of Castle Age, it looks like Evely is going to be the one that pulls the trigger first, piling up those resources for Castle. They need to be careful, though. They don't want to take the fight as he's aging up. Two teams are still kind of flirting with each other in the middle of the map. Some of these stealth forests will block the vision partially, so that's something that you're going to have to be considerate of. And I think this is the first time we're seeing Blid slowly denying deer packs away from Evely. So far, Evely had a carte blanche when it comes to collecting deer from all across the map.
Yeah, finally denying. Only takes out one, then sends him back to the rest as misses the other two. Again, those knights don't have a lot of vision. They don't see what we see here up in the casting booth. So missing the other two, but taking down one, slowing down a little bit. And then here's this high trade house coming in. You know, this is working out pretty well for Evely. If they can get this up in time, walling it in, trying to get things secure.
It's an ambitious spot to place that landmark. I just want to say that because sure enough, the opponents haven't really been diving, but if they did, this would be a prime target with the gold mine from Lash being there. This could have been a lot riskier than what it looks right now. Nice little loop around by the Knights, though. As Evely is aging up, Lash finally takes the initiative. First time we have a raid going on, and it looks like Blid lost track of all of these Knights. Love the way that Lash is using that scout to acquire targets, and this is the one raid they needed. Perfection from Lash. The first time he gets a raid going, it's a dozen villagers going down.
That is so much destruction right there in such a short amount of time. I mean, that right there could decide the game. Right, and then the Castle Age behind it. Wow, what a timing. I mean, that is so destructive. That's one of those raids where you have it happen and you look back and go, where'd my vills go? In fact, look at Blid's numbers of vills. 24 villagers. That like wiped out his eco almost in half. That was a huge hit.
And now Blid and Xlav are on the timer. They're down 1 age compared to one of the opponents. and they've just lost a dozen villagers. They gotta go. At the same time, Avoli spent a lot of resources going into Castle Age over here. Lash's Knights aren't at home. They're on the far left flank, and it looks like Retaliation might just be coming in here, but they don't find any villagers. These Knights are looking for villas. They don't have a scout accompanying them. They find a couple of Lumberjacks. Finally, they find the Berry Villas. Limitani also diving under the town center, getting a couple of villager picks here. And Lash is running the wrong way. By the time the Knights will be back, there is going to be so many casualties. They are forced to make a gate, but the longbows will be awaiting them on the other side. In a blink of an eye, the villager count will equalize.
Amazing how fast that can happen, right? I mean, that's the risk of raiding with all of those Knights, right? Yeah, that was a big punch, but then your Knights are on the other side of the map. They can't defend. And then we see that gate just immediately goes down. Those Knights just, that's a speed bump to them. And the XP for John Dark continues to tick up. Well played to battle that back. And the Vil count's essentially even. I mean, there's a small disparity, but essentially even. They needed that. If they didn't get that punch back, they'd be in a very tough spot. But this is kind of like what happens with heavyweights, right? The one deals a really big punch, the other one punches right back. They just kind of take it on the chin. And you got to punch back, you know, you can't not. So they timed that very well, especially with the Castle Age timing coming in. That was their window, like you said, and I think they hit it just right. And now we see Castle Age coming in for Xlav as the Golden Tower comes up, and we see
he needs to be careful. Oh, he doesn't see this army, or does he? Now he emerges from the shadows, and I think Avoli didn't realize that he was being surrounded here. A fight, a Castle Age units for Avoli, full Feudal Age army on the other side. Jean d'Arc full, surrounded by the Knights. And it looks like this is going to be a bad fight here for Blid and Xlab. They're outnumbered. The Knights disengaged just before the longbows would fall back. And now, this whole army from Xlab is being cleaned up just before the Castle Age upgrades come in. In fact, Blid is just going to abandon this whole army, realizing that this fight might just have been lost.
That was a brutal fight. That was, oh man. And that's why scouts are so important, especially with, I mean, you don't think of Dry Arabia as having a lot of, well, this is kind of funny, them punching that down when there's an open door right left of them. But again, scouting, right? This just reinforces my point that scouting, even on a map as open as Dry Arabia, I love the one divine arrow just taking out the knight there. But again, scouting, this map is not known for its stealth forests. But if you look at the map, the way it spawns, in the middle there are quite a bit.
And the walls are too late now. Knights are looking to bash their way through, and a lot of villagers are out here. Xlav is going to have to run away twice the army size right now for Lash and Evely. They're looking to pounce on this. And they've got crossbows coming in as well. Crossbows to deal with all these Knights. Knights charging in from the south. Jean d'Arc now tier 3 out there, but Xlav just doesn't have the army. And the Knights of Lash will just jump the longbows here. Spearmen will be able to hold off the Knights on the other side. Army count massively in the favor of Lash and Evely now.
Yeah, that fight was just catastrophic. You know, they took the punch initially, then punched back, but then just getting caught up in position and not, again, a lot of stealth force in the middle of this map, surprisingly. We don't think about Dry Arabia as being that way, but you can see what happens when you get out of position and lose track of where your enemy is and where you are. And this is the outcome, is if you take one bad fight, everything goes south, and we see the raids just continue throughout the base. Lots of dead Vils. Byzantines is in
that
shatters.
Army caught in the middle of nowhere, just when Xlav was aging up, was just devastating. They needed those Castle Age upgrades. He just spent a bunch of resources going up to Castle Age, but he lost the army before he was able to use those upgrades. And in both sides, it really comes down to scouting. You gotta be able to acquire targets. And Avoli and Lash were able to find that army before the upgrades came in. Now, the army count is just massively in their favor. And indeed, Meow Police taps out. It is Dude, Where Is My Sheep? That is the team name. I'm not freaking out. That's the team that takes game number 1.
What a game. What a game. You know, that initial punch, too, looked so dangerous on the Berryvilles there. But then they dove at such a good time. But man, the lack of having a scout and just misplacing the military at the most crucial time. Look at that fight on the graph. You can just see Xlav's army just cratering right there as he ages up. Very unfortunate for them, because initially they were doing pretty okay. I mean, it was pretty even overall. Boy, look at the effects of those raids, too. That one raid was absolutely brutal. If we can look at the timeline again right there. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
That was half of his eco.
Yeah, even though they were able to retaliate on Lash,
the damage had been done.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that that retaliation came a minute later, so Lash had a sizable eco lead for quite some time. And you see, even though that raid did hit Lash, at the end of the day, they were never able to essentially take over in the overall villager count. It was always a okay, we compensated for some of the damage, but not all of it.
Yeah, they did a good job. If they'd have gotten up to castle, maybe they could have recovered, maybe add a TC somewhere, sneak something in. If they could just hold, but again, having the army throw out a position on top of that afterwards, just too much to overcome. I mean, that was a brutal finish for that game. Very exciting though. Very exciting to see.
Well, that takes us to a 1-0 setup. We should see, I think the alternative maps for game number 2 are, what was it? It was, one of them was Coastal Cliffs and the other one was Himayama. So those
Yama.
are the
Yep.
two options to go in for game number 2.
Well, that'll be exciting to see. I Gosh, I'm still just reeling from that initial dive with those knights. I mean, just it's not often you
The
just see a
timing,
vertical
right?
line straight down, right? Where it just like boom, you just lost 20 vills, like 12, not 20, but 12, 15 vills in a heartbeat, just like that. Oh, you hate to see it, but you love it. It's like when you have like 4 lands connect on a gold vein where all the vills are, and they just hit like one hit, and you just see 20 vills drop dead.
And that's a
Those
powerful
moments are
ability
just,
in team games, right?
yeah,
You have that speed, and you just need to swing in once, take out a dozen villagers, and then you force the hand of the opponent. Because let's not forget, part of the reason why the army of Meow Police is being cleaned up in the middle of the map is because they were in the process of retreating from a previous raid. Their
yeah.
hands were forced. They had to dive. They had to pick off some villagers to compensate for the eco damage, and then they had to pull back. But by the time they managed to pull back, they got mostly cleaned up. Well, game number 2, though, we do have a Himayama coming in here, 1-0 lead for Team Sheep. And it's going to be Iobid and Jeanne d'Arc facing off against the French and the Delhi. So we're going to have the Delhi out there with the Ghazi Raiders, a great tool to deal with Knights from Jeanne d'Arc. But at the same time, you're looking at a matchup where you have the Iobids, and you are going to have to think about how you deal with those Camel Lancers.
Again, French into Ubids is one of the most difficult matchups as the French player can face. And even, Delhi's really good here and very aggressive early. There's like a world where if they just all end on a Ubids, they could really hurt them hard early. I think Mongols would have been, obviously Mongols was a great snipe because a Mongol tower rush into a Ubids with maybe a follow-up of like either French or Ghazi or whatever they have, could be really effective. That said, on this map, I've seen a lot of Chamber of Commerce in 1v1s with French into a Ubids, trying to do something different to get some kind of eco scaling. And a 2v2, I don't know how viable that'll be or how worthwhile, because on the flip side, you got Jeanne d'Arc with Knights as well. So I'm curious to see how this pans out. I'm betting it'll matter a lot too as to which side they spawn on, like what the permutations are here for who's lined up against who. Because if you're French, you do not want to be lined up against a Ubids, I don't think.
Yeah, I feel like in general, the problem that you're going to face is how you deal with Camel Lancers. Because I'm almost certain that on this map, we're going to see a Camel Lancer fast castle. And at the same time, Jeanne d'Arc might just stay feudal, get some knights going, kind of dictate the tempo of the game, be a distraction, be a harassment, and kind of allow the Iobid player to just go straight fast castle. How do you deal with that when you have the French and the Delhi? With the Delhi, you want sacred sites. You might go Ghazi Raiders to deal with the Knights, sure enough, but the moment you do that, Camel Lancers will obliterate you. And I think one of the concerns you have as the Delhi is that at the end of the day, it still takes time to grab the techs. And when you're facing off against opponents who might fast castle, your tech deficit might just be so big for quite a while.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Ubids does here. I mean, I'm actually a Ubid main, and I've played. There's a couple. Everyone used to say, oh, you just go military wing into growth wing, but there's a couple other options you can go for. You can go for the 3 vills early and get a small ego buff, and then try to really speed up your castle age. Something that's been kind of growing, and I've seen more players do a lot more, is go for the early dervishes. Take the 2 dervishes early to heal your units and to kind of play the feudal game as you castle up. If you can micro them really well and keep those dervishes alive, that could be very, very effective. And then take the growth wing or something as you castle up, get the eco tempo, go grab the relics with the 2 dervishes. So there's a couple of options you have. And of course, being a 2v2, you've got Jeanne d'Arc on your side as well. So you're not without, aid a little bit. That said, I'm genuinely curious as to how that'll plan out. On this map especially, it can be just so tentative with Himayama being so open and being kind of on a little silo out here in the middle of the map. the distances between TCs is not that far. It really isn't. Even in a 2v2, like it's not a long distance to get across this map. So with some cavalry running about, it could be very dangerous, especially if food starts running dry. And if you don't get a lot of sheep initially, you might be saying, dude, where's my sheep? As you run out of stuff, and the berries aren't that safe either.
Yeah, it's a very open map in general. And speaking of open maps, game number 3 would be played on coastal cliffs. So we would see a repeat Arabia, but in a slightly more confined space. I'm curious how that would play out. But first, of course, Meow Police, seed number 23, have to win this game to stay alive. If they do lose this and they're eliminated today, they can retry tomorrow to qualify for the top 16. But first, of course, they gotta play this game on Himayama. I haven't really seen a lot of recent Himayama games, and we had some moderate balance changes with Himayama recently. I do believe that the resource spawns have been made a little bit more consistent and fair between the teams, and I think the map is also a little bit more open than what it used to be.
Yeah, it feels incredibly open. I will say that Ubits is a fun civ to play, but it could be really, really tentative on that little hill all alone, especially if knights start poking around. Because one thing to consider too is that, like, yeah, everyone kind of expects their gold to be in a somewhat vulnerable place. It could be kind of dangerous, but the wood lines on this map are not usually very safe either. Your wood lines, you get 3 little wood lines in this map per player, and they can sometimes spawn kind of far. They can sometimes be in a kind of a tentative spot where it's not a sure deal that you can just get that wood. I mean, those 3 straggler trees initially around your TC get eaten up very quickly, and then having to move out, those wood lines you get feel very, they can be close to the TC, but sometimes they can spawn kind of far. And when they spawn kind of far, it feels like you just have no wood. And if you have no wood, sometimes it feels like you just die, because your gold's going to be risky at times depending on how much pressure you're getting. And then again, food, once you run out of sheep, this is not a map that I feel is very easy to scout sheep on. It feels like they're kind of sparse on this one. Sometimes you can get a lot, sometimes you can not get a lot. The RNG level of the sheep spawning can be very, very high on Himayama. And so depending on how the initial 30 seconds goes can determine so much for your setup in this map. And I feel like it's like a coin flip sometimes as to how that goes, especially with the sheep scouting. So I really feel like, dude, where's my sheep? It's just such an apt name. Especially for an Ubits player on this one, because you're going to want them, especially if they go for a castle play. Although I would almost expect them to play a little bit of feudal, just because I think you just have to.
I don't know about that. I feel like I could see them kind of just rolling the dice on a fast castle, because if it works out, it's extremely difficult for Meow Police to deal with that. And let's not forget, they are 1 game up, and they are, in theory, the higher seed, the I guess the favorite to win this series. So you could potentially just say, okay, I'm going to roll the dice on this, because if it works, I'm pretty much securing this game. And if it doesn't work, I still have a redemption arc. I don't think they need to necessarily play this very safe. I don't know. I feel like, again, I feel like the upside is just too massive for Naibit Fast Castle to essentially ignore that. Yeah.
That's probably what I would do if I were playing them. I mean, I think it depends. If they go all in, it is risky. But to your point, yeah, they have the option to. It is kind of a coin flip. It's going to depend so much on the spawn. Like if the gold is in the back and the berries are in the back, then you're good to go. You just fast castle, you can get there. I think you take the early 3 vills or whatever you want. Maybe you go for the Desert Raiders. You could do that as well and have some defense there. I think you build a tower on the gold. You get maybe even you grab 50 stone and just get the arrow slits on it, just to be really safe as you castle up. There's a lot of options. The Ubits can get up very, very quickly. So we'll have to see. I think the spawn will determine a little bit of that as we dive in. We got 20 seconds coming in. So I'm excited to find out. I think Delhi's got to get those sights up. French has to get some pressure going. But yeah, if a Ubits gets online, they're going to be scary.
Into game number 2 we go. It is Dude, Where Is My Sheep? With the 1-0 lead, Avali and Lash facing off against the Blid and Xlav. Blid and Xlav once again with the color blue and the teal, and Lash and Avali with the color red and orange. The scores are currently flipped, but don't be deceived. It is Lash and Avali with the 1-0 lead. There we go. Thank you, production. Right side is going to be Lash and Avali with red and orange, and left side is Blid and Xlav here on Himayama.
First thing I'm looking at is where the gold is for Avali, and it looks like it's going to be in the back, kind of towards the side there. But all the wood kind of on the other side, kind of bunched up in a corner to the south. So interesting little spawn there. I don't think I've ever seen that wood type of wood spawn like that, but we do have markets in the corner there. And then across from them, it is going to be Delhi across from Avali. So Ghazi's will be quick to get in the base, but the Knights will have a lot longer. Blid would have a much longer time getting in. So I think maybe a fast castle very well could be on the table here. I think I'd feel pretty comfortable with that if I were Avali right now.
Looking at the southern part of the map, I'm just looking at the matchup that you kind of highlighted before. It's going to be the Ayubit player on the side of the Delhi player, and then the French and the French variant, Jeanne d'Arc, they are on the northern side. One thing I think that's worthwhile to talk about is that the distance between Xlav and Blid is much bigger than it is between Lash and Avali.
Yeah, it seems like they're very far apart. Now, they both can go for some cav and maybe close that distance, but if one of them gets pushed, I mean, yeah, I feel like Xlav in particular, it feels very, very much in kind of the bottom side of the map there.
I guess
I'm really curious what we'll get for the wing in a second, but what were you going to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to the positioning of Xlav, though, I think at least he has the benefit of being near the edge of the map, so he might be able to wall through the edge and then make his position a little bit more safe. And there is the approach that you have highlighted before the game, double Dervish opening here for Avali. So we're going to have that Dervish healing power coming in to support Lash's Knights play. I mean, I still think that Avali is going to do a fast castle approach over here, but it's not just going to be like, okay, I'm completely doing my own thing and I'm essentially using Lash as the meat shield to facilitate my fast castle. There is definitely going to be quite some support being delivered here by Avali to help out that initial Knights play.
Yeah, yeah, and again, those dervishes are definitely kind of that play I've seen. I think the Canadian brothers in particular, Puppy Paw and Wham, have been doing that a lot more frequently. That's something that top level players have been doing, because if you can micro those guys, they are very good, and the healing that they self heal as well. So when they go out to grab relics, they're very hard to kill. Very good for if you're playing a little bit more feudal, or if you're trying to defend a little bit. It could be really good for some added safety. Especially if you get like, I mean, if you were against like a Mongols player, I would highly recommend it, because you get like tower rushed. You can defend it much, much easier. But in this case, yeah, definitely going for that. I do still think we're going to get the castle play, but he could play more feudal if he wants with this build. But we'll have to see. We do see, of course, School of Cavs coming up for both the French players, essentially, and then the Dome of the Faith for Delhi. So we're not going to get any Tower of Victory here. Dome of the Faith, I think it's a good choice. I feel like you can't really go wrong with Delhi either way. Both are very
in a team game.
Effective.
I love it. We talked about this in the pre-game. You cannot afford in a fast-paced team game like this to be that much behind technologically. You need to have those extra scholars out there to allow you to catch up in technology a little quicker. And more importantly, if you want to go for relics, if you want to go for sacred sites, there are a lot more enemies roaming the map. You're going to lose a lot more. In a 1v1, when you play, Tower of Victory, we all know that you have one or two scholars that you need to leverage. If you lose them, you're in deep trouble. So, one thing that you get from going with the Dome of Faith is that ability to get a little more scholars out, and again, to compensate for potential scholar losses as well.
Yeah, and with that Tower of Victory play, usually you rely on the sacred sites to give you the gold you need to make more scholars and to get going a little bit more. And look at the sacred site spawn here. Boy, I think definitely going with the other landmark, going for the dome is probably a much smarter choice, because those things feel very kind of out there, especially that one up top. I mean, it just feels like both of our very precarious spots, kind of out to the sides of the map more than the center. So it might be hard to defend.
Desert Raider coming out here for Avali as well. So it's not just going to be the Dervish, there is going to be at least one Camel, which one thing that you get from that is essentially a debuff to the enemy cavalry over here. On the other side, it's going to be Ghazi Raiders Knights, so it's a full cavalry composition. And look at the use of those dervishes. Lovely synergy between the use of, within the unit composition, I guess, of Avali and Lash. They are able to combat heal that one knight out there. And at the same time, they're also going to bring in a camel to debuff the enemy cavalry.
Yeah, this is why it's so good. And we do see more Desert Raiders in the queue as well. And that's why I like the Dervish play is a way to play feudal as a Yub. It's because, again, you're getting so much more value. For every unit you heal, it's basically you're just getting another free unit. You're just getting that unit back again without having to pay for it. So the more you utilize that healing effectively, it's essentially just free resources. You're just getting free supply, free resources out of that, and just really, really effective there.
And look at this.
Desert Raiders playing really well. Well, both Blid and Xlov went for Cav.
Wow.
So Desert Raiders play pretty well into that. Even though Horsemen technically on paper can counter Desert Raiders, they do play fairly well into them as well. I mean, they have the debuff and they have pretty high melee armor for whatever that's worth at any rate.
Yeah, and Avali has been using that flexibility of the Desert Raiders really well. Like, he's been using the arrows to just get some extra damage done while the enemy Cav is away, and then switch to melee, fight back in melee. And he's able to hold his own position against Xlav's cavalry, but he's also helping out his teammate on the north with the dervishes. So the whole idea here is that the dervishes mean that Lash essentially is ahead compared to Blid, and at the same time, Avali's composition in itself is enough to hold off the cavalry down south.
I want to point out that both of our southern players here, both Xlov and Avali, have been using their religious units to heal the knights of their partner. We do have a scholar in the French base healing up knights passively for Blid. So kind of fun to see that they're both doing that. You can see him right there. Just every time they go back, he just has them to heal. So I love the synergy there. That's something you only see in a team game like this. Some raids happening though. That was 1 or 2 bills dropped, I think, right there.
Good raids over here. And while we're talking about that, there's also an H-up coming through for Avali. He didn't go straight fast castle, but he is going to be the first one heading into Castle Age over here. Where is the UI bugging out?
I think UI might be bugged out. I don't see any other wings. It shows.
Yeah, I would have been very shocked if he was actually aging.
I was gonna say I don't think there's any way he was aging with the Desert Raiders. Yeah,
but that's something that the UI told me. So I guess we're being misled over here.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way he's aging with 8 Desert Raiders and 2 in the queue. Yeah. Like that's so crazy. But yeah, thankfully it's just the UI being a little buggy there. House of Wisdom, of course, being the only landmark they have, so it's always a little different. Night fight here happening. Some pulls back and forth. I don't think any knights went down. Just some fighting and some skirmishing here. Walls
that's a lot of Desert Raiders though, so Avali is sticking with Feudal Age, and that's going to make life very difficult for Blid and Xlav, because now we're looking at a composition that they will struggle to beat. That many Desert Raiders, it's going to be a debuff to the entire army of Blid and Xlav. And at the same time, the Dervishes have the mobility and healing power, whereas the Scholars, they kind of need to remain stationary. They can't really venture into the middle of the map.
Yeah, and again, this kind of goes down to the fact that like Blid and Xlov kind of played the Cav game, right? Oh no, that wolf's gonna do it.
Oh no.
Gaia 1, Blid 0.
I love how that villager did like a last second reach as she was dying. No!
Trying to just finish the wall. Couldn't quite get there. You know, I wonder if that comes into play later. Could you imagine like a sneaky raid on the south side? I wonder if Blid even, I mean, probably didn't even realize it was happening, but so much happening in the middle of the map. Again, though, I want to point out the fact that like there are no other, it's all Cav. Everything is Cav except for now we have, yeah, no, just Cav. It's Cav and 1 archer for Joan of Arc. Scholar going down here as Desert Raiders raid him to death, and they're hitting some picks on the gold. In fact, they're 1-tapping those almost. No, 2-tapping, excuse me.
And this is just a small raiding party. And it's not like this is the whole army here from Avali. Avali is still supporting his teammate, and now it's getting increasingly difficult for Blid and Xlav to deal with this. They cannot just send all their cavalry to deal with the camels. And at the same time, they kind of need to also shadow these knights on the other side. Now the camels are shifting to the south. It is 11 knights versus 10, so the knight players are neck and neck, but at the same time, Blid is running out of food. He's going to have to start moving out to the middle of the map. And now the camels are converging on from both sides. This many Ghazi Raiders are enough to hold this off, but there is a second wave coming in. Knights are also on the way. Dervish is moving in as well. Xlav is now being double teamed, and he's going to lose a lot of Ghazi Raiders here.
Yeah, that is a crucial spot right there. The John Dark, and don't forget that John Dark can also use a healing ability every now and then. So they are getting so much value for what they have. And again, all Cav. And you know, Desert Raiders, that debuff, that is huge. 20% debuff. That's like taking 1/5 your army and just saying, yeah, this isn't effectual. It's not effectual at all.
And Blid really wants that food, pulling 17 villagers to make this massive wall happen. This is such a big investment in terms of resources and villager time. And I feel like if you're Lash and Avali, you know exactly what's going on. They need the food. This is how important food is right now for Blid. So what are you going to do? You're going to try and get in there. You know there will be a lot of villagers in there. This is probably the prime target for Lash and Avali now.
Yeah, oh, another big charge got off right there. Man, this is one of those games that it's just so dynamic because there's so many quick moving pieces across the map. I wonder how much that wood wall cost too. And that had to be like over 100 wood or so. You know, that's an investment. And it's not complete. Okay, he's seen it, but
It's not complete yet.
on the idle time
Heavily
to build it too. I mean, you're not gathering food this entire time. You're just
That's a big
securing
problem,
it. So,
right? It's not just the wood cost, it's the massive villager investment. 17 villagers building it, and now the Ghazi Raiders, they just run past the whole thing, and they are now getting surrounded by the camels. The Knights didn't even hit them at this point, but so many Ghazi Raiders fall victim to this once again. The Knights still going for that walled off part.
both those dervishes are alive too. That's one thing that's really important about this wing is using that wing of over like some people say, why not just go for the vills? Why not just go for free desert raiders? Because you're going to get more and more value as it goes. Those dervishes, you know, if you lose those 2 dervishes by some like mismacro or mismicroing means, that's a huge part of your age of lost. Keeping those alive as long as they have and getting as much value is the value of that wing of going for the dervishes for the age up is huge. And as I say that,
that's the caster curse.
Down.
Come on, you just cursed Avali so bad. Luckily for them, they do find a lot of villagers up north, so I guess all sins forgiven because this is going to compensate for the loss of those dervishes.
That was such a big drop. I was saying, like, the longer you keep them alive, the more value you get, the better that wing is. But they have gotten a lot of value, regardless. It does feel bad, but they have gotten value. But man, that was a big pickup for Blid and Xlob right there.
Well, as you're saying that, the villager casualties are now mounting up here for Blid. We talked about this. You know fully well how important this position is because that's like Blid committed 20+ villagers to wall this off. And now they have to stand and fight to preserve whatever few villagers Blid still has left.
Yeah, I feel like that wall was just such a loss of tempo. I feel like Delhi, yeah, there's the surrender right there. I feel like Delhi, maybe Ghazi wasn't the choice right there because they don't trade as well. People will say that, oh yeah, horsemen beat, you know, desert raiders. They don't trade that well, especially once you get a big number of desert raiders. And so I feel like they needed to get some spears out or something, anything else. I feel like Delhi needed to produce some other unit other than Ghazi Raiders. Because, I mean, obviously French is going to go for Knights. Like, you can't not go Knights. But I think the Delhi player, I think you need to go for something different. And the Ghazis just weren't enough. They're just getting picked apart and picked to shreds. And then losing the vills, losing the food, those tentative situations are very difficult.
And I feel like from what we've seen so far today, Ayyubids are emerging as one of the prime civilizations in the tournament so far. They have a lot of versatility with the fast castles or staying in feudal age, an incredible diversity with the unit compositions. I would not be shocked to see Ayyubids becoming one of the more sniped civilizations as we go deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, they're proving to be very resilient and very powerful. And you know, you were saying the entire time before, like, you know, go fast castle and so that's the thing. You have to respect it, right? Because the fast castle could have been just as effective there. You know, like they could have gotten up in time and still have done a ton of stuff with camel lancers and probably still had the same outcome. But then he decides to go feudal, and it works anyways. So it feels like the Ayyubids in a team game where they have some support from their friends are very good. Because I feel like Ayyubids feudal in a 1v1, while I won't say it's terrible, it's not maybe as exceptional as some other civs may have. Like they can play feudal if they want, but it doesn't always feel as good as maybe another civs. But in a 2v2, it feels like when you go for those dervishes, especially the healing capacity to help your friend, to help yourself, there's a lot of versatility that Ayyubids is showing here.
Well, we will be back with a short or with a new series. I don't say it's a short series, but we're gonna have a short break, and then we'll return with another impressive series here. As you know, Winter Team Championship continues to roll. We're going to have some of the bigger names being shown as well very soon. A lot of the bigger teams have gotten a bye in the first round, but now they're also playing. Talk about Vortex Lucifron, Wham and Puppy Paw, Beastie Marine Lord, and we're also going to show some of that to you. We'll return after a short break with another set here in the Winter Team Championship qualifiers. Welcome back, everybody, to the qualifiers of the EGC TV Winter Team Championships here. We have seed number 14 versus seed number 19 heading into game number 2 here. Sanyich, Homs Senpai, and Beastie Beauty on Homs. And Makabaka, a full Taiwanese team out there, coming in with KJJ, Warspite, and Raspberry.
All right. Oh, Gorge. Honestly, I love watching games and playing games 2v2 on Gorge. I really think, I feel like it's one of those things, either people love it or they hate it. And I am one of the former. I really love this map for 2v2s. I think it's one of the most unique things. Having the TCs all in a row makes for some really, really dynamic games. Very excited to see ABBA, Mali, and Japanese Byzantines. Interesting matchups, those. Trying to think of how that's going to play out in a game like this.
I gotta say, I don't like Gorge as a 1v1 map. As a 2v2 map, though, it's very fun because it's just so different from everything else. The players essentially lining up. It gets even crazier when you look at 3v3s, or dare I say 4v4s, where you just have a bunch of players stacked up behind each other.
Yeah.
It makes the game fundamentally different from all the other maps, because suddenly you're not looking at a setup where the players need to be able to help each other out from long distances. They are essentially merged together, their bases are. And you can either, leverage that to have a combined defense, or you could have one player essentially shield walling for the other. A lot of opportunities out there, but we're going to be heading into game number 2 of this series. And it is Makabaka that is leading the series so far. I haven't really heard about these players, but a lot of the Asian community is very involved in team games, so I do expect a couple of surprise names to pop up here. In we go to game number 2 to take a look at Makabaka versus Homs, game number 2.
I'm very excited to see this. Here we go. We've got, looks like Makabaka up in the northeast side here of Gorge, and in the southwest, we're gonna have we're gonna have Team Homs down there with Byzantine Japanese. Wait, no, I got myself backed up over here. Flip that around. We have in the northeast. The colors are messing with my brain a little bit there. We're gonna have Japanese in the the northeast. Excuse me there.
It's all good, indeed. It's red and orange on the right side, Japanese and Biz, and on the other side, Malians and Abbas. It's two very, very different lineups here. And one thing that you cannot really govern when you go into this map is which player spawns where. So, in a way, one thing to consider is that you might be the player spawning in the front, but you might be the player spawning in the back. And obviously, your position relative to your teammate has a huge influence on how you approach the game.
Yeah, and I've heard people say they wish they could choose their positioning. On the flip side, I think it makes for interesting civ drafting that you have to pick civs that could work in either slot as well. You can kind of design your team around it. I think it could be kind of a strategic thing to design around. But also, I understand the argument that some people wish they could choose which spot they get to choose it, spawn in, as far as team designing, you could say, as far as getting your team civs and what drafts you want to take. That said, it is interesting to note that we do have that shared gold in the middle. So for Malians, at least, they have a very, very safe first pit mine. Unfortunately for Malians, the second pit mine is going to be very not safe. They're going to have to think about what they want to do for number 2. But for number 1, very, very safe starting pit mine.
Yeah, he's got a pit mine on his teammate's gold, in fact. And you could actually see the teammate Warspite mining from that. I think now that we're in this game, we do have to introduce these teams a little here, though, because Sanyich and Homs Senpai are frequent players in tournaments 1v1s as well. But I've never really seen either of these players from Team Makabaka play in 1v1 events. Not unprecedented. A lot of the Asian community, Chinese players, Taiwanese players in particular, they are super heavily involved in team games, but they're just like totally disconnected from the 1v1 aspect of the game. But that's actually very cool because you oftentimes see these teams coming in and performing really well in team game tournaments because team game is the game mode they play day and night.
Yeah, I actually have a bit of an anecdote I can share with you about that. I did I think it was for Rising Empires. I was playing in one of the low elo tourneys, kind of in their mid or upper bracket, I think it was in, but just playing. And I did terribly. I'm a 1v1 guy, so I played terribly on the 2v2. And the one game that me and my partner won was actually on Jousting Fields, which, if you know, Jousting Fields is essentially 2 1v1s, and we both won our 1v1 and then won the game that way. But yeah, sometimes 2v2 players, maybe they don't know 1v1s as well, but then they have the synergy to to play as a team much better. And so I definitely would not be surprised if that were the case for these guys.
Well, Feudal Age is now coming in. Japanese and Byzantines, we haven't had the chance to talk about this. It's not a combination that strikes you as that classic archer plus cavalry style combination. Same goes for Abbasids and Malians as well. But with the Malians, you could easily justify playing poison arrow archers later on. I'm curious how this is going to go for the Japanese and Byzantines, though. We could see a mercenary play from Sanic, and then maybe Ham Senpai goes for that semi-fast castle mounted samurai style approach. It's definitely going to be one of the more unconventional unit matchups that we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah. One of the things I want to point out is that we saw kind of on the screen there a little bit of a sheep redistribution between the team on Ham's side of the field there, as I think, what was it, Byzantine giving some extra sheep over to the Japanese player. Kind of a fun little thing that only happens in team games, right? You can kind of, the scouting RNG kind of be mitigated a little bit, that you have multiple scouts in the field and you can kind of distribute and give some sheep to your opponent. That said, we do have the pit mine in the corner. We do have a second town center coming in the back for Warspite. So looks like we're going for some eco play here on team Makabaka. Or are those backed up? Are those the right side? Am I going crazy?
Yeah, that's a second DC out there from Warspite. Nicely tucked away, it secures the back of that wood line. And speaking of wood, that's going to be one of the more premium resources on this map. When you look at the overall wood count, it's quite a lot, but most of those small forests are, again, in smaller packs, and you're going to have to constantly expand and secure new patches of trees. So one thing to consider as the game goes on is how you can secure additional wood for yourself, because that's definitely going to be probably the hardest resource to secure on this map.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And the interesting thing is that the way this map generates, in a 1v1, it's never a problem because you always have the wood in your back. But in a 2v2, you still have the wood in your back. You get one extra wood line, but it's not as secure as the one that's in the back because you can't go around it, right? Your opponents can't wrap knights around that without getting in range of the TC fire. So I think adding a second town center on the back side there, because Warspite has to find safe wood, and that is the only place you can go is towards the back of the base. So it makes for an interesting dynamic where the front player really does need to be thinking about where's my wood going to come from, because usually they each get a wood line towards the front, but that's where all the action is going to be happening. So yeah, to your point, it's going to be very difficult long term to keep securing that resource.
It looks like it's going to be a very passive opening here. Not a lot of army for either of the players. Sanch actually went for a couple of Limitani and longbows, but really not a major commitment from him so far. It is Ham Senpai that clicks up the Costlage first floating gate on the way. And that's where we're getting to that Samurai Lancer type setup. Of course, you're facing off against the Abbasids, and Warspite already has a Camel Archer, so you're going to face that debuff. But still, let's not forget that Yorishiros are still extremely powerful. Getting the Shinto monks out as well to start collecting relics. Mounted Samurai being able to start picking away at villagers. I feel like the initiative should be on the side of Homs right now. Ham Senpai and Sanish team name is Homs, so I guess we're just going to go with Homs for the time being.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think mounted samurai are a tricky unit to deal with. You know, they have that deflection, so the initial shot that they take, whether it be a stab or an arrow, they just deflect it like it doesn't hit them at all. And then they still are pretty tanky, pretty heavy units. You can see right there, 230 health, quite a bit of armor. They have that, again, the deflective armor being shown right there, and it recharges. So, I mean, they can go in, take a quick dive, back out, wait for it to come back. We do see a little bit of push, some longbows coming in from the Byzantine team player. We haven't talked about the mercenary contract here, but loses a couple the jab throwers for Mali. It's a tough thing to deal with.
I'm not the biggest fan of this push, to be honest, from Sanic. He's going 1v2 essentially over here. Javelins in themselves should be enough to hold this off, but you have Camel Archers now chasing you away, and you see quite a lot of units will have to be sacrificed while this whole retreat is going on. I don't know why exactly he decided to dive just yet. Maybe he wanted to just be a distraction and buy some time for Ham Senpai to get some more Lancers out to start picking up relics. But he definitely wasn't able to accomplish much with this attack, and he lost quite a few troops as he was pulling back.
Yeah, it feels almost like a little bit of an unforced error, right? Like you didn't really achieve much. You didn't go in with numbers to be all in and actually do damage. You just kind of lost a couple units just for basically scouting. You could have just sent a scout and done the same thing. Like, yeah, you may have gotten like 1 or 2 villagers, but in the grand scheme of things, when ABBA is going multiple town centers, it's just not going to matter. But now we do see the armies, kind of combining together, and that's a more formidable force. We got the Bannermen to get the 15% more damage for the Samurai, and with Limitane and a healthy dose of both Archer and Longbow. Looks like he's producing both.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing. Longbows in themselves just take too much time to build up, and I like this general idea. The Byzantine player just using all the olive oil and all the resource income that they have to mass produce a full feudal army, mostly archers. They do have a lot of Limitani, but they will be pretty much non-factors against camel archers and javelin throwers. Nevertheless, the whole idea is that you have that Byzantine strong eco in feudal. You just mass produce an army from that to make a ram push or, well, hero siphon push happen, and you supplement that with mass produce samurai lancers using the Yorishiro to buff your production. Now, Farimba Garrison is on the way for KJJ. If you want to have a timing attack, this is the time to go, just when your opponent is aging up.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for right here. This is a pretty good coordinated attack. If they can get some of these houses down to pit mine and do some damage. A lot of Jav throwers, though, and Jav throwers don't go great into heavy cav, but at the same time, their base damage is so high. Look at how much they're basically four tapping the knights down or the samurai down. Jav throwers have just such high base damage that they could hold this pretty well. That said, this is a pretty good timing push for Team Homs.
Yeah, they gotta go for this. This is the starting TC. It's going to withstand a lot of punishment out here. Houses are going down for KJJ, so he's gonna have to be careful with the population. Camel archers were pulled back quite a bit here, but now they're kind of isolating all these samurai from this whole army. Even a couple of villagers are being pulled over here. They're just getting caught in the crossfire. But slowly but surely, you feel like the army of Homs is getting cleaned up over here. They're diving very, very deep into the enemy base. Archers looking to focus down the camel archers. And while all of that was happening, the Kira Siphon might still be going to the north. Villagers, I don't think they've been pulled to actually deal with them. Indeed, they should just destroy these while they still can.
Yeah, and they do now. Kind of a misclick right there. But again, the javelin throwers are doing a lot of work for KJJ.
There is the cleanup. The whole army is now getting decimated, basically. A couple of villagers will fall here from War Spite. But at the same time, the Hero Siphon are now gone. Both of these, the town centers are still standing, and the javelin throwers are cleaning this up. I feel like Makabaka was able to hold this.
Yeah, they feel like they're in a very strong spot. Again, the Javs with the base damage, really able to clean up. They have a tendency to overkill more trash units, but against mounted Sams, I mean, we saw it. They were able to, within 3 shots, taking them down. Imagine longbows doing that. You just can't because the damage isn't enough. Whereas they're able to hold this. And again, those Hero Siphons went in for the main TC. And they didn't get it down because of the health, like as you mentioned. The second TC for Abba is in the back, nice and walled in and safe. And so they are still booming behind this. We see the eco lead is pretty much 90-88. It's pretty dead center, but also remember the Manticore, the pit mines. There is passive income coming in for KJJ in particular. And the military lead, though, is in favor of Makabaka right now.
They have the Camel Lancers as well, trying to chase down these troops, and the Javelin Throwers are still the bane, really, for Senpai and Sanyash to deal with. Now, you're gonna have something that deals with these mounted samurai. You might want to consider some spearmen maybe for the Abbasid player. Even if it's not a lot, it's just something that deters an actual charge from these units. For now, they're just going to posture in front of the enemy base, kind of shutting down some of these rice fields. But if you're Makabaka, you must be feeling very happy about this. You have a player in Castle Age. You have 2 well-secured pit mines for the Malian player, and you went with Farimba. So let's not forget about that. You're just about to start leveraging the benefits from the Farimba garrison.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with your point about wanting spears. It doesn't take much. Like 3 spears, and that would basically negate those samurai like entirely, because they're already doing so much. The DPS is already there in the Jav throwers. A couple spears just to deter them from trying to dive on top of you, because they are a little exposed. He's definitely put the pedal to the metal here, trying to really keep pushing and keeping doing some more eco damage. But that's a good defense they can field as well. There's a lot of knights there. And now they're going to try and get this around. Some jabs going down here and there. The Camel Archers trying to keep things going as well as they kite back. But that's a lot of cavalry to deal with.
Yeah, and you have a slow-moving component to that army. The Javelin Throwers, they're good against the Archers, but the problem is that they don't really have anything to deal with these mounted samurai. And let's not forget, the Camel Archers, they're still feudal age units. They don't have a lot of armor-piercing power against now Castle Age mounted samurai. And maybe, just maybe, Makabaka might have overstayed their welcome here. A couple of horsemen join in as well. They're getting pushed all the way back into their bases. They do have a definitive eco lead, but they're now back against the wall, I guess, inside their bases. This town center has mostly been repaired, though, and you gotta be careful if you're Sanish and Senpai, because you don't want to, again, just camp underneath that town center and risk being completely cleaned up.
Yeah, this feels like a game of overextensions on both sides, right? Like both sides overextending a little too much. We do see Castle Age coming in, Culture Wing for Warspite right now as we speak. Jabs, there's still enough of them. They're doing some pretty good damage. A lot of Mounted Samurai going down. Again, another overextension here. Boy, it just feels like every time they get an advantage, they just want to press it and get a little overeager to kind of jump the gun, and they just get cleaned up. But meanwhile, that Castle Age is picking up right now.
Yeah, Warspite has a lot of idle villagers right now, but let's not forget, they're still up by 10 thanks to that second town center. And it's going to be 2 Castle Age players now. Warspite is about to reach Castle Age. Sanic is not far away, though. And when you look at Sanic and Senpai, they're both collecting stone. I feel like at least they've stalled out the game just enough to get their second player into Castle. And if they can start slapping down town centers, they can start pulling ahead when it comes to the economy. And the Golden Horn Tower replaced by the Cistern of the First Hill, not a landmark that you very commonly see in tournaments.
No, very exciting. I'm very excited to see that one. We will see some interesting plays with that. I mean, that's you just don't see it very often. The Golden Horn is like 9 times out of 10 the best option. So I'm curious what the thought process here is on that. See, cleaning up the last bits of the push there. Some walls going up. Again, the pit mines, though, are pretty much unmolested at this point. They are just sitting there chilling. And so they could have easily have sent a unit to go up there and start torching those down. And as I say that, there's one. Would have loved to have done that, like, a couple minutes ago as all this is going down, right? Would have been an easy thing to pick up on the side.
Yeah, that could have been an interesting opportunity for Senpai in particular. He's been on the cavalry for a while. He's got a lot of mobility. Did he just delete a forge and replace it with a new forge?
Don't question his methods, Liticor. Just
okay.
Embrace the craziness,
Let's just pretend
I
we
guess.
saw nothing, okay? Anyway, I was gonna say, he's got a lot of cavalry, and when you look at the opposing side, it's not like you have a lot. Warspite is now getting some camel riders going to deal with the cav, but before that, all he had was a handful of feudal age camel archers. You definitely could have used the mobility of that cavalry to just try and hit these pit mines.
Yeah, and it feels kind of like a mistake not to, right? Like, because you know that they're going to have to go out and have more, and you know they're going to be very exposed and in the wings. We do see, ooh, that's going to be dead. Yep, there goes down. Meanwhile, more battles happening as looks like Sanch is trying to push in and catching some vills off guard. You can see in the corner there.
Oh, wow, that's a really good raid. It's not a lot of DPS coming out from these horsemen, though, so it's only basically 1 villager down, make it 2. But also a couple of horsemen die over here. 3 villagers traded for a handful of cavalrymen. Quite a lot of cavalrymen, in fact. You really kind of feel that this was a better trade for Makabaka. We're getting to the stage where villagers, you will have so much eco power, additional town centers whatsoever, that you can just replace them very easily. But losing a lot of cavalry like that definitely hurts.
Yeah, at this point, the name of the game, when you're, and all things are equal military, economically, the name of the game is military and where they are in positional like ability. Meanwhile, we have this is a big looking raid coming in here. Lots of Mounted Samurai, lots of horsemen. Getting some pickups as they can, trying to raid.
And Warspite is now being beaten up very badly. He's lost quite a few villagers across this game. Camel Riders should be able to repel this. Again, a couple of cavalry will be lost here for Hom Senpai, but they managed to make up for that eco differential. And while all of this was happening, they're kind of segmenting off the map, walling off the side, slowly settling in for that Gorge late game that we so frequently see. A lot of walls, turtling, full late game with trade. That's kind of how this map plays out most of the time. Either you win very early, or it's going to be a very long trench warfare.
That is a very good point. I was going to say, most games I play tend to go pretty quick. I usually just fizzle out when I'm playing personally, but yeah, once you can survive that push and stabilize, and both sides have very much stabilized, kind of no small part due to the fact that both sides have also at inopportune times overextended their welcome in the opponent's base. We see now the skirmishes just kind of go back and forth. They start doing this cat and mouse game as they slowly start securing relics, slowly start securing sacred sites, picking off units where they can. The military numbers in lead right now for Makabaka as they are up by about 20 some odd units.
And now they have a very strong backline with all these javelin throwers. Long range, high mobility, and they are able to essentially decimate all these longbows, but you also have a couple of Danzos accompanying them, so it's no longer easy for Hom's Senpai to just dive this whole army of javelin throwers with Cav. Now they're looking to posture themselves in front of the enemy base, looking for villagers to kill. Hasn't been able to find a lot so far, but now you feel like Makabaka is going all in when it comes to army production. Just a stream of units coming across the map, now finally finding the monastery over here, looking Gorge.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a really, really good spot. And again, like we were saying, a couple spears. It doesn't take a ton. You don't need to make it your #1 part of your comp, but you just need just enough to deter a full-on dive by cavalry. And they are taking down the relics. I wonder if they'll try and snake some of those away.
It would be ambitious, but you never know. That's a lot of camel riders as well. And one thing that I don't really see right now from Sanyush and Senpai are spearmen. Camel riders are debuffing this cavalry, and the archers will get absolutely annihilated by all these javelin throwers. Now, they could get pinned on the other side. Gulp's coming in here to heal up these troops, but even the Catapract trample is not enough. A bit of a surround coming in from cavalry, but it feels like it's just not there. The numbers are just lacking over here right now for Senpai and Sanyush.
Yeah, this is a huge fight. And those jabs, as long as they stay alive in the middle, that is the DPS, and you can see the poison effect as they have on things as well. They're cleaning up the last bits there, but that's a lot of mounted samurai. They might get caught out of position here if they overstay. Those limits in A are going too far, or sorry, the Danzos are going too far away, and they are going to get a charge in on them, trying to find the choke point, trying to keep doing some eco damage. This is a big fight, but look at the numbers behind this. It's still 80 to 46. They are remassing behind.
Yeah, these javelins, I feel like they should have stood and fought when the camels were still there. Now that the camels are gone, they don't have a good front line, and they're getting cleaned up. KJJ might have tried to do eco damage, and sure enough, they're out by 40 eco, but if they lose this entire army, they're going to be wide open for a counterattack. Not a single Danzo left. The cavalry, the Cataphracts, and the mounted samurai should have no trouble cleaning this up. Still, the population lead is on the side of Makabaka, and there's a second wave coming across the map. If you're Senpai and Sanyush, you cannot take a lot of time to clean this up because you need to remass in front of your base. There's a second wave of troops coming your way.
Yeah, they've evened the numbers out a little bit. I mean, those jab throwers definitely overstayed their welcome, but they've done a lot of damage too, I say, and they've distracted the military and put them out of position as well. And they're still getting more villager kills out here.
It's a lot of eco damage down now, and there was a second TC up as well for KJJ. So now there are 2 TCs for both players against 1 TC. That's part of the reason why they are up by 50 eco. But we've seen this before. You have a lot of eco, but if you lose military momentum, you could be punished very quickly. And I feel like we could see that very soon, although, as Vodka is highlighting too, as KJJ is looking to go up to Imperial Age here, piling up the resources he needs for that. Senpai and Sanyush will need a couple of moments to regroup. But we haven't seen 1 unit really in combat so far, and that's the 32-foot samurai that Senpai has started making.
Yeah, though, that could be a difference maker. Again, camel archers aren't going to do as much to them head on. They're going to try and kite them back, and they can be really good at that. More engagements happening, though. This is where it gets tentative, though, right? You're like, you've got the resources about to age up. KJJ is floating the resources. He really needs to rebalance the macro and make a choice of either make units or go up in age. The more he delays that choice, the more those resources are just dead in the water. As we see raids in the back of this as well.
And there's nothing that deals with the foot samurai right now. The Cataphracts are also trampling their way through this army here. Some archers on the back line as well. But really, it's the foot samurai that make this happen. A couple of Musafati are coming out here for KJJ, but is that going to be enough? Fortress of the Huntress coming in as we speak. Units from Senpai and Sanyush looking to torch their way through the walls. They will do just that, as the Onabugeisha also help out from the back line. I don't know if Warspite and KJJ can hold this. Army count is looking better and better for Homs.
It is looking pretty desperate. If they can hold this, it'll be game. But if they can't, they might time this right now. The fortress is not up yet. I don't know where that's being built right now, but that might very well matter here in a second as the samurai come flooding in. And man, it's like the camel archers are just doing paper cuts to them. They just can't seem to get rid of them fast enough. 42 to 70
idle time right now
unit.
for Warspite. They still have a massive eco lead. If they can hold this off, they are going to be in such a good position. But Sanyush and Senpai are diving deeper and deeper. Momentum slowly is shrinking, though. I don't see new reinforcements coming in. KJJ is now up in Imperial, but he doesn't have a lot of army to work with. His second wave is coming across the map right now for Sanyush and Senpai. They know it's Imperial Age for the opponents. They know they have to go just now.
Yeah, the numbers look like it's definitely in favor of Team Homs, but again, like it's only 65-45. It's 20 units. You know, it can that can swing in an instant. We see the fortress being put on the sacred site in the big gold vein. More looks like Onabugeisha coming in, or Samurai. I can barely tell with how far away and how small they are. The Camel Arch is trying to deal with them regardless, doing a pretty good job. Those look like Onabugeisha to my eyes, and they are picking them off, and they are going to be much more effective at doing this than the Samurai because they're just so much weaker to archer fire, and we see them getting just cleaned up very quickly. And now suddenly the momentum dying out for Homs as Makabaka is starting to hold, and this could be the difference. If they hold just another minute or two, they will be back in the driver's seat, and this game is going to flip on its end again.
Remember, they have a 50 eco lead and a player in Imperial, and Warspite is now piling up resources for Imperial. I think they got this. At least they got the hold. Senpai and Sanjish now outnumbered army-wise. They're outnumbered in eco, and there is going to be a military wing coming in here for Warspite. Nowhere near is Senpai or Sanjish to Imperial.
Yeah, and it's those camel archers, right? I mean, the you were kind of wondering what's the answer to those men-at-arms, and it is the camel archers. They just have to kite for a million years. And the problem with kiting is eventually you end up kiting back to your base, which we saw there, causing some idle time. But they had just enough space to keep backing up, and doing some damage. Meanwhile, this samurai is getting his money's worth right now as he's trying to take out every single bill out there, but he's gonna die. They clean him up eventually.
And now this is a tough composition to deal with if you're Sanjish and Homs Senpai. You're looking at 50 Musafati warriors facing off against a bunch of camel archers and camel riders. On the other side, you have a lot of Onabugeisha, but it's going to be a full Castle Age army against soon 2 players in Imperial. You're going to have 4 walls up as well for Warspite and KJJ. It's going to be very difficult to cut into that eco lead they have. I don't know, maybe your best bet is to fortify your base and try to, again, boost up your eco, try to drag this game out a little.
I think that's the only option. You either do that or you try to take a blazing hot fight like they just did, but they couldn't follow through. The follow through wasn't there. And so now they're kind of left with either trying to mass up, trying to build up their eco, but at this point, it's going to be a day late and a dollar short. They're back behind so much eco, and the more time goes by, I just worry, like, these units are going to be getting to Imperial Age. They're going to be coming in. We got a big stealth, lots and lots of stealth units coming in, trying to sneak inside, but this might be a good pinch right here. That wall is holding up as we see some...
I love the diversion. I think they just stealthed their way through the middle and used this group just to distract the opponent. The main show is on the middle of the map. Musafati warriors coming out of stealth, looking for villager snipes. And there was no one back at home to defend because all of them were focusing on these camels. Now the Onabugeisha come back, and this is not a fight that the Musafati want to take. Still though, again, a lot of eco damage has been done. Almost a 70 worker lead as we speak for Makabaka.
That's starting to reach unsurmountable levels of lead, right? And now obviously the military numbers look really dire as well. Now these Onabugeisha are going to deal with the Musafati very, very well. Their attack speed is just way too good.
Yeah. Let's not forget, it's Castle Age troops against the Imperial, but they do have the Bannermen buffing them too. KJJ has a lot of resources he's floating, by the way. He could go into Imperial again.
He really could. And that's the name of the game at this point, right? When you get to these late stage things, you've just got to be pumping units. You got to not care that you're just going to need a lot of production, and you just want to always be flooding. Force your opponent to keep spending the resources as well, because they are still in Castle Age. You are not. So you can afford to keep pumping. And as we say that, looks like Senpai throws in the towel there, and that will be end of game number 2 for them.
What a crazy back and forth game. It's been very precarious at times for KJJ and Warspite. There were moments where you felt like they might just be done, but at the same time, they were able to progressively build up that eco lead, especially once you've gotten to that mid-late Castle Age stage, and then leveraging that eco, they were able to beat their opponents to Imperial. And when you look back at this game, I feel like you gotta talk about that one crucial hold just when KJJ was heading up to Imperial. Once they managed to hold that off, you really felt like momentum was heavily in their favor.
Yeah, the camel archers just being able to keep kiting and going back and kiting, like that really was the key to victory. And you can see how precarious it was right there too, right? Like how they lost a lot doing that. I mean, all the jav throwers in the base that got thrown away, and then all the cav archers trying to hold. But you could see the numbers right there for Senpai. You can just see how many units he's losing into that push. And it really was just that you're just diving the base, you're getting hit by town center fire. And yeah, you've got really heavy units, but eventually they run out of HP too. And if you can't keep up that pressure, keep pumping those units in, you're going to fizzle out, and then they're going to be able to hold and then remass. The eco was such a big difference. They were able to just completely flip the table again and send forth the military, and you can see their resources gathered. Look at KGG's. I mean, it's just a whole tier up above.
But well, the day is very far from being over. We are getting to Decider Series now, and we have an absolute banger for you over here. I'm sure you've heard about these players before. Marine Lord and Beastie, the team seed number 1, against a team that actually cleverly named itself Corona from Core and Iona. They are the underdogs over here, seed 16 in a best of 5 coming up that opens with a brand new map made for this tournament as well. It is Baldland. We have quite a few new maps in this series, ones that we haven't really seen in tournaments before, or we've only seen them a handful of times. Kerlaugar, Baldland, and Scandinavia as well.
Yeah, Baldlands. I'm excited to see this one come out. We have Byzantine's ABBA. Ooh, that is a boomy Civ combination if I've ever seen it. Defensive Civs. I mean, I feel like that just plays right into the hands of Beastie, right? Like, I mean, just how defensively he can play and how much he can just stay in a fight no matter what. Meanwhile, though, classic 2v2 matchup, right? French English. I mean, it does not get more class. Anyone who plays anywhere from like silver to diamond knows one of the most common 2v2 matchups you're going to find. You're going to see English and French paired together all the time because, like we were saying from the get-go of this day, Archer Cav, Longbows, French Knights, and Feudal, that's a winning combination in a lot of games. But again, Byzantine ABBA, I wouldn't be willing to count them out either. That's a great combination to have as well. So this is going to be a really good game. I'm very excited for this one.
Now, when you look at Baldland, one of the key takeaways is that wood is a major problem. In general, your resources aren't super safe. So you gotta find ways to combat that issue, whether that's dictating the tempo of the game and setting the pace, or whether that's expanding with an additional town center to secure additional resources. It remains to be seen, but as you can see on that little icon of the map, most of the wood is kind of centered around the middle part of the map. So you want to have that under your control. And that kind of means that you gotta play aggressive at the beginning of the game. French and English, it's pretty obvious. I'm curious how Beastie and Marine Lord will approach this this need for an aggressive play style with the Abbasids and the Byzantines.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. The map is going to dictate a lot here. And this will be, again, this is a map that I don't actually have a whole lot of experience with, to be honest. This is one of those newer ones we haven't seen too much of. So it'll be really exciting to see how they play out. Again, I think English, French is a lot more straightforward though, right? French with Knights, English can go longbows. I'm curious to see if English goes for more eco. I worry about English trying to match like the eco of Abbasid. Like, it's kind of a losing cause to try to outboom Abbasid. So I'm curious if they'll try and go for like an all-in play, if they'll try and go really heavy feudal into one of the two of them. But again, such great players like Beastie and Marine Lord. I mean, your job is cut out for you as it is, right? But I think the resource management and the map control is going to become the key decider of this game, because where can Byzantines and Ayyubids go to be safe if they want to boom? They might be forced into a feudal game of forcing and try to take map control themselves, which can be difficult against French.
Remaining maps will be Scandinavia, Kerlaugar, Coastal Cliffs, and the Cliffside. So we're going to have a no Dry Arabia in this series. I'm curious about Kerlaugar and Scandinavia in particular, because we've seen Coastal Cliffs before, we've seen Cliffside before, although those are, again, maps that we mostly see in 1v1 tournaments, not 2v2s. But Kerlaugar and Scandinavia, we really haven't seen these maps played in team game settings. And I think if you're Core and Iona and you're the underdog against this team, those are the ones that you want to secure. Those are the ones where you want to have that one sneaky strategy that wins you the game.
Yeah, a map like Scandinavia is, again, one of those maps I would hate to play on, because it's going to keep your head like on a swivel. You're going to be looking back and forth like at a tennis match, because the two waters, I mean, it's kind of like Holy Island, but doubled in a way, right? You got two sides to worry about with lots of water. That can make for some incredibly difficult and interesting interactions, as it's not just win water, win the game. There's two sets of water. So you can win one, lose one, or you can win both. And, you know, there's going to be so much that's going to be a very, very interesting map to see play out. And I can't imagine the amount of difficulty it'll be to manage your resources on that map and to keep things balanced and to keep, you know, if you win the water, can you play it on the land? Like that one in particular, I think is going to be very, very tricky. I hope we get to see it.
We're just waiting for the game to start right now. I don't know if production can show us the brackets here, because I think we're getting to the stage where we have, you know, a couple of talking points about those brackets. Indeed, Let's take a look at how things are. We already have quite a few deciders coming up over here. Cosas que Pasan, which is Vortex and Lucifron, facing off against Makabaka. We'll see if that Taiwanese team can, cause an upset over here. They've played really well in the game that we've seen. I'm curious how they will do against Vortex and Lucifron. Oiling Boil, one of my favorite team
That's a
names.
great
That's
name.
yeah, I believe Sass and Baltoon facing off against the Magyar Marauders, Myriad and Corvinus. We got on the other side of the map. Is Canada? I want to be careful here because for whatever reason I remember Wham and Puppy Paw calling themselves North America. So I don't know if they're actually supposed to be Canada.
I mean, I think we all know who that it would be, though. Either way, that's got to be them, right? I can't think of another
Yeah.
S tier level duo in Canada other than those guys. They are it. Flying the proud red maple leaf there, going against the Lance Connects. That'll be fun to see. I don't know who's on that team. Do you know?
Yeah, I can tell you in just a second when I actually find them in this list. It's a team that's led by Chrysor. We've seen him in a lot of 1v1 tournaments, and it's also May and the Gar, so two lesser known players, I guess, in the competitive scene. Then, of course, we do have 3 Dita. That is Anatan, B, and Cat. So they're still awaiting for their opponent. Elephant, Louis MT, CSO, also waiting for their opponent. And so is RCN, which is the Royal Couple of the North. That's Kiljari, Dimu, and Valdemar. So a lot of big names still waiting for their opponents here in the deciders.
Yeah, it's only going to get more exciting from here on out, and I'm very enthused to be here with you today. This has been a fun day so far. We've had some fun games, and the fact that they're just going to get even more intense and more fun is getting me very excited.
Yeah, that's usually how things go, how tournaments go. It's like, yeah, it gets increasingly fun as you go deeper into the tournament.
I guess to me, it started so fun already, right? And just knowing it's going to get better, it's like, man, I'm getting hyped over here. It's going to be so much fun. I'm really excited to see Scandinavia and Kerlaugar again. Those are 2 I'm really excited. And actually, for that matter, Badland was one I was excited to cast on as well, because it's not one I feel like I'm as familiar with. Again, it's a map that I would probably dread just by how open it is and how dangerous and easy it is to get rated. But I'm excited to see what these top level players deal with it. We've got 3.5 minutes to go. Goodness, I'm trying to think of what Byzantine and ABBA is going to do here on this matchup, because the lack of wood is just very concerning. I feel like both Byzantines and Byzantines and Abbasid really rely on a lot of wood early in the game. So I'm curious how that's going to affect their playstyle here.
I think one of the key things to highlight when you look at the lack of wood is that you have limited options if you don't have a lot of food available. You cannot just say, oh shoot, I'm running out of sheep, I'm running out of hunt, let's slap down a couple of farms to buffer up. Because, again, wood is a premium resource. And if we are talking about super early aggression, like towers or Dark Age aggression, you could even cripple your opponent's ability to drop that initial Feudal Age production building down. So this could really come down to factors like, hey, can I deny a new production building from being built? Can I deny houses from being built? On maps where you have so little wood to work with, those become factors.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's one of those things too, where I think of these are such high level players that we're going to see on this map here. But for someone like myself, not even close to these guys' level, I think of the importance of getting a market early sometimes. Not too early, but I'm talking mid, late feudal into castle, having a market ready to go to help balance out and sell off maybe some excess resources. I feel like my resource management is just going to be so difficult on this one that if you get caught without enough wood to build a market at some point on one of these maps, that could be really rough if you start floating too much gold or something. This is obviously for lower level play, but that can apply to these high level games too, where if they get a resource denied and they need to swap something out, that could be really tentative if you don't have a way to do that. So I'm curious to see just how they go about the lack of wood on this map. Because it looks like there's an abundance of gold, but I don't know you, but I hate when I'm floating gold and have no way to offload it.
It's actually very funny because one of the principles that is often talked about is if you have trouble managing your economy, this is especially for, intermediate or lower level players, but this is a principle I know even Dimu follows. He's the one who said this out loud. At least he was the first one I heard this from. He basically says that if you have issues macroing, one of the things you can do is just rally everybody to wood. Because you can always spend wood. Even if you don't have a market, you can build one immediately. You can always slap down a dozen farms. If you have a bunch of gold but you don't have wood, you cannot afford a market, and then it's a problem. So when you have a map with little wood, that causes complications because, as we just talked about, the wood is probably the resource that's the easiest to spend. So not having a safe and consistent source of wood can easily just completely crash your game plan.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's why I'm saying too, like you know, if you get a little bit of extra wood early, especially early in this game, if you find yourself an extra 150 wood or so, 200 wood, I would be surprised if these guys don't build markets a lot. You know, and sometimes even high level players, people forget that they do that as well, just to help balance the eco. Because again, like if you have 2,000 gold, it's worthless to you if you're stuck in feudal age, and you can't gauge up. If you can't spend it, it's no good to you.
Well, we just have 30 seconds left to go here. This is going to be the first series, which eventually leads to a qualification spot. We have 8 players or 8 teams, I should say, qualifying today, 8 tomorrow, for a grand total of 16 teams that go into a GSL group stage and then a single elimination playoffs. So a lot of team game action to be had in the Winter Team Championship in the coming weeks. But first, we got to take a look at the Chimps versus Core and Alyona. We're heading into Boldland for game number 1.
Diving in here in yellow and green, Beastie will be yellow, Marine Lord in the green, and then we've got Alona, and I guess that'd be Core as Chuck Francis in the pink and purple.
No, that's actually their backup.
Oh, is it really? Okay, so Core's not playing.
We have 3 players on the roster, and I assumed it was going to be Core and Alyona playing, but it's going to be a Chuck Francis and Alyona opening here. I did not expect that.
I did not either.
So I guess this is a good time to clarify that each team, this is a 2v2 tournament, but each team is allowed to sign up with up to 3 players, and they are welcome to rotate any combinations of players. There are obviously no restrictions on who they can substitute in and out. One drawback that you face if you sign up with more players, of course, is you know, you're going to be splitting your prize between multiple people. What it looks like, it's going to be a full French opening here. Alyona and Chuck Francis being both French players. Alyona, of course, with the French Civ as well, but Chuck Francis with the English.
Yeah, we see the sheep gathering happening right now. Again, those wood lines, looking at, we've been talking about the map a lot. No safe real wood. It's small little patches, and that's probably the smallest wood line. That said, one thing that's different is if you look at the TCs, I mean, look at all those stragglers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straggler trees around your TC, kind of reminiscent of prairie in that regard, where you get a lot more stragglers roundabout. But that only goes so far. We see 5 here on this TC for Chuck Francis. So there is some close wood early, but again, those wood patches, not the most secure long term. See Abbey of Kings being dropped for Chuck Francis and the Grand Winery. No surprise there. Very safe berries for them. And an economic wing for Beastie. That's not a surprise, right? Like, you gotta go. You're still gonna go eco. And it's like,
there are no major surprises over here. Abbey of Kings, I actually like the synergy of the Abbey of Kings with the School of Cavalry. You're going to have that king out as well for the English player. Allows you to put a lot of early pressure on the opponent. And of course, you do have the School of Cavalry coming out. I'm curious how Beast and Marine Lord will play this, though, because one thing that we haven't touched on yet is that the 2 teammates are always very close to one another on this map. So you could have someone like Marine Lord going into a couple of Limitani and just kind of doing all that defense against the cavalry by himself, allowing Beastie to do whatever else he wants, like go Camel Riders or go maybe a fast castle approach, play, dare I say, 2 TCs, trying to secure an extra patch of trees. I'm curious if we're going to see this kind of an opening from either of these teams. That is, one player being essentially to do it all when it comes to the defense or attack, and the other one is just like focusing on long-term planning.
Exactly. One thing I want to point out too, I like you mentioned the synergy between the English and French here. I really like the choice of Abbey of Kings because it's like having chivalry ready to go. If you ever have a weak knight, you just send him straight home. He just heals right back up again. So we kind of saw that with the Ayubids and Jeanne d'Arc, I believe, where the healing from the dervishes was just such a great way to get extra value out of those knights. The same could happen here with the 2 TCs being so close. You get a knight that's down to like 4 or 5 HP. You just send him back home for a minute. Then you got an extra knight again. So I think that could really play. I think that's something that people forget about Abbey of Kings, is that it does have that healing aura. You do also have the aura of healing of the king, which people see a lot of, but that landmark especially sometimes is, I think, a little bit underused in its value of healing up your military again.
It's it's exponentially better, I guess, when it comes to team games because it is a great way to supplement your teammate. At the same time, it looks like it's just going to be a standard longbow opening with the archer range for Chuck Francis over here. On the other side, it's a Rex opening for Marine Lord, so he's going to be the one playing around the Limitani. And Alyona has an opportunity to split up the deer over here, which he definitely should. This is a really nice little pocket here for Marine Lord. I do want to highlight that Marine Lord's spawn is pretty generous here. He's got a cliff spawning right next to him, so he can kind of wall off this left flank and prevent any cavalry run-bys.
Yeah, he probably should too. In fact, he could even be a little more aggressive. There's that second wood line right after it. He almost could wall in, maybe secure that extra wood a little bit. He could wall that to the wall, and that'd be pretty easy. And secure that back one a bit more if you kind of wall in just a bit more, get that nice and safe. So yeah, pretty good spot to be if you're Byzantines. The question is, can Beastie hold? He does have the second town center in between theirs already now. So trying to kind of hedge up their base a little bit, get some eco going, as we see the first knight coming out for Alyona.
Second DC coming in for Beastie. So indeed, we kind of have that opening that I anticipated in a way. Marine Lord is kind of the player just focusing on the defense with the Limitani, and Beastie is just going to try and focus and play a slightly longer game here. And because there is a second DC out here for Beastie, Chuck Francis and Alyona will have to play aggressive. I guess their civilizations are well set up for that, though, because you've got that classic combination of longbows and knights. I would not be shocked to see maybe even a forward tower, but battering rams could be an option. I would expect to see these, the Alyona Chuck Francis team to just go essentially all in feudal aggression, see if they can win this before anyone hits Castle Age.
I think that's almost what they have to go for here, knowing that they're going against what I think it's fair to say superior opponents here. I mean, Beastie and Marine Lord together, very, very scary combo to go up against. The question is this base is so compact for Beastie and Marine Lord. I feel like pushing in, the longbows have enough range that can maybe help kind of pick off villas from the periphery, but it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy, as you see little cat and mouse with the Limitane and the knights getting a good little hit there, trying to just take some military damage where they can. But again, this base is very compact, and I'm curious to see how it's going to play out and how they could crack this nut, if at all.
Yeah, let's not forget, you can heal those knights back up if you are Alyona. You do have the teammates landmark out there. But at the same time, every time you pull your knights back to heal, that slows down this aggression. Let's not forget, though, Alyona does have the villager production boost with the French, so the economies are still neck and neck when you look at the combined villager counts, despite the fact that Beastie has been on 2 TCs for a while. But Beastie is going to now start pumping out army as well. It's going to be a horseman play in here. And one thing I've learned looking at 1v1s is that Knight and Archer always gets beaten by Spearman Horseman. I would presume that this kind of transitions into 2v2s as well.
Yeah, I would expect so. You can see some Limitane and Horseman coming out. And Limitane, obviously, with the extra armor, could tank a little bit. And they don't... And yeah, they lose mobility when they do that, but they don't need to be super mobile. They just need to defend. I mean, they're playing the long game, so that really does play synergistically for Beastie and Marine Lord to do that composition. We do see, of course, the Knights and Longbows looking around, trying to find a spot to poke and prod. It's not easy, as we see the first Longbows popping out for Marine Lord as well.
Yeah,
that's a dead scout almost.
In from, scout being lost, that hurts for Chuck Francis. A lot of vision will be lost. If you're Chuck Francis, you're going to have to start considering getting some spearmen going. Because if you don't have a couple of spears, you don't really have anything against those horsemen. That is a good move, though. I love this quite a bit for Alyona. Professional Scouts is immensely valuable on such an open map. Longbows now looking to chip away at that one scout, depriving Marine Lord of his vision. Marine Lord will lose the scout, but he basically trades this off for the king. Beautiful snipe with the longbows.
That was close. I wasn't sure if he's going to get away with it or not. Longbows getting picked off, but behind this, remember, this is now a bit of a distraction. We do have food being secured by Alyona behind this. Again, I mentioned at the very beginning of our stream today that it's not just Roos that does professional scouts anymore. You also get a lot of other civs like French or other aggressive civs that take map control going for it behind. I think French is probably one of the other big candidates for professional scouts. The question is, will it be enough to offset the difference here as we see some more cat and mouse, Knights getting pulled back? Tower, there's that tower you're mentioning, Litakor. There's right on the edge of the berries.
I feel like it's going to be very short-lived with no one being nearby.
That's probably true.
Like
Well, Marine Lord.
Yeah, Beast and Marine Lord did secure their bases. Now they're pulling ahead in terms of villager count. And Chuck Francis lost a lot of longbows. I don't think they can dive this anymore. You look at the army
No.
counts, Beast and Marine Lord are ahead. Now I wonder if Alyona is thinking about Castle Age here, because he's piling up a lot of food and gold. He could still reinvest into Knights, and that's exactly what he's doing. So I guess he's gonna have to sideline that Castle Age plan. If they want to win, they gotta leverage these Knights really well, and let's not forget that still gives them a lot of mobility, and they just need one good run by. I don't think they can take a direct fight, but if they can find a way to hit that backline with these Knights, they could easily secure a massive momentum advantage.
Yeah, the tricky thing is that the longer they wait to do that, the more walls are getting popped up. We see the walls that I mentioned to the south being built, now to the north. We see that tower being spotted. BC wants to take care of it, but is not going to be able to. We see a ram getting dropped down by Chuck Francis. This is a very aggressive ram. I don't know that's going to get the value that he wants.
I feel like it's too late. I think the problem is that if you want to make a ram push happen, you need to have some sort of a military advantage. Numbers are neck and neck, and sure enough, you do have Knights, their value is much higher, but you're also going to push into Limitani, which is difficult to deal with, even when you have longbows accompanying your army. It looks like the Knights are just trying to distract Marine Lord and Beastie, and that ram push, supplemented by longbows, wanted to be alone for a moment. It's such a compact and well-defended base, though I don't really know
10
if you
and a
can push
half,
into
11
this.
minutes in. I don't know. What are you going to ram down is the question, right? Like, what is, I mean, the TC's in between the two in a really safe spot. You've got these rams. I mean, the mill's not going to be worth anything to ram down. Like, there's nothing there to ram, you know? Like, what's your target here? I just feel
let's
like
not forget, wood is a premium resource on this map, and that goes both ways. This ram push is awfully expensive for this map. At the same time, Beastie has two things that are very valuable out here. The stables. If you can yoink the stables, you can slow down Beastie's military production quite a bit, and that seems to be the game plan over here for Chuck Francis and Alyona.
I just wonder if it's worth the investment, though, you know, because those rams are pretty expensive. That's 400 wood you're doing to take down the stable. If you can get both stables down, it starts looking pretty good. He's going to get the one.
You were saying that. Okay, there we go.
Caster's Curse. Oh, my goodness. He might. I don't know if he's going to get the second one down. I think the spears might come in for that.
And they're waiting. They're trying to bait this army out now. Beastie's starting to move out with his cavalry, and he's looking to intercept reinforcements. Might actually come for a wrap from the side. That's exactly what he's going for. Knights will try to charge the horsemen. Nice micro by Beastie, splitting off the cab. But the longbows are just being surrounded over here, and Beastie's looking to intercept all the reinforcements. Knights are looking to stand and fight, trying to body block the troops from hitting the longbows. Rams are being pulled away over here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Beastie actually decided to clean this up. As I'm saying this, though, the horsemen are starting to fall from Beastie over here, and Knights are standing strong. Limitani, though, slowly grinding away at those. I feel like this is just not enough for Chuck Francis and Alyona.
Yeah, the trade was somewhat equal. The problem is, again, the investment of those rams. You got to imagine that they spent the money to, obviously, I think a blacksmith is worth the investment, but then they also spent the gold and wood investment into getting siege engineering, and then to build those two rams. It's a lot of investment with the tower right there. With wood being such a premium on this map, I don't know if it was the right choice because it was so late. They pushed in at like 11 minutes, and now they only have half the military that the chimps have now.
I think the big problem is the composition. Every single game I've seen in AoE 4, I kid you not, every single competitive game, Knights and Archers get beaten by Horsemen Spearmen. It's more cost effective, and you just need a couple of hits from each Spearman to make up for that cost on those Knights. Beastie and Marine Lord had a very compact base. They waited until they had the critical mass, and Alyona and Chuck Francis just needs a lot more mass to push into this. Now you're looking at Marine Lord, seeing that there is a window, looking to age up to Castle Age. And now that they are fully walled, it's incredibly difficult for these Knights to get in and do some backline damage.
Yeah, Chuck Francis and Alyona probably need to back up and just take what little map control they can get left and try to get some eco going, because the eco numbers are somewhat close. The Marine Lord being cast is going to be a big problem, though. That's going to just leave them in the dust if they're not careful. They need to figure out something new. They cannot just keep this all in going because it's just not going to work anymore.
And a problem that you're facing is that this comes at a time when you're starting to run out of safe resources. Marine Lord and Beastie, they've been playing very defensive so far, but they had safe resources. Now they are the ones with the military momentum, just when they need to start securing more map control to secure more resources.
Yeah, well, and that was one of the things I mentioned before we started this game is that Beastie is an incredibly good defensive player. Of all the good things he does in game, his defense is probably one of the top of those things. I mean, he is just he's a hard nut to crack on any day. But especially when you've got Byzantines helping you out on the side, he just can defend and micro his stuff and hold and hold and hold, unlike almost anyone else in the game. And so this timing attack was always going to be an uphill battle, but now once you lose a little bit of momentum, it just feels like it starts snowballing very, very quickly. Yeah, now we see him moving out on the field here with those horsemen. Knights not in a position to come help yet. They are on the other side of the map. A lot of exposed vills and stuff. Gonna opt to go for the scout instead. As Marine Lord clicks up and is now into castle. Beastie is also going up with military wings, so they have the economic lead, they have the military lead, and they're about to have the tech lead as well. And that's going to look very, very dangerous for Chuck Francis and Alona.
Yeah, that's looking grim. You're down full age for both of your players. You got to make something happen. But the problem here is that even if you dive in now, let's say you kill 40 villagers. If you get cleaned up afterwards, the counterattack will just wipe you. That's the big problem that you're facing right now if you're Chuck Francis and Alyona. Your best bet would be to try and get yourself up to castle age, but that's the problem you're facing. If you just do that, you're outnumbered in economy. Their options are so limited right now. And Beastie is moving in with the flank once again. It's veteran longbows against feudal age ones. Limitani with the shield wall closing in on the knights as well. And it's not even the whole army of Beastie over here, but it's still in itself enough to deal with most of this. Now the Camel Archers are coming in to debuff the Knights as well. And I feel like with this cleanup, the Chimps will secure game number 1.
Yeah, I think that Chuck Francis and Alona fell into kind of the trap of thinking, oh, they went Castle Age, ergo they don't have military mass behind this. We do. We should push the tempo now. Which sometimes can be true, but in this case, they'd already lost so much that it's really tentative here. Their military numbers were not bigger by, if there was, but not by enough to push any kind of advantage that losing tempo by going up in age would give you. As you see, the cleanup kind of continues here. The military numbers are pretty even, slight edge still to the Chimps, but with the tech advantages for both of them, I mean, even a slight edge, and now they're with every advantage they're gaining here militarily, it's just looking worse and worse for Chuck Francis and Alona now.
Yeah, those longbows from Marine Lord are now two-shotting the Knights, and that is something that Alyona and Chuck Francis know as well. It is game over. Beastie and Marine Lord secure game number 1. Not a surprising opening, I would say, from Alyona and Chuck Francis. A timing push with the English and French. Probably the oldest build in competitive team games. But on this map, Beastie and Marine Lord did a really good job just buffering it up and stalling it out until they had the critical mass. And it's part of the reason why we're seeing that timing push less and less in team games. Players simply learned how to deal with it.
Yeah, well, and it came down, I think, to where BC put his town center, right? His critical infrastructure was all in the middle between the two other town centers where they could both easily resupply and defend. I mean, yeah, he lost a stable, but that was only 150 wood. For the investment that went into it, totally not worth it. And again, it was because, I mean, this is going to sound a little funny, but they weren't greedy, right? Beastie and Reloaded were not too greedy. They were greedy enough that they knew they needed to build some eco, but they were not greedy with where they put that eco, if that makes sense. They kept it in their base. They walled up. They decided they gave up all the deer essentially, right? Because, Alona and Chuck Francis were able to go pro scouts, take all the deer, but they don't need that. They know as long as they can stay secure, get that critical mass going, get up in age, then they could move out and take over the map and play. And I think the not resisting the urge to go like 3 TCs or anything like that. BC just went with the 1 extra TC. They knew they had to defend the push. He put it in a safe spot, built military, and they didn't let greed overtake them. And then that let, Alona and Chuck Francis overextend and assume that they had an advantage where they didn't, and were able to turn the tables on them.
Well, let's take a look at the remainder of the draft over here. We're looking at a best of 5. The winner of this series goes into the main event, and we're going to continue this series on a cliffside. Delhi, French, and Mongols were the picks for the Chimps, Mongols being sniped away from them. And on the other side, Byzantines were taken away, so Core and Alyona, or well, I guess I should say Core, Alyona, and Chuck Francis will be in command of the Chinese and Jean d'Arc over here. And this is actually one of the interesting things to look out for when you start looking at the remaining teams. Are they actually rotating in their third player? Are we going to see change-ups in the team composition whatsoever? There are certain teams which are basically locked in on top 2 players, whereas there will be teams, apparently, like Core and Iona's team, which actually do rotate in the third player quite frequently.
Yeah, I mean, that was really interesting to see Chuck Francis go in there. They gave it their best shot in the first game. This next one will be another very, very campy sort of map, but very easy to wall in. Chuck Chinese is, I think, a pretty good choice on a map like this. The Barbican can give you a lot of situational map control, can really kind of help secure a position up if they want. I think the two French civs are no surprise to me here, and Delhi also not a surprise with how easy it is to control the sacred sites on this map with where the cliffs are. This should be, I think this will be another slow-paced kind of game at first. We'll have some French knights in the field, but I think the other two civs, Delhi and Chinese, are going to kind of sit back. I think Chinese especially could easily boom a little bit behind this. Delhi will obviously be going for some sacred sites. This should be a pretty good matchup. I'm excited to see it. First look at Cliffside too today. I haven't seen this map in the rotation for a while. It hasn't been in the 1v1 pool for online ladder for a little bit now.
Yeah, we haven't really seen it in a lot of tournament games either. But it's going to be very, very different in team games. I think this might be the first event where you actually see this map in team game settings. I don't think this was part of the map rotation for Winter Team Championship 1. In fact, most of the maps in this event weren't part of the rotation back when the first Winter Team Championships happened at EGC TV.
Yeah, and then, you know, that's a good way to keep things fresh too, right? I mean, the maps dictate the meta can dictate what kind of maps are preferred. Again, Cliffside, interesting map on 2v2s. It feels, this is a map that when you go on a 1v1, it feels, I won't say small, but you feel pretty close to your opponents. In a 2v2, it feels big. This is a map that just feels like it gets a lot bigger in a 2v2 setting for whatever reason. I feel like you're kind of far from your friend on this one a little bit. It feels like you're almost closer to your opponent on the other side of the cliffs. But it can depend on the spawn a little bit as well. This is another one of those. This is one of those. Just as an anecdotal thing for me on Cliffside, I feel like certain maps like Gorge are always oriented the same way. If you think about it, like the Gorge is always oriented the same way. It's always going from the northeast down to the southwest, never from the northwest to the southeast. Whereas Cliffside, you'll get every single permutation under the sun. It might be zigzagging one way or another way. And so sometimes, this, anecdotally for me anyways, getting my bearings on this map can always be a little wacky at first and kind of knowing where everything's at. You actually need to scout this map a little bit. And I'm sure these players will be more than ready to do that. But you get some more, this is a map that feels almost like Lippany to me, where no two generations feel quite the same.
Well, we just have 1 minute 30 seconds left to go here. The Chimps with the 1-0 lead. While we are waiting for the next game to come up, we can once again take a look at the brackets to see how the other sets are going. As usual, in the open qualifiers, we have a lot of sets running at the same time. So let's take a look at how things are elsewhere. Looks like not a lot of scores have been recorded, or we don't have very many games concluded just yet. But one thing I'm seeing is that the Canadians, Wen and Puppy Paw, have gotten their opponent finally. It looks like Dimu, Kiljardi, and Valdemar are still waiting for an opponent right there. So are Louis MT and his teammate in Elephant. I'm curious, what do you think about these matchups? Like, is there any particular, match that you are extremely hyped about?
It's hard to say. I'm excited to see Devils and Sheep go at it. That'll be kind of fun. I think that'll be a more close series. I'm really curious with after watching their series, Makabaka. I'm curious to see how well they play into Kosasuke Pasan. They played pretty well. They showed some grit, I think, in that game, but also some vulnerability in their overextensions. That's one I want to keep my eye on to see if they can maybe continue the trend of 2v2 players coming in on the scene and maybe surprising us a little bit. I'm curious to see how that turns out. But besides that, I'm excited for the Canadian Bros and Lance Connects to go at it. I enjoy watching the Canadian Bros quite a bit.
Yeah,
they play very well together, I think.
They are, and I think it would be a shock not to see them in the main event. It's going to be very fun with multiple brother pairs in the main event. But it looks like we do have a matchup coming up here. Beast and Marine Lord, they're not brothers, but they are on the Chimps team. That is the seed number 1. We'll be heading into game number 2 on the Cliffside to face off against Alyona and Chuck Francis. Core. If I'm not mistaken, he is going to continue watching from the sideline. Indeed, Alyona and Chuck Francis once again with the pink and purple colors playing as Jeanne d'Arc and the Chinese. And down south, we have Beastie and Marine Lord with yellow and green playing as the French and the Delhi.
This is a fun map spawn. As I was mentioning about Cliffside, kind of spawning left, right, who knows which way. This is a very north-south kind of map spawn. I'm kind of excited for it. We see the cliffs obviously running east to west, and we've got the north side, south side, Beastie Marine Lord in the south, as you mentioned, and up in the north, Chuck Francis and Lona. I'm very curious to see what we get out of the Chinese player here. I think that's one of those, again, one of those maverick civs that can do multiple different things. So we'll see how they decide to play this.
Yeah, this is a map where you can play a little bit more defensive and try to play for the late game. Those cliffs in the middle allow you to section off the map a lot better, and it just slows down the mid and late game. I actually wonder if we're going to see glimpses of that from the players. It's also easier to see your opponent approaching and see if there is any aggression coming your way. And if you don't see that from your opponent, then you know, going heavily into the eco with a civ like the Chinese is definitely a good opportunity.
Yeah, these cliffs there's some wackiness to these cliffs a little bit. You can see, like, I'm looking at the between Beastie and Chuck Francis, there's like almost 3 layers of cliffs in the mini map that I can see. Lots of little choke points in between there. And that's kind of one of those weird things where in the 2v2 version of this map, you just get lots of little chunks that you can wall in, lots of teeny little choke points that you could fight in, which can make this a very, like you said, a very defensive, campy map, which I'm thinking of the 2 civs that are going to be the happiest to do that are going to be Beastie and Alona, are both very, very good late game civs. Obviously, I'm curious if we'll see some elephants this game. Dare I say we might see some Dumbos on the field if this game goes late.
Very possible. I mean, if you think about it, if both teams are focusing on slow-moving units and just trying to muscle their way through those narrow choke points in the middle, elephants suddenly become a lot more versatile and viable under those circumstances, I guess.
Yeah, and we might be here for a while if they decide to do that too. We haven't had many games go too terribly long. They've been pretty quick going, pretty fast paced. We see the first landmarks being dropped, School of Cavalries, for both Marine Lord and for Chuck Francis. Where are those vills moving out to? It looks like they're heading out towards either a deer pack or maybe, yeah, it must be the deer pack out in the back there. That's immediately going to be spotted by Beastie if he sticks around. Looks like he's sticking around. He's going to see it. He's going to see it. And there he goes. He will immediately spot that. Some good scouting by Beastie there.
Yep,
He
nice
actually helps
help
him out
for
a
the
little
team.
bit.
Nice little teamwork in general here. Beastie's pushing in a deer for his teammate Marine Lord.
I thought we were looking at Alona for a second. I just completely confused myself.
Yeah,
I thought Beastie
I was wondering, but
yeah, that was my brain just kind of shorting out there. Yeah, no, he's gonna help push those out. I was like, wait, he's pushing them in. It's like, oh yeah, they're on the same team. Hello, this is a 2v2 tournament. You're just so used to seeing them go at it, you know?
And, well, to be fair, knowing their relations, I would not be shocked if they were doing that in a 2v2 when they're on the same team either.
I'm just so used to them being, you know, opposites in a 1v1 that my brain like jumped right to that. No, helping out, being a good teammate, pushing in those deer. That's a good safe deer too, you know, kind of in the back. Be a long way for the French Knights to get there for Jeanne d'Arc.
Yeah, speaking of whom, it's going to be School of Cavalry for both French players out there. And then Dome of Faith, kind of what's expected from Beastie. Obviously, on this map, we've seen Dome of Faith Delhi today once, and that was on Himayama. It's difficult to secure sacred sites there. Here, it's a lot easier. First of all, it's reasonably easy to just partially wall off these sacred sites and block the enemies from taking it away from you the moment you cap them. And second, you're going to play heavily into the Dome of Faith and heavily into Scholars, so you're going to have a lot of Scholars available to potentially capture those sacred sites with.
Yeah, it definitely is. With the 3 out there as well, I would not be surprised if BC was able to control at least 2 of those for the majority of this game. If he can get all 3, they could almost make a defensive hold. Maybe I don't know if you really want to use that as your. I don't think anyone plans going in to go for a sacred site win, unless you're like on King of the Hill. But you know, if you can get all 3 and start holding them, if things start working your way, that's always a good thing to fall back on, especially against a turtley civ like Chinese. But we'll see how they go. Again.
This is always something I like to highlight. I don't think there are very many maps, especially these open maps, where you approach capturing the sacred sites as a true and genuine victory condition. But if you just capture them for the passive gold income and you just happen to be able to hold them for 6-7 minutes, it suddenly becomes a very legitimate win condition. So if for nothing else, then for the gold income and potentially the passive opportunity to maybe make this a win condition, definitely makes those sacred sites legitimate targets early on.
Yeah, I would say capturing them for the gold alone is more than worth it. But then also being able to put that timer on the background, because eventually it does. You're right. 6 minutes can go by pretty quick in this game when things start slowing down. And that's a great way to make your opponent go, oh no, I need to get on the field and take one of those out. And then suddenly it's a scramble, right? It goes from not a problem, not a problem, not a problem, until at some point on that timer, it becomes a problem. And speaking of problems here, looks like Marine Lord's got a couple problems in his base, and they are Chuck Francis's Knights as they pick off a Vil and get out scot-free.
Yeah, Knights pushing up here for Marine Lord. The scout does get away.
How much HP is that?
That's
1 HP in a
HP.
dream. It just ticked up back to 2. That was close.
And it's crucial. That one scout is the unit that allows you to seek out targets. Without them, the Knights are virtually blind. Nice little body block here from Chuck Francis, once again saving that one scout. Beastie is coming in with his own scout to body block, and instead he just swings his sword with the scout, takes out the opponent, taking away all that line of sight from Chuck Francis.
I gotta say, this is my favorite thing about casting and watching high-level play like this, is the micro is just so unbelievably good. As someone who plays this game a lot, it just boggles my mind how good they are at microing those units. Firstly, that Knight body block to keep the scout alive, and then Beastie coming in, just getting it right on there. Just such a good play. Well played by both players there. I think looked like Chuck Francis did everything in his power he could to keep it alive, but Beastie with the scout with the steel chair, you could say, coming in and getting them down. And like you said, the vision, it's so important. There's those walls. First walls coming up. Beastie already starting to get his side in. I like these a lot. I mean, I know there's some players out there who really despise the turtliness of having to build walls everywhere, but I think you just got to do it. It's just such a smart play.
Yeah, and securing those walls also means that you are going to have at least some of the relics on this map guaranteed for you. In total, we have 7 relics, most of them situated around that middle part of the map. So when you're looking at a civilization like the Delhi, for instance, once you get to Castle Age, you could get a massive amount of passive gold income if you can yoink the majority of the relics.
You know, that's a good point that we haven't really touched on yet today, is that in team games, there are just more relics throughout the map. So civs, like, that's why we've seen many civs like HRE getting picked, because if they can get that influx, I mean, imagine the bonus you'd get from that would just be incredible. And you're right, with Delhi, I mean, he can get 6 relics like very quickly if they get up into Castle Age. No, that's something we haven't really talked about. There's just so much more out there. A lot of scouts there from Beastie. Is he going professional scouts?
I think so. And that's actually
Looks like it.
It's actually a pretty smart thing if you think about it. With a Delhi, you get that upgrade for free anyways. It's not a big investment to grab a couple of extra scouts. And I guess the return value is massive, not just because you are also boosting your own food eco, but also because you can ferry some of those deer carcasses to your teammate who's playing French, and he will be in the need of a lot of food.
Yeah, that's a really fun play to see. And it's like one of those things where, I mean, how much is it to build an extra mill? 50 wood. Why not? That's such a cheap, I mean, it's just a time thing then, waiting. Is this wall going to get up in time? This is going to be close. It does. What about the other side?
Oh, I think there might be an... Nope, it's not
open.
open.
Closed.
Now it's open. Knights coming in, and that's only archers. There's nothing that protects them, but looks like they're just going to be able to run away for most of this. I feel like Chuck Francis and Alyona are realizing that if they don't stop this, Beastie and Marine Lord will just section off the map and go late game.
Yeah, and again, Beastie has no qualms doing that. You know, he's got no issue going late game, taking sacred sites, letting the counter tick down, booming behind it. They will gladly acquiesce to that, I think. Meanwhile, Juganu coming out here, trying to take down a Knight. They might not get one. Boy, that's quite a bit.
That's quite a lot of Chukanu, and if you are Marine Lord and Beastie, you got to be cautious about that. Mass Chukanu is no joke. Beastie does have 20 archers, but they're not Tower of the Victory archers. Has 9 scholars, make it 10 to heal as well. Knight numbers are looking a lot better for Marine Lord, though. He's got 15 versus just 9.
I'll say Beastie does have a pretty sizable archer mass. He's going to have almost close to 30 archers coming out here in a bit. He's got 23 in the field right now, 5 more in the queue. That could deal okay into Juganus, but then you got to worry about those Knights as well. This could be some very back and forth play we're about to see.
Eco counts are neck and neck still. Beast and Marine Lord have essentially walled off their flanks. There is only one area where the opponents can breach, and that's this middle part. And looks like we are heading towards that choke point fight we've been talking about. Jandar getting caught in the middle here. I wonder if that was an intentional bait or just a misclick over here. Whichever way, you better be very cautious. You don't want to lose Jeanne d'Arc in the middle of the field with absolutely no escort.
Yeah, that was really close. That could have been a very sad thing to throw away. At this point, we see walls coming up on Marine Lord's side as well. So he's walling his backside a bit, keeping things safe. As you mentioned, it's kind of just the front doors. That's all it's open right now. But that is a lot of Jugunu. That is a lot of Jugunu. This is a unit that can be kind of frustrating to play against because they just do so much damage a second. It is so difficult to deal with too, especially in Feudal Age. Thankfully, they do have a lot of knights, but man, they can just shred through stuff.
Yeah, especially knights. They are much better against the knights than archers are. And that's going to be a consideration. Now, at the same time, Beastie does have 40 archers, and archers are usually a good counter to Jugenu. Now, Beast and Marine Lord know that they are converging on this right side here. Another Knight Force, make it 2. And that's alarming for Chuck Francis. That's part of the reason why he's behind in terms of Knight numbers relative to Marine Lord.
Yeah, losing those is just, it's one of those things like, this isn't really a French mirror, but anytime you're going against 2 French-ish civs, I'll say, you can't afford to lose knights. Like, it's once you lose a couple, it snowballs so quickly, and you just don't want to get behind on that because they're just, when you're paying for premium units, you got to keep them alive.
It looks like Chuck Francis and Alyona want to decide the game very soon. They're going for a ramp push once again. This time around, the army count is a little bit better than what it was in the previous game, but once again, Beast and Marine Lord are just playing this very patiently, very cautiously, and they're basically waiting for their opponents to make their move. With the support of Town Center Fire and just having your production closer, they should be able to hold this off. In fact, they're up by quite a significant amount of military already.
Yeah, I feel like, again, this will be maybe a bit more of a... This push makes more sense than the one last game, but gosh, I feel like they run a really high risk of getting caught out guard and getting overwhelmed very quickly here. They don't actually have a
has no gold,
advantage.
though. He's got 0 villagers on gold. His gold mine had to be evacuated. If there is one win condition here for Chuck Francis and Alyona, it's shutting down that gold income from Marine Lord and stopping him from producing knights.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If they can keep that pressure right there, that could really help. Because once Marine Lord stops making knights, we see he's already moved out to the other gold vein, trying to mitigate those effects very quickly. Man, if they could just see that. But again, it's hard to scout this big of a map and see everywhere your opponent might go and hide, as they just keep playing this cat and mouse, looking for a place and an angle to attack. That wood mine in the front doing a lot to help out Marine Lord and keep them out of his base.
At this point, I wonder if it's better for Chuck Francis and Alyona to just fall back. Like, at the same time, look at this. Beastie was able to capture all 3 sacred sites, and this is what we've been talking about. When you've got 12 scholars on the field, you can easily afford to just send out 1 or 2 to collect those sacred sites. Chuck Francis and Alyona haven't been denying it. Now could be the time for a timing push, though. Beastie is heading into Castle Age. They need to fight this before Beastie gets the Castle Tex.
Honestly, if they don't know he's going castle, and there's no way they're going to be able to get there in time, they're going to instead dive towards Marine Lord's side. You're going to get some vills there, trying to take down the production on this side. But I think this actually might work out for Beastie pretty well, because he just wants to get up in age, but he doesn't really want to take a fight right now if he doesn't have to either. He wants those archers to stay alive. That said, Chuck Francis and Alyona kind of playing cat and mouse, not committing to anything, neither player wanting to throw. And it's so easy to throw here. If you miscalculate this and lose your army, it's game.
I want to say, whoever wins this fight wins the game.
Yeah.
A stable goes down here for Marine Lord. Beastie's going to be up to Castle Age. Chuck Francis and Alyona will get that notification. I feel like they're diving too deep, though. They could be easily wrapped around. Beastie is now up to Castle Age. He needs the text, though. He's got quite a lot of scholars, but he's still playing the deli. And you can just see, the moment the notification comes in, Chuck Francis and Alyona will be looking to dive. 31 knights against 28. Much more neck and neck than what it used to be. 70 Jugenu as well. Quite a lot of spears. This might be the opportunity for Chuck Francis and Alyona.
Yeah, it's only going to be a short matter of time for those upgrades to come in for Delhi. It won't be too long before they get in. It's a shame we can't see them on the screen, but I'm sure they're ticking up as we speak. Yeah,
he's not going to lose this building before the upgrade. Upgrade is now in, though. It's veterancy. I feel like it might just be too late now for Chuck Francis and Alyona. The timing is perfect here by Beastie and Marine Lord. The moment the upgrade comes in, 70 archers with veterancy come in now. Knights against knights, Jugenu against the archers. And I just feel like the ability to reinforce a lot quicker and the Castle Age upgrades are the things that decide this fight. Beastie and Marine Lord, they are looking to hold it.
Yeah, 70 archers, 71 archers behind that. That sheer DPS, it's almost ludicrous how much there is there. They're going to just clean this up easily. The Jugenu are going to drop like flies. It's amazing how they really were just waiting for that upgrade to kick in. It did not take very long with that many scholars, and this is why Tower of the Victory isn't as useful usually in 2v2s as it would be going for the Dome, because getting those extra scholars, getting the upgrades very quickly means Delhi can get online a lot faster. And we're seeing now, I mean, 70 archers, they don't care how many knights you got anymore. They're just going to pick them off one by one.
Yeah, now it's a scramble for Iona and Chuck Francis, and as I said, whoever wins that one fight is probably going to win the game. Now they're looking to get up to Castle Age. Iona might even make it, but they're outnumbered 2-1. By the time they get back home, it's too late.
It's Castle
You're
into
going to have
GG
nothing to
point.
upgrade.
Yep, it's Castle into GG. I almost feel like if they wanted to sustain a push like this, they need more. If you want to sustain a push against an opponent trying to castle, you need more eco. You know, especially if you can't outproduce them in feudal. There is the clock tower coming in, but what is it going to get them, right? Even a nest of bees isn't going to take out all those archers at this point. Feels like the writing is on the wall as the knights, and they both are clicking up. Oh, yeah, that's going to be really rough.
That's the other problem for Chuck Francis and Iona. Now that they are up to Castle Age, they're looking to just compensate for their lack of numbers with technology, but it's too late. Beastie has all the Castle Age decks, not just the veterancy. Remember, he's able to pick up upgrades very quickly. He's probably full blacksmith by now. And Marine Lord is about to get to Castle. He's got 30 knights, soon to be with Royal Bloodlines. Looks like it's only one blacksmith though, so it's not as fast as I anticipated it would be.
There is an elephant though. Archer Tower Elephant coming out. This game is very much over, I think. Unless something absolutely crazy happens, like Beastie accidentally deletes all 70 of his archers, I don't see how they get back in this. There are a lot of Zoogs, but again, 134 military to 74. I know which team I'd bet on at this point.
You would need some absolutely ludicrous hits with Nesta Beast to make this happen. Shukenu trying to hold this off over here. Jean d'Arc trying to get to level 3. But that's the thing, Royal Bloodlines takes a long time to research. Veterancy is not in on the Knights just yet, and still a 2-to-1 army ratio. I don't know if you want to fight this if you're Chuck Francis and Iona, but looks like they are standing and fighting, trying to hold this off. But the numbers are just too overwhelming. They should be cleaned up over here. While all of that is happening, Beastie is securing the sacred sites, he's securing the relics. I mean, Beastie can almost go into Imperial at this point.
Yeah, this is one of those things where like they've got nowhere else to run, so they're making a stand here in the hopes that maybe Beastie like just again deletes all of his archers inadvertently. But there's not much more they can do here. They've done the best they can. Again, I think they were just kind of poking around in feudal trying to go all in, and the risk of going all in is you have no follow-up if your opponents hold. And we're seeing that here as GG is called a couple times today. Yeah.
2 subsequent games. I feel like if they need to change this up for game number 3, because this has been the pattern in many team games that I've seen. Timing attacks are basically an all-in roll of a dice. They either work or they do not. And if they don't, you lose the game, basically.
And of all the people to try that on, Beastie, he's probably one of the best at defending those kind of timing attacks. So it's very tenuous to try. Again, you're always going to be an uphill battle going against Marine Lord and Beastie on the same team. And so to that end, I think Iona and Chuck Francis gave it their best. It's just tough, though. I mean, they didn't know that if they'd have known Beastie was going up in age, they maybe could have dove his base as he was aging up. But it's really hard to tell that, right? Like, how are you going to know that without having a scout basically in his base? Because if they know that, maybe there's a window there. But I mean, once the veterancy hits for those archers, the sheer DPS is just way too much to overcome.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I feel like one of the problems that Chuck Francis and Iona have been facing here is simply the fact that they kind of need to push. And that's how Beast and Marine Lord set up the game plan. They go very greedy on the eco, and they know that the opponents will be forced to push as a consequence. And because Chuck Francis and Iona weren't really interested in playing just an all-out booming game, they indeed decided to push. But because Beast and Marine Lord knows that there is going to be a push coming in, they are just going to be well prepared for it. There is a difference between booming and booming. It's not like they've just been fully eco-focused, rushing castle whatsoever. They've been essentially building up an army back at home, and they've just been looking to take that fight inside their own base instead of on neutral grounds or in the enemy base.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was saying last time, right? They weren't being greedy with this boom, you know? They weren't being greedy with the tech ups either. They were playing with feudal units and playing back and forth. They're not just going full greed, you know? And so it's hard to punish that because there's nothing to really to punish. They're just playing it very straight and not going too crazy. They're not, again, they're just not getting overly greedy. They haven't been taken by the avarice of going triple TCs or something crazy this time around. And so we see the bans and the choices coming in here for the draft. Another interesting combination here, Ubids and Roos for the Chimps, and over here in Alona Core and Chuck Francis, they will be going Biz and Abba this time around.
Now, hear me out. If there is one map where you could justify playing this 1 TC all-in aggro push, it's probably the Coastal Cliffs.
Coastal Cliffs,
It's a mini Arabia. Very condensed, very small space. And there is a massive amount of value in that distance being smaller. It means that the attacker has an easier time reinforcing. It means that you can rally your forces in front of the enemy base a lot sooner. So if Alyona and Core go for the same, or I guess I should say Alyona and Chuck Francis, unless they rotate in Core for this. If Alyona's team goes for the same approach, it might work better than it did in the previous 2 maps. Having said that, Beast and Marine Lord did a really good job holding it off twice, so you gotta ask yourself the question, are you going to try the very same thing for a 3rd time, despite it not having worked the previous 2 times?
I feel like if they don't, hear me out, I don't expect this to happen, but I feel like with the luck being what it is, if they try to, with this map especially, if they try to go greedy on this map, this would be like the one time that Beastie and Marine Lord would just all in on this one, right? And just flip the script and just go, oh, no, now we're doing it. And it would work, you know, just because they would probably take advantage of that smaller map. That said, I think Roos and Ayubids, I think that's a good combo to push in. It feels crazy, but I think this map, the calculus is different. If you were going to try the all-in, I agree with you, this is the map to do it. It is easy to wall in, though. I will say one thing to consider is that this is a map that could be walled in quite easily as well. And once that happens, it's going to be tough to break in, and then you run into the same problems as before. I mean, Byzantine and Abba can go all in and can maybe take out like a Ubids, but Roos could easily wall in. A Kremlin could really hold things down for Beastie and Marine Lord. But on the flip side, I think Marine Lord and Beastie really could push in against Biz and Abba and kind of succeed where maybe in the game on Badlands, Alona and Chuck Francis maybe failed. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because right now, the advantage is definitely towards Marine Lord and Beastie. They are probably feeling very comfortable about where they're at right now.
Yeah, I feel like the concern you have here, if you are Core and Alyona, is that Abbasids is not really your classic aggro civilization. I mean, you can play it in that way. You can maybe play Horsemen or Archer Spearmen. I can see Byzantines playing aggressive in Feudal. That is, in fact, something that we've seen a lot of times. But I don't know how you're going to utilize that in combination with the Abbasids. And at the same time, I see a Rus, which gives me ideas about a Kremlin.
Yep.
Stall this game out. And I see an Ayubid game, which once again, to me, Ayubids scream a fast castle in order to force the hand of your opponent. If you don't push that, you're just going to get absolutely mauled by the Ayubid Castle Age. But if you do, you're running into the same problem that has plagued the previous 2 games for Chuck Francis and Alyona. You are the ones forced to push, and your opponent knows that you have to push, so they'll be ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Abbasid's not going to be able to do that. And I feel like, if anything, I do think Beastie and Marine Lord will probably be more aggressive this time around, because it is going to be much harder for them to hunker down. Because, I mean, it's what else can you do, right? Abba, really, you're right. You really can't push that easily. Especially, I would expect a Kremlin on this game, just because why would you not? It just really secures your line, lets you be more aggressive on the field. This will be interesting. If they can pull off the upset, I'm trying to think of what their avenue to victory here would be on this, because I definitely think I favor the Civ choices of the Chimps. I definitely think they have the stronger duo for this map, especially. I guess Byzantines kind of has to have to pull off what Beastie and Marine Lord did on Badlands, you know? That was another place that doesn't have a lot of room to grow, not a ton of wood. So I guess they have to kind of play, Abba needs to play like a 1 safe TC. Byzantines probably needs to look at, I don't know. It's tough, like trying to hold, but again, that just invites the other opponents to go Castle Age, and the Ubids, you're right, I think this is a good place to go fast castle with them. And then you could send out, Camel Lancers, you can send out Gulams. Both of those would be really good choices here against Abbasid and Byzantines.
Yeah, I really wonder if this is going to be some sort of a crazy all-in from Cord and or I guess again I should say Aliona and Chuck Francis. I don't know if Cord is going to play today, but so far it's been Aliona and Chuck Francis. I'm just puzzled about the Abbasid pick. That's my biggest problem here. If it was any other map, if it was Cliffside, I say okay, I see the vision. It's more of a long-term civilization, but Abbasid is probably one of the weakest civilizations in many ways when it comes to facilitating a feudal age push. Besides the ability to build rams in feudal, they don't really have much going for them when it comes to early aggression. And sure, you can build rams, it's nice, but you need to be able to protect those rams, and that has always been the problem for Aliona and Chuck Francis.
Hear me out. I have an idea for Abbasid. They could go for a fast castle play. Maybe try and fast castle into... but then would he go Ghulams? That's not really going to work. You can't really Ghulam rush in a 2v2. I could maybe see maybe a Culture Wing, though, play. Maybe try and get up in age quickly. Maybe... I don't know, but I agree. It's a very odd... On this map, it just feels very odd, because I feel like their best play is always the Eco Wing. Military Wing's not going to give him enough tempo. Culture Wing, there's no trade on this map that's going to be useful. Yeah, maybe they go for a fast castle with Culture Wing. It just feels like, what's the end result there? What are you going to get in Castle Age? Like, I guess you could make Lancers, but that doesn't feel very good into a Ubids and Roos. You can go Ghulams, but again, feels like Horse Archers could just walk around you all day. I don't know.
That's my big problem. Everywhere I look, the concern I think for Aliona and Chuck Francis is that let's assume that you go Castle Age with your Abbasids. Aeobids can do just the same, and then you've already lost your early attack potential. So, in a way, I feel like Aeobids can mimic whatever the Abbasids are doing, just better. And at the same time, Byzantines, it's also a civilization that can be used well for early aggression, but they are plagued by the problems that are related to the mercenaries. It takes time to build up that longbow mass. It's not like you can pump those units out super quick. And at the end of the day, we've seen Marine Lord and Beastie be able to hold off aggression with civilizations that should be, in theory, weaker in defense. In particular, I feel like the French and Delhi, I would prefer to defend with the Aeobids and the Rus versus French and Delhi. So I feel like they actually have a better matchup in this game than they had in the previous one.
I actually fully agree. I would definitely prefer to be on the Ubids and Rus main. And not just because I play those civs more than I play Biz and Abba, but I think on this setup, I mean, a Kremlin between their two bases, or even just on top of like, if they have like two wood lines, you can just put a Kremlin there. I just feel like the civs are just built to play on this map a lot easier. That said, maybe they can get away with it. I don't know if they can get that second town center in a really good spot. Maybe it'll depend on the spawn. We've seen wacky things happen in games before, but it will be an uphill battle for Aliona, Core, and Chuck Francis to win this one, I think.
Indeed, we just have 10 seconds left to go, so we will be heading into a decider game here. Should Beastie and Marine Lord win, they will be in the main event. To no one's surprise, to be honest, they are seed number 1 for a reason. But still, Aliona and Chuck Francis will try to make their life a little bit more difficult here, or dare I say, try to pull a reverse sweep over here. It's going to be a tough one, though, because this civilization matchup isn't...
It would be absolutely legendary if they did.
Yeah, indeed. It would be nothing short of miraculous for Chuck Francis and Aliona to pull this back. But you never know. We've seen some crazy things in competitive Age of Empires before. Once again, it's Marine Lord and Beastie with the colors green and yellow, facing off against Chuck Francis and Aliona with pink and purple. We're heading into Coastal Cliffs, which, again, is a deceiving map. You have that big patch of water on the left side, but in reality, it's totally inaccessible because of this cliff. This map is no different from Dry Arabia, just a little smaller.
Yeah, we can see the wood lines now taking a look here. Marine Lord's got the wood in the back. BC's got his woods around him. Chuck Francis does have a pretty favorable wood line as far as things go. However, as I say that, I'm looking at his gold up in the front. Not ideal where that gold's at, but the wood lines are a bit more in the front, a little more wallable potentially. If Lona needs to maybe go wall in, they've got three wood lines that can wall in. It's defendable-ish, we'll see how it goes. Again, the tempo that BC Marine Lord are going to have with their civs is going to be difficult to to accomplish.
That's the concern here for Chuck France and Iona. I'm still struggling to see how they can potentially disrupt an a bit fast castle, or even push into Iru space. Now, one thing to highlight here, I think this is an important talking point. In game number 1, Beastie and Marine Lord were very close to one another. It was a very condensed base that's tough to push. And even in game number 2, they weren't very far apart. But this game in particular, they're pretty far away from one another. So I could see a setup where Chuck France and Iona just try to double team one of the players and cause so much damage that it's extremely difficult to recover from. I feel like that might be their best course of action, just trying to double team, let's say Beastie. If Beastie's trying to go Castle Age, you might just double team him and see what you can do against him.
Yeah, there is always the option, right? If you can eliminate one player from the game, then it's a 2v1. The tricky thing is it's easier said than done, right? Easier said than done, and we will see how this pans out here. We have Grand Winery coming in. It is Culture Wing from Chuck Francis, so I think we will be seeing a fast castle play from him then. That was my guess. And again, the reason I was thinking maybe that would be the best option is, yeah, BC could just do the same, but clearly just sitting around going eco might not do much for you either, because you just know you're gonna get overwhelmed. And it kind of reminds me what Puppy Paw told me back at King of the Rockies, that sometimes when you have a disadvantage, you're at a disadvantage with the Civ matchup, you just gotta play off meta and try something new, see if you can disrupt it somehow. Whether or not it works, I don't know, but you're at a disadvantage anyway, so kind of a YOLO moment of might as well.
And it looks like it's going to be Scouts opening here from Marine Lord. Not surprising for the Ruse, but torching down this mining camp just tells you everything you need to know. It's disruption and slowing down that harassment by Marine Lord. If you think about it, if you anticipate aggression from Chuck France and Iona, like a timing push, if you can do anything to slow it down, just even like forcing some idle time for the villagers repairing the mining camp, or dare I say destroying the mining camp, that in itself can throw off this early aggressive timing push from the opposing team.
I love the play, just to do those little annoying things, right? And there's that mining camp torch to the ground. Those little things just to annoy, maybe even to delay the golden age a little bit more. Just anything you do to slow things down can help. It is going to be Golden Gate from Marine Lord. That, to me, just tells me that Marine Lord is just very confident in holding his position and defending, that he feels he does not need a Kremlin whatsoever. Which, to be fair, he's Marine Lord, so I don't doubt him in the slightest.
He didn't need the Kremlin in the previous game, okay?
Yep, nope, he did not. So I do not doubt it. We do see the dervishes coming out for Beastie. Again, that might be a feudal play from them. Again, very powerful. We saw how effective they were in that game on him and Yama.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can do that just like we've seen it with the French or Jeanne d'Arc. Use the dervishes to heal the Friends Knights. And, well, we've been talking about the possibility of double teaming one of the players. Beast and Marine Lord know about that as well. They're getting those walls up very early, just making sure that there are no opportunities for Chuck Francis or Iona to push them.
Those Limitine trying to come out before the longbows get queued up here. Yeah, there you go. They're going to take care of that. Yeah, the walls, will slow their tempo down a little bit as well, because it is kind of a wood increase. They have a little bit of the idle time, but it really does secure their position very, very well in their base. They're not concerned about any back raids much at all. We see some archers coming out for Chuck Francis trying to secure that gold. I was wondering if it'd be like a fast castle with the Culture Wing, but now I just don't really know what the plan is, why you'd go for that with this. I mean, I guess all your other techs and stuff like that are cheaper, and I guess it gives you the option to castle up whenever you get a moment a lot easier. But besides that, kind of an odd choice, besides the fact that he's just not going to go for extra town centers, that it looks like.
I feel like Marine Lord and Beastie know everything they wanted. They've seen the early racks and mercenary camp from Iona, so they do anticipate some level of aggression. And I don't know if they scouted the range from Chuck Francis, but they should definitely at some point be aware of the fact that there are archers being used for Chuck Francis here. So it's going to be, again, a very feudal-focused play, a lot of commitment and investment into army from Chuck Francis and Iona. This time around, the build-up is a lot more rapid than what we see from Marine Lord and Beastie. They do have a sizable numbers advantage. Now, can they use it? I do not know, because Beastie's already walled off, and now he's heading into Castle Age. if he gets up to Costa and gets Gulam out, this whole composition from Alyona and Chuck Francis will get shut down.
Yeah, Gulams are just when Gulams are the right answer, they are incredibly clutch. Because those archers are just gonna do nothing to them. You know, it would take so many of them to actually do anything. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is like a half a minute from clicking up as well. He is right there with the food and gold almost in hand. Just needs a little bit more. It looks like he might have sold something. Got a drop off, and there is indeed the high trade house coming in a really good spot. That's gonna be like, what do we think? 150 gold a minute?
It's
140.
It's a good spot. I think that's the best spot he can grab. But this is huge. I anticipated a fast castle from Beastie. I did not expect that from Marine Lord. And, you know, in hindsight, these dervishes have basically accomplished nothing. One thing that Beastie could do with them now that he's reaching Castle Age is actually yoink a couple of relics early. But it's terrifying to think that these dervishes were basically unused. And Beastie is still in such a good position. Now, again, those numbers are scary. Quite a lot of limit on javelin throwers and archers. It really will come down to whether Beastie can get enough Gulam out to deal with this. But Marine Lord and Beastie are, to a certain extent, playing with fire here. Basically, no army double fast castle. And you see, now that the walls are breached, archers will start shutting down the berries and the gold. This is getting a little concerning for Beastie, especially because the food. Gulams will cost a lot of food, and right now he's got 120 in bank.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of food. The food's not very comfortable. That's why you see, I believe it was Chuck Francis kind of in Alona sitting on those berries. The gold, he's got almost 500 gold in the back, so he can make a couple of men-at-arms really easily, a couple of those Gulams. But the berries, the lack of food, once the deer run out, or the sheep run out, it's going to look very tenuous. We see building going down there, trying to deny the Golden Age Tier 1. This is where it gets tricky, and they spotted the relics being picked up. Not sure they're able to do it. See, this is the tricky thing is when you go for this wing, they heal themselves really quickly and efficiently.
And they run away.
It's an automatic aura, so it's really, really useful and hard to kill them when they pick up the relics.
I mean, the poor Limitani are chasing them, but they just run away from it, and that's going to be a massive influx of resources for Beastie. Neither Beastie nor Marine Lord have a sizable economy right now, villagers-wise. As I'm saying, running away, there is one dervish that gets sniped away.
Hey, there's that market I was talking about a little while ago. BC does have a market in place to try and sell off some of the gold to get some food that he needs to keep his eco balanced. That said, he's only got 2 Gulams, almost 3. The men-at-arms, however, Marine Lord is the one who's really cranking him out right now. He's got 5, 3 in the queue.
Yeah, they need those men-at-arms. And if you're Chuck Francis, you're doing exactly what he's doing right now. He's trying to get to Castle Age. You finally, for the first time in this series, forced the hand of Beastie and Marine Lord and dictate the tempo of the game. They both had to go for men-at-arms to deal with this. So now you fast castle or try to castle up and get yourself a couple of crossbowmen. Rams are slowly going down. But there are some casualties on the side of Beastie and Marine Lord. A lot of inefficiency in the economy department. I wonder if it would be better to just try and hit the villagers. Force as much idle time as you can.
Yeah, quite possibly. Well, BC doesn't have like any food under his TC right now. He does have idle villagers just kind of standing around. However, the tricky thing with taking a fight against the Gulams is that the men-at-arms, is that as long as that dervish is there, he's just healing him up. You can't do enough damage to make that worth it. So you really should go find eco and do as much damage as humanly possible, like you said.
Oh, there's a second dervish. Whoa. Archers slip away, and now you can snipe the dervish. That could be scary for Beastie. He doesn't want to lose that second dervish. He pulls away in time. But at the same time, villagers are being picked off, and this is exactly what Chuck Francis and Alyona want. Punish 2 players that went to Castle Age early by decimating their eco. You cannot fight the men-at-arms head-on right now, but you can just keep running around, picking off villagers left and right, buffer this up until the crossbows arrive. Chuck Francis is halfway up to Castle Age. If you can buy a little bit more time and get some crossbows out, it might just be the thing you need. But at the same time, they're slowly losing all that army. That's my concern right now for Chuck Francis and Alyona. They're slowly being cleaned up, now getting pushed away. And if Beast and Marine Lord are allowed to re-wall, they can also change unit compositions.
Yeah, this is where it gets really, really critical, right? Because you want to distract those men-at-arms as long as possible while maintaining your military mass, because you can't replace the mass right now. You need them to stay alive as like a cheap front line as you mass up the important units back home, so that when they finally get to your base, when Beastie and Marine Lord finally get back, you can actually push them back with crossbows. And they're going to need a lot of crossbows. Chuck Francis ages up there.
Well, he's got 4 ranges, so he can mass-produce crossbows. Alyona is now looking to castle up as the last player as well. Don't forget, though, at the end of the day, Beast and Marine Lord are up to Castle Age. They've been picking up Castle Age upgrades for a while. They started securing relics. That Dervish, that's going to be very
not long for the
short-lived.
world. They're in the. This is actually the best spot that Chuck Francis and Alona have been in this entire series. This is where it's. I still feel like they're at an uphill battle, but it is not. Things are not lost. They have a sizable military. The eco is dead even with all the damage they've done.
And
this is looking okay.
They have the composition advantage. Beastie and Marine Lord are still both men-at-arms, basically. Once those crossbows start arriving in larger numbers, these fights will start swinging in the favor of Chuck Francis and Alyona very quickly. Only a handful of crossbows out here for now. Beastie and Marine Lord will leverage this man-at-arms mass to secure the relics. But once the Golden Horn Tower comes in, once a couple more crossbows arrive, Beastie and Marine Lord will have to change up their composition. And Marine Lord just now started doing that. Horse Archers are now being queued up.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good choice. This is where it gets tricky. And, you know, there still are 33 men-at-arm units for the Chimps out on the field to play. They're going to snipe that relic right there. That's a good pickup there. Good denial. But now the Ghulams, the men-at-arms are in the base. This is where it gets so precarious because you cannot.
That's a lot of villagers lost as well. And now the Man-at-Arms have to stand and fight here. Love this double dip here. I think Marine Lord and Beastie know fully well that crossbows are on the way. They want to trade this army while they still can. And because Chuck Francis is so busy dealing with all this aggression inside his base, he cannot send help to deal with these Men-at-Arms inside the base of Alyona. Archers are now closing in, though, and it looks like Marine Lord is getting cleaned up. A couple of villager casualties on the side of Chuck Francis and Alyona. But they do clean this whole force up, and that's not something that should be, considered insignificant.
Yeah, and without taking massive damage either. I think that's the key thing. You knew you're going to maybe take some damage, have some pressure, but keeping most things alive, very good. You don't mind having a couple villagers with a little bit less health as long as they don't all die, as long as you can clean up that mass and stay secure. Stabilizing is so important at this stage of the game. We can look at your avenue to victory afterwards, but you have to stabilize. They have so far done that. And again, there's not a clear advantage one way or another. They actually have a military advantage over the Chimps at the moment.
Yeah, Chuck Francis is also looking for a second DC here, starting to gather some stone. Makes a lot of sense to catch up in the eco. And that's a good raid by Beastie. He's got 7 Ghulams on the field. That's basically all he has. I wonder if he's trying to think Imperial here, because he's not been making a lot of units recently, just piling up resources. Now the crossbows and the Varangians are approaching, though. Marine Lord is going to get pushed back here. It very much seems like Beastie wants to go Imperial, but that might just be a way too dangerous move to make.
I mean, he does have Advancement Wing, I think, does he? Or no, he went for the Dervishes, I think. I think he already went for the Culture Wing, so he does not. Yeah, he went for the Dervishes in Age 2. So
he's got military to go Imperial here.
Yeah. So he's going to just make the Imperial play. Yeah. I don't know about this choice, but
Marine Lord did make a switch into Horse Archers, though. And now he's taking this fight as he's standing. He's picking off most of the crossbows, which means that these men-at-arms are still alive. And Chuck Francis and Alyona have been trickling in reinforcements in small groups, and they simply haven't yet arrived. They're still struggling to clean up these men-at-arms due to the lack of crossbows. And now that this force is cleaned up, it's easy for Beastie. He's going to get up to Imperial completely untouched. And again, I just feel like the efficiency of the fights that Beastie and Marine Lord have been taking is slowly starting to show its effect.
Yeah, Chuck Francis and Alyona did a really good job of pushing in when they needed to, but this swap into Horse Archer was a very smart choice. The mobility it gives him to reinforce the men-at-arms at the front, was able to do that really quickly, and then they trade pretty well into things. Their base damage is actually a lot higher than many people might expect. They can't take a head-on fight, but there's not really any men-at-arms to worry about. Everything's range stuff for the most part. You see some Varangian guards out there now, but a pretty good choice that definitely helped win a fight or two for him. He's got 9 more coming too, so he's got a lot. He's really relying on these Horse Archers. But again, the kiting that they can do is where they really excel. Beastie, meanwhile, he had to have clicked up. I wonder what wing he went for.
He did click up.
Military.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Taking the 3 dervishes.
It still takes a minute to come in, though. And now you're looking at 14 crossbows from Chuck Francis, a couple of javelin throwers as well against the Horse Archers. Varangians, I would love to see some more javelins or anything that counters the Horse Archers right now, but it's only Marine Lord's army that stands in their way, basically. Marine Lord and Beastie do have a 10 villager lead, and Beastie has a massive resource bank. If he reaches Imperial, he's going to basically realize his full potential. But until then, there might be, you know, a small window here for Chuck Friends and Alyona to do damage.
Yeah, Beastie right now, no military of anything that I can find on the mini map right now. I think it's just all horse archers for the military count. But that'll probably quickly change. Look at how much resources he's banking, resources ready to just pump units once he gets into age.
Yeah,
I
Beastie's
feel like
just piling up resources, waiting
Chuck
for that
France
age
is
up to come in.
floating gold. He's floating gold right now. He's got 1,600 just in the bank sitting there. I really wish Chuck Francis was using that somehow.
He really needs to. He also has a lot of stone. He hasn't yet dropped the town center, though. I think he's been gathering that stone to catch up in the eco with a second TC, but that hasn't been the case. And now Beastie is up to Imperial. He's going to start mass-producing Desert Raiders here. And don't forget, Marine Lord's army is... It's a sizable army, and it's a high-quality, high-tier troops. They also have an easier time reinforcing this fight. I feel like this might be the final window for Chuck Friends and Alyona to make something happen. Beastie has a lot of production, though. Only 9 Desert Raiders, though. It's now or never, you feel like.
He's vulnerable right now for the next, like, 40 seconds, and then it gets really difficult from there. Got to get some damage. And even if they get damage, I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's a lot of horse archers coming in from the flank, looking to pick off the crossbows and archers.
And once again, men-at-arms are mixed in. I just love that so much. Marine Lord is picking off the crossbows from the backline with the horse archers. And once the crossbows are gone, the men-at-arms, they do such a good job tanking up the damage. Marine Lord, he is cleaning this up all by himself. Beast is slowly getting those Desert Raiders going, but I mean, by the time they arrive, Marine Lord is going to be done with the whole game.
Chuck Francis is just floating so many resources. He's got the wood and stone now to build a TC. He's got 1,600 gold that has been sitting there for so long. I wonder, I don't know if it would make a big enough difference to help even out this game, but if he'd have spent that 1,600 gold somehow, or maybe gotten that TC up a couple minutes ago, he's had the stone for a while, just has been using too much wood for unit production. Meanwhile, this fight just not going their way. They are easily rebuking this, saying, nay, nay, you shall not enter our base unmolested. Please leave, as they clean up their amendments there, and then Alyona surrendering right there, and that will be the game and the series.
I feel like this series had a very specific theme, and that was just defense, defense, defense from Beastie and Marine Lord. Every single time they waited for their opponents to dive, and then they just cleaned them up, and then essentially either launched a counterattack to wrap the game, or the opponents tapped out. But every single game, it was that defensive game plan that worked out really well for them. In this one, Marine Lord was able to basically hold off these assaults in this latter part of the game. But even if Marine Lord wasn't able to, as you said, Beastie was so close to unleashing a full Imperial Age army from the Iobits that it would have been enough to hold this. But I think it goes to show how good this team is when you just look at Marine Lord essentially being able to solo the defense in this final attack.
Yeah, going horse archers, what an inspired choice, right? I mean, that alone, like, just the ability to kite things back with the meta-ranging guards, be able to take on the ranged units effectively, and then just be able to dive back and kite all the way home. I mean, both of them going men-at-arms, really difficult to deal with as they got to castle first, forcing their opponents to kind of try to poke and prod where they can as they get their age ups as well, and then just flooding the map with horse archers. The mobility on such a small map just really played into their favor. And again, as you said, defense, defense, defense. Best offense is a good defense, right? And we saw that at play right here. One thing we didn't see in this series, or we haven't really seen much at all, we haven't seen a huge amount of siege at all. And I think that's very indicative of the current meta of the game. Gone are the days. I mean, we haven't gotten to late game enough to see mangoes come into play because they're just kind of ineffectual in Castle Age, right? We also haven't seen any trebuchets. I wonder if Chuck Francis and Alyona, maybe if they'd have slowed the game down, gone for more eco on this last one especially, then maybe take map control, drop a keep, start trebbing stuff down, maybe slow the game down. Maybe there's an avenue for victory that way. But they were in for a rough one no matter what with that last matchup, especially.
But well, that qualifies the Chimps into the main event over here. That means that they do not need to play tomorrow. They are already in the main event, ready for the group stage next weekend. Let's take a look at the remainder of the brackets, though, to see if there is any other team that already bought their ticket for next weekend. And it looks like we do indeed have a couple, Wham and Puppy Paw taking out the Landsknechts. It is a 3-0 win there. And, we've been talking about this over here. Makabaka, the Taiwanese team that really played well in the single game we've seen them play in. They've lost to Vortex and Lucifron. So Vortex and Lucifron, Kosas Kipasan, also in the main event, Canada alongside the Chimps. And we're still waiting for the outcome of some of the other series. But of course, we're not done yet. So don't you worry. We will definitely have some more sets coming your way. We're going to hear from the admins in just a moment. And I think from what I'm hearing, we are going to be heading into the 3 Dita versus Banter Boys matchup.
All right, that'll be fun. Yeah, I don't think we've had any crazy upsets so far today, but some good games regardless. I'd love to see maybe a series go the distance at least. That'd be kind of fun to see. So far, it's been, I think, mostly 3-0s across the board that we have witnessed. But
the magic of open qualifiers, right?
Yep. As is the usual. We saw the same thing with I think both the lands had very similar outcomes in the qualifying rounds, and same thing here today. But hey, it's been fun games regardless,
Oh yeah, and there is Whammon saying, "Oh wow, Whammon's team just 3-0ing
so
everybody."
Well. Congratulations, Whammon, on some very well games played.
Yeah, I mean, she was the emotional support on the sideline for this series.
Hey, it's a tough job being the backup QB on a team. Same kind of thing. You got to be ready to play at an instant moment. If Marine Lord sprains a finger, you got to be ready to go. You got to be ready for it.
Exactly. Or if Marine Lord starts throwing games, he might just go get benched and then
might get benched and bring in the backup. Yep.
But anyway,
either way, I wouldn't want to play against a team that consists Beastie, Marine Lord, or Wham. Any of the 3 of them, they'd wipe me off the map in an instant. So I'd be terrified to play against any of them.
All right, so we have another set coming in here. We'll take a very short break over here, but we'll be back with another fan favorite team for many, I would say. It is going to be Anathant and the B, the 3 Data, facing off against a team whose name I totally forgot because I lost track of the brackets. It's going to be the Banter Boys, fellas.
Banter Boys.
We do have Maria and Nugify in there. Short break, and then we'll be back after this couple of minutes break with another series that decides who gets into the main event of Winter Team Championships. Welcome back, everybody, to the EGC TV Winter Team Championships, the second edition here in the winter of 2024. We have another series that will decide who gets into the main event. We have the Banter Boys, Maria, Nagify, and I'm Jeffrey, facing off against B, Cat, and Anothan, 3 Dita, seed number 4 versus seed number 13. And we're kicking off this series on a map that we've already seen once today. Very aggressive, very open. We're heading into Botland to take a look at a matchup between Jeanne d'Arc and Jeanne d'Arc, I guess, supplemented by the Japanese, and the combination of Ayubids and Rus on the other side.
That's been a pretty common duo we've seen, Ayubids and Rus, multiple times now. And I'm very surprised at how much they synergize together, you know? I mean, we saw it in last game. We've seen it in, I don't know if we've seen that in other games before, but they have been very, very effective together, I've noticed. I think we just lost Lidicor. Well, I'm sure he'll be back in just a second. But again, Ayubids and Rus have been very, very effective together. I've been very, very shocked at how good they have been playing. Ayubids obviously with that Dervish plan. Anyways, we will be diving in here very shortly. Let's take a look at the brackets now. So we've got, as we can see, the Canadian Bros, the Chimps, Kostas Cape Hassan, all heading to the main event. All those have been 3-0s from what I can see. We do have Devils and Sheep are up a game right now and they're qualifying. We got Oiling Boil up a game against the Magyar Marauders. And we've got, of course, our series coming up right here, 3 Data versus Banter Boys. We're very excited to dive in that in just a second. Then Elephant and Clown Cat. Elephant's up by 1. And then on the other side of the bracket as well, Scatter School and RCN haven't started their series quite yet. So we do have more games coming today. We'll be on for a little bit anyways. And we will be excited to get into that soon. I'm a little sad we missed out on the Canadian Bros winning, but we'll see plenty of them later this weekend, I'm sure.
Indeed, we're going to see a lot of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we are.
In fact, the biggest names, this is going to be their big show starting next weekend, but here we go. Cat and the Bee kicking it off against Maria and Nagify. It's going to be blue and teal for Maria and Nagify, and Bee and Cat will be in command of the Japanese and Jeanne d'Arc with orange and purple. And once again, this map is going to be Baldland, which is just known for how open it is. And I'm curious how either of these civilization pairings will be utilized for early aggression.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they take control of their side of the map. So, I mean, last time we saw this map, Beastie and Marine Lord obviously were able to hold off an aggressive push by just kind of walling and sitting their base a little bit. So we'll see kind of what they want to do here. So far, everything looks pretty standard as far as we can tell. Some mining going on here. And I'm not really sure. I would imagine that with B and Cat, obviously probably favored in this matchup, they'll be looking to do some pretty good things. I imagine that Jeanne d'Arc could do some tempo. But again, Jeanne d'Arc into Ayubids is kind of a tough matchup. Ayubids has been kind of the maverick we've been seeing lately, that they can really play it out in feudal, and with Rus behind them, I definitely feel like I prefer the Civ choices of the Banter Boys over 3 Data. Now, that said, I think B and Cat are probably still favored just by their skill alone. They are the higher seed. But I am very curious to see like how that's going to plan out. Are they going to go for maybe, is B going to go castle with Japanese? Is he looking for more of a feudal game? Maybe with the Bannerman? He could go for the early Bannerman, maybe the Daimyo play. But we'll have to find out.
For now, everything is in order. No surprises here in Dark Age so far. It's a double scout play from Maria, though. That's the only, like, out of the ordinary or not necessarily super standard thing that we see from the 4 players. But now, Feudal Age is coming in, Kura Storehouse and School of Cavalry, no surprise on that side. And then Maria and Nagify will also click up in just a second. Now, I'm curious if you go Kremlin here. I would say this is a Golden Gate map if you're playing Rus, simply because, you know, you gotta spread your resources out anyways. It's just, you don't have very many concentrated resources. And at the same time, you also want to leverage the Kremlin's boost. And that's just something that you cannot really do for a long time, if you think about it, because of how small these wood patches are.
Yeah, and as you say, that Golden Gate is the one that's dropped down, which makes a lot of sense here, I think. And it's going to be, ooh, is that going to be the Dervishes from that wing? We can't tell. If we could take a look at that. Yep, it is going to be Logistics, which has been, again, the very popular choice as of late. Definitely been rising in the meta. And I think especially in a 2v2 setting, makes so much sense because not only does it give it you benefit as a Civ, you can also use that benefit to help your ally. And if Roos does go for some knights, that's basically just giving him free chivalry. You're just going to heal him right back up again. It's such a very powerful mechanic that you can use.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge one, especially if you want to be aggressive on the map with the knights from the Roost player. And it also means that you're going to have an edge over those knights coming out from Cat. Cat doesn't have the healing ability at the very beginning, so in a knight v knight fight, you can just use those dervishes to buff Maria and essentially dominate those cavalry engagements. Now, the big question is how B is going to approach this, because Nugify, it's certain he's going to go 2 dervishes, but we'll have to see if he stays in feudal and goes, let's say, desert raiders, or if he's going to try and facilitate a fast castle here. He remains on gold with 4 villagers, so that's quite a lot.
It looks like fast castle so far. It looks very much like a fast castle play with the wood and gold he's gathering. He's very much on there, and I think that's fine. I think you can get away with that here because the dervishes can help heal Maria's units, right, as they battle and help maybe hold feudal for a bit. And so you can use those to kind of benefit their army without having to support any real military of your own.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, especially given how quick the Iobits can go for a fast castle. By the time the first units arrive from Cat and B, you're basically halfway up the castle age. In fact, the dervishes will just be used as a garrison unit in that tower to provide some firepower.
That's a pretty funny use of those, actually. You don't see that every day.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they're just stashed away so that they cannot be scouted. Because information is always a resource in these games. If you stash them in the tower, you cannot really tell if you're B or Cat what wing your opponent went with, or whether they indeed have those dervishes to heal those knights with.
Yeah, if they look at that, because it doesn't really, because each wing has 2 options for Ayubids, you're right. So if they go and scout right now, as far as they'll know, it's either dervishes or the advancement wing. And so they won't know. They might scratch their heads at that. I would imagine they probably could put 2 and 2 together. It'd be kind of weird to go for advancement wing just to go fast feudal. So they probably would suspect that there's dervishes. Right now, they're actually sitting on the berries at the moment, making sure that those villagers stay safe as they gather the food. Meanwhile, farms from the Kora storehouse getting a little bit attacked here by some scouts, just kind of annoying them, trying to burn the rice down. Very rude of them. We see a Yumi coming out to help push those away.
I'm a little surprised about the Yumi. I understand the concept. Cavalry plus archers is usually a good combination, and Yumi is definitely a powerful unit once you buff it with a bannerman. But at the same time, Yumi takes quite some time to come online, so it's not something that you can really facilitate a lot of early aggression with. And so far, I mean, it's only 1 Yumi. We're not going to see a lot more of that from B as things stand. He looks like he wants to go to Castle Age, but if he goes to Castle Age, I don't know if he's going to actually stay with the Yumi. Maybe, just maybe. I'm starting to think maybe Onamusha is the play for him.
Yep. I was just thinking that. I was like, maybe just a little bit to help defend, but Onamusha kind of fill that same role of like cavalry archer. They're not the best, but they can be really good at raiding in good spots if you can get them in the right place at the right time. They can be dangerous if you mass them out fast enough too.
And they have bonus damage against heavy units, so they're perfect against knights, and that's something that could make them a lot more viable. It's a good combination of mobility, anti-knight power, and who knows, they could also be pretty decent against Camel Lancers as well. Camel Lancers are also classified as heavy.
Oh, that's true, huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do have the economic wing, the growth wing coming in, so 7+ vills coming in for Nugify in just a couple seconds here. Right now, kind of passive B is getting close to being able to age up. Just needs a little bit more food. Those berries being held on just barely there. Those Roost Knights walking around trying to irritate. And I think you see, is that a Pro Scouts play I'm seeing in the corner?
Very possibly.
Ooh.
I would not be shocked about it if you think it through. This is a map where you want to have as many of your resources condensed as possible because it's a wide open map anyways. If you have to protect 4 or 5 resource nodes, it's a problem.
And it is a Pro Scouts play from Jean d'Arc. Cat is taking the deer. In fact, Nugify is currently trying to shoot them for some reason. I'm not sure what the purpose of that would be. I don't think he's Pro Scouts right now. That'd be kind of ridiculous.
Nah, he's 1 scout.
He's just trying to disperse them. I don't know if he realizes that they're being snatched up.
Knights are looking to get a hit on that gold mine here. Scout accompanying as well for extra vision. Nice quick reaction by Cat. And one of those Knights were heavily damaged. They weren't actually healed up by the
They
dervishes.
should have healed him. They could have healed that one easily. Ah, that feels like such a missed opportunity.
It certainly feels that way. Now the Scout goes down as well from Nugify. He is up to Castle Age though. He does have the Camel Lancers coming in. But B is also going up. He is coming in with the floating gate. And I think, again, going Mounted Samurai into Camel Lancers is something I don't like. But Onamusha is a different story. And indeed, the Yorishiro has been deposited into range. It's going to be an Onamusha play. And I think it's a really good response. It's not going to be perfect against Camel Lancers, because Camel Lancers also do get buffs against Cavalry. But it's going to be a really good backline unit to just have a good answer to everything that Maria and Nugify have right now.
Exactly. Like, you'll still expect Cat to be making some more Knights. As you can see, Knights on the field, but put Onamusha behind those Knights, and suddenly you've got a very dangerous and mobile composition. And that mobility is going to prove very useful here in a little bit as they move out towards the base. We hear relics being taken up right now. Not sure who grabbed that one. Probably B, I would suspect. Oh, Nugify could be grabbing him as well. It is Nugify has one. They're trying to track him down. He's running back with it. He's just beelining it back home, but the healing might get him there.
Yeah, Jean d'Arc also getting surrounded here by two Camel Lancers. Nice body blocks by the Knights to try and save Jean, but it's going to be difficult. Beautiful micro here by Cat, though. Keeps Jean alive, and the Camel Lancers will be repelled. And here come the first Onamusha. And this is not something that Nugify or Maria have an answer to. They're just now starting to mix in Desert Raiders. But you have a Castle Age player that is B. B can also start collecting relics. It's getting increasingly better and better here for 3D.
Yeah, Horsemen really are the best answer for the Onamusha. Horseman, Archer. But it's just hard to get that mass going. They're so food heavy. Meanwhile, you've got all these heavy units you got to worry about. These Knights are going for Jean d'Arc. They're going to get her. 1, 2, maybe not. Will she live? Oh my goodness, that's gonna be like 1 HP. It is 1 HP and a dream.
Wow, that's just rough. Now that you have the Desert Raiders out there, you can start pushing away the Onamusha. And this is where Cat might want to change up his composition one way or another, though, because Desert Raiders will be really good against everything here. They do
Desert Raiders go pretty well into Onamusha. With the castle upgrades,
especially. They are a really good counter to Knights as well.
Yeah, they have really high armor for melee things, so they trade pretty okay. Oh man, she is just playing with fire. I'm amazed she's still alive, for one, but two, man, just the continued aggressiveness from Cat and keeping her alive. Meanwhile, we have in the corner more raids happening as Maria is looking for places to go. I like that wall.
I love the walls though. I feel like once you get to this stage on this map, you gotta start dropping some walls. You might not be able to fully wall yourself, but you might be able to at least limit the opportunities for your opponent to surprise you from different angles.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the last thing. As we saw that in the very first game of the very first series, we saw a bunch of, vills going down in a matter of seconds the moment the Knights get on top of them. So definitely want to make sure you're secure. That said, right now, there's a slight villager lead for the Banter Boys. They are up a couple. Now, you got to remember that, of course, that Yoroshido and relics exist, so the eco may be a little closer than just the number on the screen. But militarily, things are pretty even across the board. The Desert Raider is able to answer the Onamusha a bit better, and it feels like we're starting to stalemate out ever so slightly. Royal Institute coming in, though. That's going to be a big difference maker. There's a lot of Knights that can benefit from the Royal Bloodlines. Of course, Royal Bloodlines have been nerfed slightly. I believe, what are they now? It's used to be insane. They've lowered it down to either, I want to say it's like 35% or 30. 35%.
Yeah,
so now it's down. It was 40%. Now it's 35%. So a slight nerf there, but still very effective.
Royal Bloodline's not yet coming in here, and that's going to be a big factor going forward. Once you have Royal Bloodlines, Cat's Knights will be so much better than the ones from Maria.
It's a heavy gold cost, though. 490 only has 160, 190. Getting lots of gold now, but still needs to double that gold amount to get the Royal Bloodlines. But that's why Cat's just kind of sitting all the units in the base. Let them chill out and sit for a moment. Wolves trying to harass the Dervish. He just heals up, though. Those things don't even do anything. speaking of healing, that dervish is doing a lot of work with that mass right there, keeping it alive.
Slowly but surely, Cat and B are breaking out. They do have the numbers advantage on the army department. Eco is much better right now for Nugify and Maria, at least when it comes to the eco count. Let's not forget, you have Japanese villagers working on one side. So that's always, the Japanese farming in general is a big buff to you. I don't know about the relic situation, but Nugify has been pretty active collecting relics, as the final player to reach Castle Age will be Maria. And that's going to be a big and much needed buff for those knights. As much as Royal Bloodlines is going to help, there are a lot of valuable upgrades for the Knights of the Rus as well that they need to pick up in Castle.
Exactly, and this is a big mass of camels. Those Desert Raiders are in mass. I would argue almost a critical mass right there, that you do not want to match up against them with the Knights there, even in Feudal Age still. Very dangerous. Royal Bloodlines, of course, almost ticking up. In about 35 seconds, we'll have that in. We do have more deer coming in. There's the Kaburaya whistling bow. That gives them, I believe, an extra movement speed after they kill a target, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, for 10 seconds. Yep.
Indeed.
An enemy is seen.
Army numbers now equalizing. Veterancies in for those knights as well for Maria. A couple of dervishes joined the fun as well. Nugify is up to 4, so he's going to have a decent amount of healing power out there. But 32 Onamusha are no joke. They could just one-shot all these knights. I really feel like the question here for Cat and B is what they're going to do against all these Desert Raiders. They don't have a good answer to them.
They really don't. I mean, the Onamusha don't trade very well into them. They just don't. Like, you just run the risk of losing the fight and then losing the game if you engage. And it's a really hard calculus to do when you're looking at their mass, looking at yours, going, can I take this fight? Right now, the answer is no, not with those dervishes in the mix, healing them up every time they take a little bit of damage. That said, they're going to push out like they can take the fight. I'm not so sure about this.
I feel like they are a lot more, I don't know, convinced that they can take this fight than we are. So
they do
might
have
know
Royal
something that we
Bloodlines.
don't.
They do have Royal Bloodlines, and they've got
true.
Jeanne d'Arc, who can also heal. She has a healing ability, so that does match the Dervish's ability as well. So maybe it's a bit more even on paper than it looks. I get scared right here when you start taking fights like this.
Yeah.
They do have a tower that's helping them out a little bit as well, but we'll see how this trades out.
This is not looking good, I feel, for B and Cat. So many Onamusha fell. And once you Onamusha are gone, the combination of Desert Raiders and Knights should just annihilate them. Cat also lost access to this gold mine. He still has 19 villagers on gold, but he had to shift the gold spots. It's a back and forth fight over here, but Nugify and Maria probably feel very comfortable about this, just making sure that they camp this gold mine down here. Dervishes on the back line, though, they do get sniped away. That's definitely not ideal here for Nugify and Maria. And a second wave is now coming in for both of these teams. You feel like we're once again converging onto that one critical fight, which will ultimately decide the whole outcome of this game.
I said, Dervish is going down. That's a pretty good choice there to be picking those off. They are a little slower. They don't always like follow along. They kind of end up in the back of the militaries when they're walking away. That's like 3 or 4 gone down now with those Onamusha. Really focusing, targeting those down. That's gonna be another one down right there. And that's all
the dervishes.
That's going to make a big difference because Jeanne d'Arc is still in the mass. She can do the healing effect and keep that army alive if they take a fight. And they're starting to pick off reinforcements little by little. Right now, Cat and B do have a military advantage.
Maria's running in. That is why they were pushing it all back, because Maria detached his knights and now he's looking for a run by. Nice reaction by Cat to jump into the TC here. You gotta be careful though, you don't want to lose all these knights.
Yeah,
you either have to do a lot of eco damage, or you have to get out of this alive.
Right now, not a lot of
Speaking of eco damage.
There's some Woodvilles going down. Not a lot dead yet, though. There's one.
So far, really nice reactions by B and Cat. They've been doing a really good job just pulling away these units, but now the Desert Raiders are moving in. And B's got a resource node just to the north of that army. If they can hit that, that could be absolutely marvelous. And you gotta say, B and Cat are kind of responding to all this aggression over here. Look at all the villagers fleeing.
Oh, that's so
they're just
many
chasing
villagers.
2 groups of units, and they're all being idled out as a consequence. Onamusha are camping this position, defending. All the villagers stay alive, however. Nugify and Maria have been really active looking for villagers to kill, but they just haven't been given any. as I'm saying that, now the Knights finally find these fleeing gold miners.
Oh, that's a big hit right there. And see, this is the problem is I was going to say, Maria and Nugify have been doing a really good job of holding onto map control. It feels like they're the ones who own the map, as we see a lot, and I mean a lot of villagers going down here. Are they scrambling? They ran from the gold. Now they're at the wood. Now they're running from the wood. They've got nowhere to go. They keep running. Villagers going down. Onamusha trying to save them. They saved the majority, but not before a good chunk die as a huge fight happens in the middle.
At the same time, you gotta be careful because the combined armies of Cat and B are able to repel this aggression. There is also a group of Desert Raiders harassing the north. B and Cat, they had their eco beaten up. They're down by 20 eco overall, but at the same time, look at Nugify. He's got 0 villagers on food. He himself has been very, very busy being active, and maybe they've been kind of just playing into the mortgage setup here. I don't know if he had any farm setup, for instance, but it looks like they're going to have to slow down a little. Fall back behind that wall was leverage that 20 eco lead they had, but at the same time...
Oh, he's building another town center right there. He's led them right to it. I don't know if they've seen it or not.
Call this. Now the Onamusha are pushing up. Desert Raiders doing really well against them. They gotta switch into melee mode if they want to fight the Knights. At the same time, the TC needs to complete here. You cannot concede this position. TC will complete just in time here. Villagers will jump inside. It's a highly fortified position.
We've got crossbows
in the meantime, getting all
Maria.
the XP.
And there's the heal. Oh, that's such a good time to use that. This is a critical fight. We were talking about we needed one big fight to make it all the difference. And, you know, I still have a hard time calling this. Those Onamusha are still alive in the back, but they are being pushed back slowly. All things being equal, this is a win for Maria and Nugify. If they can just repel that military and take the more time they have, the better of a position the Banter Boys are going to be, because they just need time for their eco to keep churning.
I have absolutely no idea who's winning this one right now. It's just been back and forth and chaos all over. Now, I want to highlight one critical thing here. Nugify is very heavily spread across the map. He's got multiple small groups of villagers outside that are completely untouched right now. If Cat and B want to compensate for that 17 eco deficit they have a lot of opportunities to do so.
Yeah, thankfully for the Banter Boys, that has not been scouted out as of yet. Again, it's kind of easy to get tunnel vision, even at this high level when you're going, and going. Boy, they are just back and forth.
I feel like Nugify needs to be a little bit slower, though.
Is Jean d'Arc leveling up to level 4? I heard the noise.
I don't know. I feel like we've been misled. She's still very much level 3.
I definitely heard the noise, but she is still level 3, so maybe interesting choice. Okay.
Nevertheless, there was a sacred site countdown ticking, 7 minutes on the clock right now, but I don't think Maria and Nugify should fight for this spot. They need Nugify back on the eco. Remember, his eco was so bad a couple of moments ago, and I don't think this is a good fight for them. The Onamusha are focusing down the Knights, they are absolutely eviscerating them, and the Camels, they have not been really good in this fight so far, but crossbows, they do arrive in large numbers now to repel all these Knights. And it looks like Maria and Nugify just want to completely shut down this gold mine here, prevent any gold access from their opponents.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think this was fight for the sacred site. I think it was a fight for that gold bin. They really want to force the idle time as best they can right here. And they do just that. That is some big idle time. They're going to have to force those builds up northwards. That said, the military numbers are dwindling for both sides. 54 to 43. The Banner Boys need to pull back a little bit, though, and remass. They are getting dangerously low. You don't want to go too far below your opponent here, as the Onamusha continue to press the advance here, trying to re-push out.
It's a slugfest. It's an absolute slugfest right now. But let's not forget, Maria and Nugify, their eco has not been touched. Behind this, B and Cat have been taken the gold away from. And I think that's a big difference maker. Now, both B and Cat went for a second town center. So now they are caught up in terms of villagers. But I feel like part of the reason why Maria and Nugify take these fights is because they just want to essentially drain all the gold supply that B and Cat have.
Yeah, it feels like both of those civs really rely on a lot of the gold, but the Yoroshido and relics exist as well. We are seeing the decap of the site finally taking place here. The timer is only down to 6.5 minutes, so there was plenty of time either way. But a lot of crossbow. And oh, what's this?
Knights swinging in from the north. This is what we've been waiting for quite some time. Cat finally finding those villagers to the north, or as I'm saying that, he turns back. He doesn't have a scout. He didn't scout that gold mine. He could have found so many vills there.
This is so critical. And this is why having a scout with Knights for raiding is just paramount. Because So you can just easily miss stuff. Knights trying to tear out. These fields are going to try and keep that gate up. This game has been probably one of the most back and forth we have seen so far.
And this is only game number 1 of a best of 5. This could go all the way.
And you know, B and Cat are on 2TC, and they have recouped the eco losses that they have. Now, oh, it's been discovered. The Knights run by up in the North Woods there. Onimusha repelling this little push by the Knights from Maria. But, oh man, they've got a big mass in the middle. And they're starting to wall off the middle a little bit. If they could just claim the map control a little bit more, if they could get like a keep down on one of those important gold nodes, that would go a very long way.
One thing I'm looking at is that we've been talking about the food income of Nugify. There was a point where he completely ran out of accessible food and had to farm switch. Look at Cat now, 7 bills on food. You're a Knights player and you're out of food now.
Oh,
and
no.
he's the one who has to make that transition. And that is a time-consuming transition, which leaves them very open for aggression. At the same time, B is going into Spearman, which is just... It's not going to work against Mass Desert Raiders as long as there's a front line in front. This is the window that Maria and Nugify have been waiting for.
Yeah, there are a lot of horsemen, a lot of Desert Raiders, but there's also a lot of crossbows. Spears can trade okay into that, but I think the mass is just so much bigger, and those Desert Raiders could just start kiting them. In fact, I'm surprised they're not doing more. There we go.
That's exactly it. They just got to go ranged mode and start sniping those away. Jean d'Arc is very close to tier 4 now. At the same time, Maria and Nugify slowly sectioning the map off as well. I feel like we're setting up for trench warfare. And now we're getting to the stage where you're going to start looking for eco run-bys once again. Can you chip away at the enemy eco, especially if you're Cat? Can you hit this north expansion of Nugify that's just so exposed still?
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, ooh, that's a big, yeah, they have to stand and fight right there.
And now the Onimusha are coming over.
Oh no!
This is huge, critical early info here from Nugify. He can garrison, he can fall back, he needs to fall back. He cannot stand and fight right now. They need their forces here.
And so we do have reinforcements coming up from the south, coming up to shore up the defenses here and hold on to this critical gold vein for the Banter Boys. Looks like they'll be getting there in time, so that gold's going to stand. Meanwhile, all the players are pretty well transitioned into farms. They're getting there slowly but surely. Even Cat is getting their farms up and ready to go, so they'll be fine. Big exchange for Onimusha.
I don't like those Knights being detached from this, though. Because this was such a good opportunity to hit. Now you have a third tower up. Sure enough, the Knights detached to the left side, but now they're being completely wrapped by the Desert Raiders on the left side. They have nowhere to go. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Things looked so good for B and Cat with this opportunity, and now they're scrambling to keep their forces alive. At the same time, Horsemen break through the walls, completely idle out the farmers. Remember, Cat had to make a big farm switch. Now he's up to 63 farmers, but a lot of them will be idled out for the time being.
This is huge, and losing that mass of Knights, I mean, even these horsemen are cheap too. So yeah, the spears are chasing them down, but the damage has been done. And holding onto that gold, I just feel like right now, Maria and Nugify are just in a really, really good spot. And it's amazing to me what the difference of 20 seconds can make in this game, where they had a window and then the window got closed and they got the military up there in time. Meanwhile,
oh, and now Jean d'Arc gets sniped out just before tier 4.
Ah! Oh my goodness, she is right. Like she's like 2 Desert Raiders away.
Oh, things are looking worse and worse here for B and Cat. They are starting to get circles ran over, and that's alarming. Their food eco is really powerful, by the way. Like, they have Japanese farming and French farming, and we're looking at 60 or so farmers for Cat. But at the same time, this army is just terrifying for Maria and Nugify. And it looks like Maria is now flirting with the idea of going into Imperial. Not the best fight here against the Spearman, maybe a little overzealous by Nugify. But it feels like he can hold this, and if he can hit this gold mine from the north. At the same time, Horseman was still running in here for Maria. Curious choice, by the way, going for a Horseman on a map that's so wood-deprived.
Yeah, well, they're making it work one way or another. Or at least they're trying to. Those horsemen trying to come up around. I think Cat just felt like that was the only answer for probably the Desert Raiders. But, man, big raids of horsemen happening as well. And those Desert Raiders are still just marauding about.
Oh, my. You really gotta give this to Maria and Nugify. They've been a lot more active when it comes to hitting the eco. That has been the theme for the last few minutes. You look at the other side, B and Cat haven't really been able to do a lot of eco damage.
No, not at all. And they've had ample opportunity too. It's just they needed to get a little more aggressive with it.
And once you get to Imperial, like against all those spearmen and horsemen that we have coming out from Cat, Streltsy would be an amazing unit.
We have a Mangonel on the field. I don't know about this choice. That feels like a desperation Mango because they just don't do enough. And when it's only one of them against a unit as mobile as Desert Raiders, that just isn't the answer, unfortunately.
I would love to see some fortifications from Maria and Nugify in the middle, though, because the middle is still wide open. B and Cat have a castle to the north that they can use as a fallback position. Not so much for Maria and Nugify. They kind of have to fall back from this one. I don't like fighting with those camels into spears and horsemen.
Yeah, horsemen do trade pretty okay into Desert Raiders. We got to remember this fact. And with level 4 John Dark, this is suddenly, again, we're starting to feel a little bit of a tempo shift. Are they holding and making something happen? Meanwhile, the raids happening on the farms in that keep, we've got now a Nugify has a Mango as well. I'm not sure what that's going to be useful against, besides maybe, I guess you can hit the spears, but it seems a bit questionable.
They need all their armies
mind.
combined. Maria and Nugify are splitting their forces, and without the front line, these camels will not hold. That's a lot of spearmen to fight against. They need all these Desert Raiders back. They're just now swinging in from the north, but they're pushed all the way back into their base. They don't have fortifications here, not a single keep, nothing. And the consequence is that you're going to have to just stand and fight with the melee camels against spearmen. 3D is now picking up momentum.
Yeah, and you know, all the farms are forward. I mean, imagine a keep right there in that open space above the wood line. That would hold this area down so much better. We do have reinforcements coming in from the north trying to help clean up, but all the idle time caused here really rough, especially as Maria was looking and flirting with the idea of going Imperial Age. He's sitting on 1,500 gold right now. Oh, big double Mango shot. It doesn't do as much. Yeah, I saw it hit some crossbows of Maria a little earlier. That was a bit more effective, but there's a big heal coming in.
But this is a huge momentum shift here because Nugify finally has a massive army converging on this location. And it's an army that can essentially hard counter this this force we have here from B and Cat. Numbers are looking better and better for B and Cat, though. Emergency keep being constructed over here by Nugify. They need to hold this position until that keep is finished.
Yeah, that keep should have been up about 5 minutes ago, honestly, but they're holding on to it as best they can. This is a real slog of a game.
It is, but now B and Cat are happy about this because the camels, they increase their value exponentially. Now that you have so few camels here for Nugify, it's a very different story. And remember, B and Cat have a massive food economy here. 45 and 32 villagers on food, respectively. Much more than what you have for Nugify and Maria.
Yeah, we're definitely feeling the difference in eco right now. And you can see 222 villagers to 175. Going to town centers took a while to finally pay off, but now that they have stabilized, we are seeing the ramifications of that. I like that play. That's a keep that needs to go up. I said that's the one. That was the key ingredient. They weren't building keeps. They needed to secure the map control that they had earned and really kind of squeeze in on B and Cat. But now we're starting to see them once you can stabilize, you can start finding your road back to victory. And we see big fights still happening here in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I don't know if they should break out now. They're outnumbered 2-1. I feel like Maria and Nugify kind of need to regroup. But now we're seeing the Japanese power slowly coming into play. B is collecting resources for Imperial. And this is a difficult position to push into. Towers, a keep, a Mangonel. I don't think Nugify and Maria should be pushing this, but they might feel a little desperate here. Seeing the cavalry, they pull back, but I feel like they're running out of options.
Yeah, it feels like it's slowly slipping away from them. They felt like victory was almost imminent at one point for them, where they just had such an advantage. And they were just really keeping up on the tempo, but it feels like that momentum has now shifted entirely back to B and Cat. They have held just long enough. The eco, I think, is a difference. Their vills have stayed alive long enough in the farm transition behind this. And then dropping the keeps in strategic places. I think that's the name of this game. They've just secured the resources that were desperately important when they needed to. And now we're finally seeing everything online. And I mean, B is just moments away from almost just saving and clicking up the castle. He could just, if he just stops building units for even just a minute, he'll be in Imperial Age.
Yeah, I feel like the problem for Maria and Nugify was that they didn't actually secure the map that they've gained. They didn't have fortifications to fall back to. And that castle they had to build, they had to sacrifice so much to make it happen. Now Cat is going into Imperial, and look at where that red house is being placed. It's the middle of the map. In a slugfest like this, you want to secure every inch of ground that you've gained, and that's exactly what 3D is doing.
Yeah, that's going to make everything way more difficult for Maria and Nugify. The Banner Boys, this game is starting to slip away from them. I don't know how they claw their way back, and the eco lead is getting worse and worse. and they just can't keep up militarily anymore either. And once you can't keep up with both of those, it's just a matter of time.
It's that now Maria and Nuggifier are down 50 eco, and more importantly, this whole resource node to the north is now being isolated from their armies. Dozens of villagers will be caught off guard over here. I feel like now momentum is just irreversible almost.
Now we're reaching that point of the game where Mango has suddenly become good again as the towel gets thrown and they see the writing on the wall, and that will be game number 1. But if that was game number 1, I think we might have a series on our hands, actually. This might go this could go the distance.
It's an understatement. I feel like this really was a game that B and Cat had to fight tooth and nail for. This was definitely not a given for them. Very long slugfest. I feel like late game experience helped them a lot in this one. With Nuggifier and Maria, they've shown a lot of very cool things, and this is definitely a series that's within reach for them.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's not a foregone conclusion. That said, Cat and B did a good job of just not panicking, right? There are definitely instances where lesser players would certainly panic. I mean, it was dangerous. But if you look at like the military count, look right there where Maria just loses that huge swath of military right around like 28 minutes ish, I think. 27 minutes maybe. Like you can just see that big dip.
Yeah.
And that
I feel like that was
the
some horsemen getting trapped. Some might have to be sacrificed for the keeps. Because at the end of the day, I think this game really came down to static defensive emplacements, essentially preventing armies from breaching certain areas. And that's something that Cat and B were just a lot more active and successful with.
Yeah. Well, and this game, there were a couple instances too where Cat and B, if they'd have found the eco of Nuggify to the north, that could have been cataclysmic for the Banter Boys. But thankfully, it stayed hidden for so long. They were able to build up quite a bit of momentum. But again, to your point, they just didn't secure the map control that they had gained. Like they controlled the map, but they didn't make it permanent. They just had it for a bit. And we can see here just one of the pivotal fights from earlier. All those Desert Raiders taking the big fight right there. Meanwhile, in the corner, lots of fights happening there all around the place. But then this TC that just came in at such an inopportune time. Feels like this is where the momentum finally shifted, I think, just a little bit more.
Yeah, this was one of the crucial fights. This was one of those instances where there was just like nothing behind this. And you had to sacrifice so many of the so many of the Desert Raiders without a front line. I think that was the biggest problem in this one. Desert Raiders are really good as long as you have a front line in front of them. And that front line progressively disappeared across the game. And by the final fights, you've seen Desert Raiders essentially fighting melee against Spearmen, which is never a good thing.
Yeah. We can see this was a really intense fight too here, where we were wondering about this pressure. What it did accomplish though for Maria and Nuggify, which was good for them, was that it got the Vills off the gold. You could see them getting pulled right there. That was a really good fight for them in that instance. And this fight here, Mango's coming in. This is where later towards the game where things start to unravel. All those farms in the front, and just man, the heal that comes off, that was such a big heal right there. But again, like there's no front line. And so they're just forced to keep falling back. If they had to keep behind this, they could have just sat back a little bit, remassed. But unfortunately didn't have that. You see that keep drop just so late, unfortunately, for the Banter Boys.
Yeah, what an absolute... This is a beautiful game here. Absolute slugfest on both sides, actually. This was a very grindy and hard-fought battle and victory, I guess, for 3D. So now we have game number 2 coming up, and we're going to a much more conventional map, Dry Arabia. And it looks like we're going to have a no French in this one. French and Jeanne d'Arc both getting sniped. So it's going to be
first
Mongols.
time today. No, we've had a couple of non-French games, but Mongols coming on the
first time for both the Mongols and the Jushi.
Yeah. This will be... Oh, this is such an interesting matchup. Who do I like? What matchup do I mean, players aside, taking the players, everything else being equal, just the matchup. Which Civ draft do you prefer out of these two? We take an HRE and Zushi, or would you rather take Mongols English? Because I feel like they're both...
So one thing I'm looking at is that the Abbey of Kings with the English is a little redundant with the use of Kashyyyks on the Mongols. but I probably prefer Mongols and English, because especially once you get to mid-game, one intriguing composition that could be nice is English Knights and Mongol Mangudai.
Yeah.
Mangudai have been proven to be insane in team games when used properly. Obviously, it's not going to be your stand-and fight unit, but Mangudai run bys can easily decide games. So I actually wonder if that's a direction that will be considered by 3D. HRE and Jushi, they strike me as mid-late game civilizations, so I would expect the Banter Boys to be a lot more defensive, play with a lot more walls, and I feel like it's going to be 3D that has to make something happen in early mid-game, because if this goes to late game, HRE and Jushi are just such a powerhouse combination.
Yeah, because I mean the longbows beat out Zugnu pretty evenly, so they really can't do a whole lot in feudal. They definitely, but they can get the castle age pretty quick. But I think in Mongol, super duper aggressive. This will be interesting. I definitely think I would pick Mongols English on this one as well, just because you're right. HRE and Zushi need some time to develop typically, whereas Mongols is going to be ready to go right off the bat, and English really doesn't care when. They're good almost whenever. They're happy to take a fight whenever they want. They can kind of dictate the terms of the game a little bit. And on Dry Arabia, I'm curious what we'll get out of the trade posts as to what Mongols wants to do later in the game, because obviously they could do a tower rush on one of the two civs. They can put some early pressure down. They also could go for some trade in the background. I don't know that either Zushi or HRE has a really good counter to Mongol trade. I guess Zushi could get the bonus damage they can get for the horsemen, but I feel like it'd be a bit difficult. I don't know. I feel like Mongols could get away with quite a bit here.
Very possibly. I feel like Mongols gives you a bit of a wild card of a civilization, whereas Jushi and HRE, to me, feel a little more predictable. I can see Jushi early game being a thing, make no mistake. It's just that they strike you more as a combination of late game civilizations. But before we head into this game, let's take a quick look at the brackets, though, because we had an absolutely marvelous and long first game here. So while this was happening, I'm sure a lot of the other series might have already concluded. Oiling Boyle, Baltoon, and Sass leading against Myriad and Corvinus 2-0. We're looking at 3D versus Banter Boys as we speak. Elephant, it is Louis Empty's team, the Chinese team game team, facing off against Clowncat, leading 2-0. And it is Dimu, it's Dimu and Kiljari alongside Valdemar, RCN, that's also leading their own respective series. Looks like Dude Where's My Sheep is also down 2-1 versus the Devils, but we're essentially coming to a close with most of these series, most of these deciders.
Fun to see a 2-1 out there with Dude Where's My Sheep and Devils having a split series so far. I always love to see when some of those qualifiers go with the distance a little bit more. Pretty fun stuff. So not just all 3-0s today. And you know, if I'm B and Cat, I am not taking that last win for granted, because you may be the favorite, but I think this last game kind of shows that there's a vulnerability there. You know, like there's you realize that you were beatable. I think if you're Anatan, B and Cat, you're playing that going, oh, we could easily have lost that one if a couple things don't go quite our way. Because their opponents, I mean, Nugafy, Maria, and I am Jeffy, they're Banter Boys came here to fight. You know, they came here to play, and I think they showed us that they could be competitive. So depending on who plays and how this pans out, like it's not a sure thing. You know, you're up 1-0, so that feels good if you're Anatan, B and Cat. But boy, if all the games go quite like they did the first time, I would not be feeling overly confident.
Yeah, this could easily be a series that goes all the way to the distance. Speaking of whom, we have a lot of classic and well-known maps for the remainder of this map pool. Gorge, Cliffside, Himayama. This is essentially Baldland was the only, so to say, new map that was picked in this series. The rest of the maps are all very classic maps where the meta is reasonably well established. Yeah, nothing crazy here, and no real water maps to contend with either. So all land stuff, everything's gonna be pretty. I mean, I'm counting Himayama as a land map. It's really not much of a hybrid map. But it's all I mean, you get a little puddle in the middle, but
little water map, you know, you put that in quotes. It's essentially a land map with a couple of. It's like having a deer pack in the middle of the land. Like that's all it really is. I guess you could, but at any rate, though, we are going to be on Dry Arabia, so no water to speak of as we are getting ready to hop in game.
Indeed, into game number 2 we go. 1-0 lead for 3D here. Maria and Nugify once again with the colors blue and teal for Banter Boys spawning in on the right side, and on the left side we have Anatant and B. So Anatant is stepping in for Cat here. This is one of the teams that does rotate in their third player. It's not truly a backup, it's more like a 3-man show playing a 2-man game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Anatant, of course, a very, very excellent high-level player. Coming in as the coming off the bench here, helping out. Going with the 2-farm opening, the 2-2 split, I believe. Going for the early farms. That's pretty typical as English. We see that. It's a build that's, gosh, I haven't seen this build in some time, but still very common for English to go. Obviously, they have the extra wood that they can do that with. Makes you wonder if they're maybe playing more of a castle game, or maybe going up with another TC or something. Maybe more of a castle game, though, because you use the extra wood that way. Mongols doing Mongols things. We do have the Ovo. Is they double producing bills right there? It'd be kind of handy if they are. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Doesn't have the stone yet, so he has the option, though. Curious if we'll see any kind of tower rush coming up at any point. And besides that, Achery and Zushi doing the standard opening with the village. I love that play, dropping off with the mill to get the extra wood, build the village. Boom, you don't have to worry about houses for some time. Standard stuff there. And then finally, Maria and the HRE going with a Dark Age barracks. Now, this is interesting.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. And I mean, this is something that we haven't really seen in the previous series. In fact, we haven't really seen any of this in any of the sets that we've seen today. Dark Age aggression, or in general, super early game aggression, just trying to throw off the build of one of the opponent's players, and essentially turning this into a little 1v1 between the other 2 remaining players, right?
Yeah, I always kind of laugh when I see HRE going Dark Age racks, because to me, it's like trying to pretend they're Order of the Dragon. Because that's a much more common build I think we see, but this is really fun. We'll see how this pans out. There is no Dark Age barracks yet for Mongols. We do see the Council Hall being built up right now, and the Spearman's going to find 2 exposed Goldvilles and immediately get right on top of them. Well, I'd say this, I don't know if I'd say this is paid off yet. He's going to commit sheep crimes. No!
Yep. No!
Don't commit sheep crimes. Oh, my heart.
A lot of value is there, though.
It is. I can't deny it. It is.
Yeah, Feudal Age is going to be a thing here for B, so he wasn't able to actually prevent B from aging up to Feudal, but cutting him off from Gold limits the opportunities here a lot for B. I don't know if B wanted to go for Keshik to open with, but now that's not really an option for him. And now you're looking at a potential push on that other gold mine as well. And this is what we've been talking about. Maria doesn't need to over-invest in this. All he needs to do is just be disruptive. You can actually see he's got the food all ready to age up. He just needs the gold. And while this is happening, Nugify has all the real estate to get that beautiful meditation gardens up. He's shifting villagers to stone. It's Maria being the chaos player and Nugify being the booming player, essentially. And look at that.
Oh, that's such value. And this guy just hates animals, you know. That spearman just really, really hates animals and is going to kill all those deer, spreading them out. Very useful there. They're just going to keep attacking that Gur, trying to get some value, being annoying, being pesky, we could say.
This is actually interesting because the gold mines all kind of spawn to the front here for 3D's team, although you always have to add a disclaimer over here. You're looking at a Mongols player, so you get to pick where your TC is, so those gold might just be far away from you, but nevertheless, he shifted this Gur to the teammate's gold mine, and even the teammate gold mine is currently being shut down.
This is such a great play. I just love, it's not that much of an investment, right? Like, you know, you can get away with this too because you know your opponent is booming up, and that is just such a beautiful Zushi. Those meditation gardens, I'm really curious what the final numbers on that will be. We'll see that in probably just a minute or two. And you know, the tricky thing is that B did not go for trade. B is going went deer stones. So if they were going to play for Keshiks, that has been delayed quite significantly, might I add.
That's exactly what Maria was all about. And you see, his Feudal Age isn't really lacking. In fact, let's not forget, he's going to age up to Feudal Age. He's going to have a decent resource bank. I wonder if this is like a fast castle style approach. We've actually seen this kind of a build order back in Age of Empires 2. It's called a Rush Fast Castle. You go for a Dark Age Rush harassment, and you use that essentially as a distraction diversion to then rush Castle Age straight away. I don't know if he's going to do that, but
it certainly looks like it right now.
Yeah, he kept villagers on gold. He's going to have the Aachen Chapel buff, and it's not like they're being threatened by anything, right?
He does have a lot on wood, however, so that does just dissuade me from that thought process. He's got, I mean, that does not, that amount of villagers and wood does not usually speak towards a fast castle. Um, so maybe not, but regardless, I think they've earned themselves a lot of good tempo as that town center is going to pop up right around 538. Good timing on that for Zushi. Onto the gold in a very safe spot. I gotta say, Maria and Nugify are, I think, in a decent spot. We do have those Keshiks now on the board looking for danger, and the Spears relentlessly looking for more death. The villagers are gonna get pulled back. There's a longbow there to defend them, but man, even just a slight little idle time of forcing them back and forth a little bit is just so fun to see.
Second DC, whoa, wait, for a moment I got confused. This villager was mining, so I was like, okay, maybe second DC, but no, that's actually a forward villager here. I don't know if this timing is going to be right, though. In the meantime, Maria is still very far away from clicking up. He's going archers, though, which is not something I'm a fan of. I feel like using HRE for archers is just kind of a waste. And I feel like it might just be, you know, a response to this longbow push, but I wonder if it would have been better to just try to rush Castle Age and maybe try to get some men-at-arms out.
Yeah, I wonder if, I guess with Zushi going with a TC, though, you probably feel obligated to not get too greedy by going Castle Age, especially after slowing yourself down with the Dark Age. That said, I don't hate archers from HRE. I just don't know if I love them against Mongols and English in particular. Because with the Aachen Chapel on the wood line, your wood eco can definitely sustain it. It's just, I just don't know. However, there's also a play, Nugify going for Pro Scouts. Boy, this feels pretty greedy from Nugify. Pro Scouts 2 TC. Meanwhile, that's going to leave. That would explain why Maria has to build some military, but it's 21 to 11. This is a pretty dangerous spot where B and Antan could really cause some havoc for them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. I feel like right now you're in a position where you're trying to catch up on archer counts, but that's difficult against the English, especially because the longbows, in these small number engagements, they can just snipe you off from a distance, and by the time you close the distance, it's too late. So this combination of Kashik and longbows just work a lot better than essentially archer is only a Nugify. He's trying to get to Castle Age. If he gets to Castle Age, Dallas Guards could be an option. In fact, he can start mass producing them as he's aging because he's playing Jushi.
I worry it's too greedy. I really worry it's too greedy. He went Pro Scout and he went 2 town centers, and now he's castling up. He has only 4 military units at the moment. I just worry if B and Antan just decide to play this in feudal and just kind of keep going. I mean, the meditation gardens has been all but negated. They're just sitting on it, so it's losing the resources it could be giving him right now. Plus a tower coming in for the longbows. This is a very precarious spot. I wonder if Maria and Nugify got a little too greedy here with what they wanted to do.
Let's not forget, though, you just need one good cleanup. That's it.
This is true.
If you clean this up, you're going to have a gigantic eco lead. Remember, it's 2 TC against 1. And one thing that Maria and Nugify haven't really been losing is actual eco villagers. Now, if these TC gets targeted, it's a whole different story. And I feel like if you're Anton, then B, you might want to ramp push this. If you can take that TC out, even if you get cleaned up, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, the eco numbers aren't, it's only a 10 villager difference so far, so nothing too crazy. But man, they have found it and they are going to try and torch it. We do have a Lancer coming out, so Nugify is in Castle Age. But is it going to be enough? Ooh, this is so precarious. There's no rams, but
I don't like the Lancer, though. Actually, yeah, Lancers are going to be fine. There are no spearmen around of the archers. Khan gets sniped off. That's nice low value. I don't think you can hold this DC. If you're Nugify, you might want to just hold the villagers. You might need to concede this, because if you trickle in your Lancers one by one like this, they are just going to get picked apart and you will still lose the DC. Yeah,
they need to hit a critical mass of castle units to be able to do anything here. He needs to get those villagers out of there. He is up by 10 vills, so that's a win, but man, this military is very, very in their face. The tower's coming up especially. It's, again, if they can clean it up, they'll be in a great spot, but oof, even at the cost of a TC, it feels like B and Anton have done their job here, at least initially.
Yeah. And now, Nugify doesn't have gold. That's the big problem. His other gold is to the front. He needed this gold mine. Now he cannot make Lancers. And again, I feel like the only condition where I could have seen this work is if he gets up to Castle Age, gets like a dozen Palace Guards out there. They don't cost that much gold, and he needs one critical fight to push this back. Now this is looking extremely grim. They've got towers in their faces. Army count is just so much better. And at the end of the day, you know, the HRE archers are just non-factors at this point.
Yeah, I think Nugify got a little too greedy, and I think Maria really shouldn't have been playing feudal at all. Should have just gone, I think with you said, Dark Age into castle, let Nugify maybe pop out some Zoogs or something, maybe just anything, and hold the line a little bit, and then let the Castle Age HRE units take over. In this case, it feels like B and Antan really have just taken over this game again. They had some pressure in the beginning, but with the meditations going down, so does the other two civilizations along with it, and that will be our game.
I am starting to wonder if that Dark Age rush wasn't worth it as much. Sure enough,
Maybe not.
you scatter the deer, you slow down the Kashik expansion, but at the same time, you yourself slow down, so it becomes a balancing act. Did you slow down your opponent more than you yourself have been slowed down by this approach? And I don't think the answer is yes to this. I feel like it was an inconvenience for B. It slowed down the expansion, but at the same time, the buildup was just so much more rapid for Manhattan than B in Feudal compared to Maria and Nugify.
Yeah, he kept making more spears as part of it as well. At the end there, if you notice, he had like 4 or 5 spears he was pushing around with, almost 6 there when he hit H2. I wonder if that slowed him down. Yeah, he had some extra food, but that means he should just had more villagers on gold instead. I think maybe his Dark Age macro could have been a little more crisp, get him up to age a little faster, because H2, like, oh goodness, it was almost 5.5 minutes, like 5 minutes. He maybe could have made bring that back just a little bit quicker. Then maybe, like you said, rush to castle or something. I feel like the follow through, the initial idea, I still don't hate. It's just the follow through, I think, wasn't quite what it needed to be.
And that puts 3D into a match point position. So from a series that looked like it was going to go all the way, suddenly we just need one more game from 3D and they will qualify for the main event.
Yeah, well, I think Anatan was a real champion there with those longbows coming in, hopping in with a lot of skill. Anatan, obviously, just an excellent player coming in off the bench, makes it for a tough one. But we do get another Gorge game, and we're gonna get some Ottomans. Oh boy, we have yet to see them today.
First time.
I gotta say, I like Ottomans. I would not highly rate Ottomans. I don't know how they play out in 2v2s though. Maybe maybe there's something about them I haven't quite figured out. But I guess compared with the French, it could be pretty dangerous. But and then Zushi and HRE on the other side for Anatan, B, and Cat.
I feel like the Banter Boys, they have seen the recipe that they need to follow for this game. They themselves were Jushi and HRE in the previous game. Now they face Jushi and HRE. And they have seen very well how early aggression can easily take this. Well, I'm not going to say easily, but early aggression works really well against this combination of civilizations. And with the Ottomans, you get two things. You get Dark Age aggression potential, which is, you know, never insignificant, especially not on a map like Gorge, where the distance between the players isn't massive. And at the same time, you get an absolutely beautiful archer civilization, one that can really spam out archers in feudal and just flood you to support the French Knight push with. I feel like the Banter Boys go for a combination of civilizations that are really all focused on early aggression, whereas for 3D, it's going to come down to, you know, how they can defend that early aggression, especially considering that, you know, we have this player behind the other player style setup that we have on Gorge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder how much that's going to affect things, having like HRE in the front versus in the back. I'm curious how that's going to factor in. But with Ottomans and the Dark Age aggression, I don't know that it works here because you can't touch the gold. The golds are in the middle. There's really no way to get to that unless you have maybe like, I don't know. You really can't touch it though. It's such in a difficult spot. I wonder if Ottomans even bothers with a Dark Age military school, or if they just wait till Feudal Age to pop it up. Because what are you going to do with an extra spear? The tempo you lose.
Yeah.
I just don't know you're going to get enough done with that.
I agree. I think you either go Dark Age Rax and you actually get those spearmen out quickly and do some damage with them, or you go straight feudal. But one of the issues I always had with the Dark Age military school is that by the time that spearman arrives, everybody's going into Feudal Age anyways.
Exactly.
And then you just have one spearman extra, which is kind of useless when you face Jushi against the HRE. They won't be sending knights in your direction early game.
No. Yeah. You're going to see a lot of Zoogs. And then I guess HRE, gosh, I'm really curious. I guess HRE would be the infantry civ to go spears here, potentially. I'm guessing they both want to just get the castle, though. So they're probably going to try and make as little units as they need just to get up in age. I wonder if Zushi maybe... It's going to depend on who's in front, though, right? Whoever's in front is going to probably have to take that
pick that mantle up a little bit and kind of hold on to the fort while the guy in back ages up as fast as he can and then pumps out whatever castle age unit he needs.
Yeah, I can see it either way. Like, I can see if Jushi is at the back, you can kind of go fast castle maybe, and then palace guards. That would be a really good addition, I feel. If the HRE is at the back, that's probably better for fast castling. But at the same time, HRE at the front gives you emergency repairs. And I think if you're playing this matchup, one thing that you could do is have the HRE player kind of play the static defenses and E repairs, especially if the HRE player spawns at the front. And that just... Static defenses early game are difficult to deal with without Rams. You cannot really dive under them with archers, maybe with the knights, but it would be costly nonetheless. So that's a way that HRE could be played if it's on the front. But of course, this is not the only matchup that's going on right now. So I think we still have a couple of moments to take a look at the brackets and see how the other sets are doing. No?
Maybe?
No, production says no.
Okay. I don't want to look at the brackets. Suffice to say, there are plenty of other games that have been going on today.
Okay, there we go. Production is just like a little sleepy today.
We're keeping on edge today.
All right, Oiling Boil having the win against the Magyar Marauders. Myriad and Corvin is going down 3-0 against them. You gotta pay attention to that team, Baltoon and Sass, because I did not expect that series to be that smooth 3-0.
You know, sometimes it can just happen that way, though. You know, like even if they were fairly evenly matched, you get some good matchups. Things just kind of don't go your way. I'm not surprised by it, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, I could have easily have seen it going either way too. You know, you never know. But I don't think it's a surprise because I mean, if you have one bad fight and that's just the game, and then you're back in a corner. But yeah, 3-0. Congrats to Oiling Boil. That's a great name for a team.
I love it.
It
reminds me of the tongue twister that casters are often doing. It's like it says only royal oil boils.
Only royal oil boils. Try and say Irish wristwatch 5 times fast. That'll get you.
All right, I'm not gonna do it on stream. I can do it afterwards, but I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of a bunch of people.
Anyone at home, I dare you, try it, and then put in chat if you could do it or not. I bet most of you will be like, "Oh yeah, it's so short, Irish wristwatch." It'll get you. It'll get you.
I actually use tongue twisters to train, believe it or not.
Yeah,
so.
it's good. It's good work. They are tough. They are tough. Gorge, man, we got 2 minutes to go. I am excited to hop onto this one. Gorge is, I really, really, really do enjoy Gorge as a map. I even actually like it in 1v1s, but my reasoning for 1v1s is a bit different than in 2v2s. For ones, I like it because I know where the sheep are. The sheep are always on the edges, and you just know where to go. Like, there's no questions, ifs, ands, or buts about it. You just know, go up on the edge of the map, you'll find sheep. Him and Yama, don't ask me. There's some maps I've looked at them, and I just have no idea. But Gorge I like because very predictable sheep spawns, gets rid of some of that RNG. But and for 2v2s, man, it's just such a fun map. It kind of reminds me of, have you seen Deer Valley?
I have not, but I feel like it's a map with a lot of deer.
It is. They're all in the center. It's a giant X of a map. There's like basically mountains and trees that wrap around it, and you spawn across. You know, there's each of those spokes, the 4 spokes. You spawn a TC in each of those, but you spawn across from your opponent. So you have enemies to your left and right, but your teammate across from you. Very interesting map for the same kind of reasons of Gorge, is that it just kind of plays with the spawning and placement of teams in a really interesting way.
Well, we just have 1 minute left to go. Banter Boys need a win here. If they end up losing, they can still retry tomorrow, but they're so close, and especially after game number 1. I mean, that qualification spot for the main event, that was within reach.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if they lose today, I think they definitely will give it a good try tomorrow. I would not be surprised to see them make it. That first game of theirs, especially on Dry Arabia, was very impressive. Just like a couple of things. Or sorry, on Baldland, especially Baldland. Just a couple things that just didn't quite go their way. And it was 30 seconds to come in here. Oh boy, Zugnu. So Ottomans? What is their comp going to look like? Do you think? Because French again, knights. Ottomans just going to go Sipahi archer. Would that be the way to go? I mean, you know you're going to go up against a lot of Zoogs, probably against Zushi. But I guess Palace Guards could be an option. I don't know. I feel like Ottomans is kind of a wild card for me, or I'm not sure what exactly to expect out of them.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be your big wild card. I could see even just spearmen accompanying the knights, maybe
Yeah.
Sipahi, but I feel like the most likely combination is just mass archers and knights, early timing push against Jushi and HRE, who are rather susceptible to such attacks. Let's see if indeed that is the game plan for the Banter Boys here. We go into game number 3 on Gorge. It is match point for 3D against the Banter Boys.
All right. In the northwest, we've got Maria and Nugify, and then in the southeast, we're gonna have Bell and B and Anatan. Let's see, it's gonna be Zushi in the front, HRE in the back. That will be quite interesting to see. And up on the north side, we're gonna have looks like French in the front, and then Ottomans in the back, which doesn't matter quite as much, I feel like. It does open up the option, though, for Maria to maybe go for a fast castle play if he so desires. Not sure if that'd be advisable against the two very quick-to-age civs down in the south with Zushi and HRE. But HRE is in that nice little pocket, so they could quickly get that up. Anatan could get into castle very quickly with that setup. We're seeing, as I mentioned, all the sheep in the sides. Easy to grab. I tell you, I really do love consistency in sheep gathering, because nothing feels worse than when you're sitting there wanting to join the team. Dude, where's my sheep? Because you can't find your sheep. I have Malden.
I mean,
twice to that.
I see. You enjoy when it doesn't take skill to find sheep, right?
Yes. Well, I like when it does take skill. I just don't like when it's so random that you can't find any. You know, nothing's. Even when you get like a group of 3, I kind of feel bad in my heart when I find like a clump of 3 or 4 sheep, and it's like, oh, I just got lucky. Like, I set my scout on Dry Arabia. There's a group of 4. I just got lucky that they happened to be there and not somewhere else. You know. Or at least on this one, if you don't go to the sides, that's on you. Like, you should just know, like, go to the sides. They'll go find sheep that way. I think it puts skill back into it to get the RNG out. Anyways, at any rate, though, we see the normal stuff from these civs. Obviously, the gold's in the middle, very secure for both of these players. I am very curious to see what the plan is for Maria with Ottomans. What do they do to counter the speedy tech ups that are available to Anatan and B? As we see the meditation gardens coming up there. Looks like wood. Do we think that's touching the stone at all? I can't tell. It looks like it might be out of range, potentially. Ooh, nope, that's probably just clipping. So getting some of that, some wood, some gold. Pretty good spot, actually. Safe, too.
That's a very nice garden spot. On the other side, it's going to be the minaret, so no surprise on either side, I would say. But we have the Chushi player up front, which makes me wonder if Anatan is indeed going to go full castle age here. He is keeping 3 villagers on gold, so that's something that's worth monitoring. But at the same time, that would require the Jushi player to act as a meat shield, essentially. I would assume you would do that with just mass Jugenu, but you gotta do something. There's no way that Nugify and Maria will just sit back and not attack here.
Well, the tricky thing for Zushi here, we mentioned this in series have gone past, is that wood is a difficult resource to gather on this map. And Zushi only has access to a couple of wood lines up there up front. Those could be easily pressured, and then suddenly your Zuganu production is gonna just bottoms out, right? So it's a tentative situation. It's definitely not the safest. I feel like the Zushi player, I think B really needs to kind of carry this as best he can to give Anatan the chance. It could be very difficult depending on what Nugify and Maria go for here. B, of course, first to age up, being Zushi. Having the cheap age ups for them, that helps them get up a little bit faster, so the meditation garden's already online. We do see a very well-placed Aachen Chapel, I think, covering pretty much every resource known to man. We got your sheep, we got your gold stone. I might just clip that stone a little bit too, and the wood.
Really nice spot over here. And I think that defensive tower from Anatan on the gold tells you a lot. He needs that gold, and he's not going to make a lot of units to defend it with. It's going to be a horseman play here, it seems, from B. But arrows that's coming in even for B. Or Anatan, I should say. That means that, again, he's not going to commit to a lot of army. I would expect a fast castle from him. 4 on gold, 11 on food. Now, the question becomes what the other side is going to do here. Nugify is getting the knights going. No army from Maria just yet.
I gotta say, this is the first time I'm kind of like, I just realized looking at the mini map, I mentioned earlier that usually this map always orients northeast to southwest, but this one's kind of backward. It feels very odd being on this map, looking at it facing the opposite direction. Have you noticed that? Doesn't it feel kind of different?
It does. It definitely is a little confusing, but I can assure you the map is not rotated, so maybe
Yeah,
they
it
found a way
looks-
to actually make it
Maybe they
spawn
found
the
a way
other
to-
way as well.
That's neat, because in the base, I wonder if this is a special like EGC map for this version, because it is. You don't see this in the main game right now, as far as I've ever seen. And all the hundreds of games I've played, I don't think I've ever seen Gorge look in this permutation.
Oh, it's Beast playing pro scouts over here. Now, I love this a lot, because if you're Anatend, I'm starting to see where this is going. So one of the big problems with the Burgrave build is that you simply don't have the food to mass produce units nonstop. That's usually where Burgrave builds stall out in 1v1. But one way to actually essentially fix that problem is to have a teammate that's ferrying in so much deer for you that you never run out of food. Deer, with survival techniques, Akin Chapel, insane source of food, and Anatend is going for Castle Age. I would be shocked if this wasn't a Burgrave build. I could see him playing into the Ragnate's Cathedral, trying to go for the relics, but they don't really have any map control.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you go Burgrave here, you basically have B feeding you, and you just overwhelm because you're going to have a massive production, men-at-arms with maces, annihilate the knights, and Maria has a couple of archers. If you get to 10-15 men-at-arms quickly, it's easy. It looks like Anatend is going to play knights, though. He has dropped the stable, so it might just be Ragnates and knights. I'm a little sad.
Say that. A little sad that you had this whole theory ready to go,
Yeah.
and now, well, Caster's Curse. Yeah, exact opposite's happening, but both make sense. I mean, the same principle applies, though. He's going to have food to produce those knights. They still eat up a lot of food as well. So, same principle still applies there.
Certainly, and it could allow you to go fast Imperial and just start pumping out villagers. Let's not forget that.
I love this tower placement by Zushi. That's a really good spot to put that, because as we said, wood is paramount here. So making sure he secures that. Very good play. He needs to get it up in time, though. Might lose a Vil. No. And I am getting word from the production team that Kairu did actually tweak the map here for this event to make it face this permutation. So this is not in the base game because it is handcrafted. So shout out to Kairu for doing that.
Castle Age on the way here for Anatend. Without the Burgrave, they are playing much more long-term. The plan is to pick up the relics, play into Knights, and then eventually get to Imperial. I can see that. Like, I think a Burgrave could have won them the game in the next few minutes. I just don't think they need to gamble on that. Archer is now finally starting to pick off villagers. It really still feels like B is just the meat shield. He's the one tanking all the damage and allowing Anatend to do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, as you say that, we've got Egypt's coming in here. But yeah, the meat shield, actually not Egypt, he's gone into Song Dynasty. So yeah, he's just kind of taking it. This is working out really well for B and Anton, because all they need is time. The more time they get, the more they can do. Meanwhile, they're kind of just prodding on the Banter Boy side. They're just kind of looking around. It doesn't feel like they've really accomplished much. We're almost 8 minutes in the game, and I'm kind of waiting for like things to ramp up. But now your opponent's Castle Age. They're going to go for relics. It feels like there's kind of a lack of a solid game plan here for this situation.
The timing is a little on the slower side. When you compare this game to the previous one, in a previous game when the Jushi player hit Castle Age, there was already a massive force in front of their base. There was simply not enough time to get any premium units out. Now here, Anatend has been in Castle Age for a while, has started mass producing units, although, as I'm saying this, his knight numbers aren't looking shiny, and guess what? It's only one stable. It's not a Burgrave Palace to mass produce units with. And now we're looking at 6 knights, spearmen coming in as well. And those spearmen will be able to repel these knights. I feel like if the Banter Boys want a timing push, they still have a window for it.
Yeah, they definitely still have a chance here. Military numbers are in their favor. They've got quite a bit, and they can pick off some more damage on Zushi. They get a Vil there, get another one there. Committing some more war crimes here. Another Vil. Ooh, quite a couple going down. This is a pretty good dive. Spears hitting onto the knights. One goes not down. They just walk right past it. Bit of a miss macro there, but he'll go down eventually. And this dive is coming in at a pretty good time. They are losing a lot of units into the TC fire, though. And this is where it's so tough to dive a base like this. That said, lots of Zoogs going down.
It's a balancing act. You gotta dive here, because if you don't, Anatend is going to escalate that Castle Age lead. At the same time, though, if you can shut down that eco a lot, it kind of justifies itself. We've seen that in the previous game. You gotta be aggressive. You gotta make sure that Anadon isn't able to leverage that castle age. Looks like with most of the spearmen gone, now the knights are able to repel this aggression, though quite some idle time forced on B, however. Oh, Volo being attempted, but it's not to be. Knights will just run past it.
Yeah, at this point, though, I'm still kind of wondering what Maria and Nugify's long-term plan is here. Obviously, looks like Nugify going for Pro Scouts. Seems like he really likes... it seems like he really likes going for Pro Scouts. I think we've seen them do that a couple times now. But with the Knights running around from Anatan, like, man, you're in a precarious spot, right? Like, the longer those stay out and about, the more danger we're going to be in. However, they are picking off some prelates. They are getting also losing some knights here and there. It feels like they are everywhere all at once on this map.
I think if you're Maria and Nugify, you're just trying to match the knight numbers of Anatan with your own, and you're probably trying to get Maria into Castle Age. If you do that and you can start getting Janissaries out, I think that could be a problem for Anatan and B right now. And B doesn't have a lot of army, and if you start getting Janissaries out, those HRE knights will just start melting. So I think all you gotta do is make sure that B is taking a consistent and bad punishment, chip away at villagers, idle them out, make sure that he cannot really contribute to the military department, and also try to get Maria to Castle Age to start getting those Janissaries in.
Yeah, Maria needs a lot more food to get there. Has a good amount of gold saved up, but so does B. B is sitting on almost 825 gold at the moment. Slowly trickling in the food. The pressure, you can definitely tell that where Zushi is most vulnerable is, of course, the food department. That's where they just need so much food to do what they need to do. And that is slowly getting squeezed tight because as the resources run out in their base, they've got a big gold vein in the middle. What they don't have is secure food. And so as they head out to the wing, that's why obviously Pro Scouts really helping as a lifeline here for Anatan. But the more they squeeze down and the more they deny those deer, the harder it's going to be for B to stay in this game food-wise.
Same goes for Anatan. It's nice to have that production or gathering boost for the HRE, but it also means that you're depleting those deer carcasses a lot quicker, meaning that you have to venture out a lot more. Once again, a dive comes in, static defenses will repel this for the time being. The Meteor does get snapped out, and that's a big loss here for Maria.
Yeah, I was thinking he would get away with that, but it looks like the emplacement was able to catch him right there with the Relic inside. I think the Relic actually gave it a little more range the last second for those emplacements to hit it.
First time seen in a major tournament here. It is the Horse Archers from the Ottomans. It was a recent balance change, and you can now make those. And I absolutely love that addition. What are they going to do against that? They will do reasonably well against the Knights, just kiting away. They could be great when it comes to sniping out spears. Really, the only thing that threatens them are the Jugenu.
I want to point out right now that while we've seen a Relic or two get grabbed, they've killed a couple Prelates to keep that at bay, but also the eco and the military numbers are in the favor of the Banter Boys right at the moment. They are doing pretty okay. We do see, however, obviously the Prelates healing up those weak knights, trying to get more value out of that. I love that play. But these Jugenu, yeah, so they need to run back. That's a big mass to run away from. And it just feels like there is so much happening on this map. I imagine it's got to be quite taxing for these players to keep up on this. Another Prelate going to go down. That's 3 that I've counted that have died to knights.
This is really well done by Nugify, making sure that you delay and you make it costly for the opponent to collect the relics. At the same time, Nugify might be thinking about Castle Age now, shifting more villagers to gold. He's got a lot of food in the bank as well. And at the same time, let's not forget, Maria has military schools. So it's not just a 14 eco lead, it's also those free units that you're getting for the Ottomans.
Yeah, the trick of the question matter is now, the real crux of this whole matter now is, has Anatan and B secured enough food to keep them going? There's 26 food for Anatan. Right now, B is sitting on almost no food. So having a rough time. Does have 25 units. This is, if B loses what 24 military units he has, he's not going to be able to resupply this very quickly.
And a lot of the Knights are very badly beaten up here. Basically no HP on them. They have to pull back. But at the same time, they have to protect this wood line. And with this retreat, Nugify and Maria have a lot of opportunities here. Nugify could think about Castle Age here with the resource bank he has. He opted to go for a second DC while all of this was happening. And now they're looking to just harass these villagers even more. Bit of a miscoordination, however. Knights pulled back, but the Archers didn't.
Oh, two more Prelates going down. That's a big, man, they have killed, I think, 5 or 6 of those now. That is a big pickup. They are getting pushed back by these Knights. Again, these, they're feudal Knights into castle Knights, and that cannot be understated. Those things are tanky, and they just, and a miss micro there. Oh no!
That was ugly.
Getting surrounded. And they got to
That was
retreat
very,
back up.
very
from this.
ugly. But at the same time, now the archers are pulling back, but the knights are fighting. I feel like there's a bit of a miscoordination here for the Panther boys. I also feel like they're a little overzealous. I think they're a little panicked about that castle age from Anatan. Nugify could have gone to castle with a lot more knights. Now he's coming in the Royal Institute, but a lot of his knights are beaten up. They'll have to pull back. I really feel like they just need to pull back and regroup. They have an extra TC to work with as well. They're up by 18 eco. They have the Ottomans as well, so time is really working for them.
Yeah, they're not in a bad spot. That little miss micro did hurt, but they have done a lot of small, big gains as well. I say small, big gains. That's a bit of an oxymoron, I know, but like picking up all those prelates, those are small, but they have big impacts is what I mean when I say that. So a lot of small, big little gains, and they've stacked them up in a good way. Military numbers are even right now. I think to your point, they need to wait. They need not throw this military away. Those knights on the field for Nugify have to survive. They need to get those into Castle Age. They need to get those things rolling and really destroying stuff in a bit. We do see reinforcements coming in for more knights. 2 TCs. I feel like Nugify's in a pretty strong spot right now. They just need to keep the pressure on in a safe way and maintain control of the map as best they can. Thankfully, both sides now have gotten deer coming in. Lots of pro scouts this tournament so far. And little engagement. And it feels like they've kind of masked up a good number here again. In fact, B's not even on that wood line like at all.
Once the veterancy comes in for these knights, Nugify can easily dive. Royal Bloodlines would be amazing to have, but I don't think they need it. I think they prefer to just take a fight here, trade off the knights, because they can do so much damage simply by standing here, sniping off the prelates, idling the farmers.
Another two.
Veterancy is now in for the knights. More are coming across. Army count is neck and neck, but this is Castle Age French knights against HRE knights. A lot of spearmen in there as well for Maria. Once again, though, you feel like they should wait a little more, regroup, and get some more text before actually taking this fight. B is now thinking about Castle Age himself, though.
Yeah, this is a really interesting back and forth. I want to say, like, those prelates, he's killed like 9 of those things now. How much gold do you think Anatan has lost? I mean, all the relics he might have gathered, I feel like has all just been spent back into prelates, trying to keep his massive prelates alive. This is a little bit of an awkward split from these two players. Nugify's knight count is really dwindling. He's got a number, but boy, he's lost quite a couple as well. And the Jugs are still in mass.
I feel like it's because he's trickling these knights in. He has constant reinforcements coming in, but you see 13 knights. I see only 6 on the screen. And I think this is what I'm saying. They need to regroup as this one hero knight is doing so much work here, killing villagers. But if they regroup, they should have that tech advantage. Royal Bloodlines should be finishing by now. And once that happens, they can take a direct fight. I think they've been trying to play this grind fest like they've done in game number 1. And it's not something that they should be doing under these circumstances.
Yeah, they got to be real careful here because once, especially once B gets up in age, as he's doing right now, Maria really should be thinking long-term what the plan is, because obviously Nugify is 2 towns that are Castle Age. I don't know if Maria has got anything other than mill schools and just a feudal mass, which he's kind of fallen behind here. He needs to he really just needs to get to Castle Age, I think.
I really don't like the horseman play. I don't know what the actual contribution of the horse archers are here.
He's trying to deal with the Zoogs, but it's just not enough. Feudal horsemen just do not counter Zoogamoo. Like that, people seem to get that out of their minds. Like unless you're sniping the reinforcements, you're not going to take a head-on fight against them. They're just never going to be able to outdo it.
Now you have Royal Bloodlines on these knights here, but it's town center fire as well. Jugenu on the back line. And I just don't think that those Turkish horse archers added anything to this fight. It's a cleanup, and B and Anatan, just like in game number 1, they stall this game out until they are essentially recovering. They're still down by 20 eco, but they've just wiped out the entire army from their opponents, and there is nothing behind this for Nugify and Maria.
Yeah, they've got double the military mass, and once you get a critical mass of Zuganu, it's just like over. You can't do much. The penetration that those little bolts have, and just the sheer DPS that they can unleash is just astronomical. And it's not a nest of bees doing it either. It's just Zoogs. They're going to run all the way back. Those knights are a big problem. We do see the MIA being built up, so Maria has clicked up on Castle, but it feels like it's almost the worst time now.
Yeah, it's now desperation Castle Age. We see this so many times when, oh shoot, now we are in trouble, let's try to get up to Castle Age. Luckily for them, the knights are heavily banked up here for Anatan, so they might also go for a regroup. But Maria and Nugify desperately need this window. As I'm saying, that Anatan just sacrifices all the knights, and
that was huge.
That glimpse of hope. that glimpse of hope that the Banter Boys needed, it's exactly that snipe on all these knights, because now Anathan's army stalled out a little.
Yeah, that was a bit of a throw. He lost the prelates behind it and then lost the knights themselves. And again, he had been doing a good job of sending those knights back home and healing them, essentially getting extra free knights for free. Throwing those away, that didn't get him anything. And now the advantage goes back. Oh, those cavalry horse archers might be able to go and pick out that prelate again. Another dead prelate. Yeah. Another, man, that's like 11 or 12. I mean, I'm losing track of how many of those have died. That's gonna be like 1,000+ gold down the drain just in dead prelates. The amount of martyrs that Anatan has is just incredibly high, and this is an interesting dive right here.
I don't like it. Again,
Zug is good.
The moment they pick up momentum, I feel like they are diving and charging, and they keep grinding down their forces as well. I feel like they're just conceding any momentum they have by immediately counterattack.
Yeah, they need to let the mass speak for itself for a little bit.
Yeah, just retreat back home, regroup, and what we're seeing now from Maria with the horse archers, now that's good. Do some run-bys, sure enough, but diving underneath down centers or static defenses with just a small group of heavily banked up knights is not what you want to do. And again, I feel like Nugify is once again overstaying his welcome. He's doing decently well against these knights, but so many of his own knights are heavily beaten up. So in the end, it ends up kind of being an even trade.
Well, even trades do benefit them a little bit as they are now up by 40 eco. But we do see the farm transition coming in from the back for Anatan. At this point, you know, I'm amazed that I was really worried that Maria and Nugify would just throw this game away here, but they are still in the position they could win this game. They need to be careful, though. We are gearing now closer and closer to a late game. Castle Age is very established. We have got a full granary transition for B. Knights looking for a wood line. Some good idle time enforced there. But now Maria and Nugify need to start thinking long-term. What is their food situation? I don't think they've committed to a full farm transition just yet. They've started, but I don't think they've completely committed all the way to it yet. So they're going to start thinking about that as time goes on.
Yeah, longevity is on the side of B and Anatan right now. And again, these knights are just getting repelled, getting kind of mauled. Like, these guys need to make it back home and get healed up. You cannot lose these knights if you're Nugify. At the same time, again, the farm transition is happening for B and Anatan. In fact, they already have a good farm transition. But there is a problem for Anatan. He's out of gold.
I like this.
The
running out of gold.
The saving grace for Maria and Nugify could be the fact that so far Anatan's golds have been safe, and that's no longer the case. And diving in with these fresh knights, now this is something that they can do, just keep denying those gold mines, but they do need to preserve those numbers.
Yeah, I don't want to overcommit here. The pressure is good, but don't lose them again. These crossbows are now out for B. Yeah, see, I like when they group together. That's a smart way to play it. Again, eco numbers are up by 40, and the gold is an issue. Whereas they have not been harassed too heavily. Yeah. So
there is a 40 eco difference between the two, and you see Anatan is now selling food to get gold. He simply doesn't have any gold to work with, and that could be the key to victory here for the Banter Boys.
Yeah, in fact, we just saw that B is sending some stone to Anatan to help upgrade the towers. They're going to want to get those in line with the relics. Meanwhile, right in the back, the granaries are getting hit very hard. A couple of vills going down, but the knights get cleaned up by some crossbows there to help defend. But this main fight too, I just worry this is too many knights getting thrown away for too little value.
If Anatan doesn't get access to a mineable gold in the next minute, they will lose this game. Because they are just falling behind so much in knight production. 5 more knights in queue for Anatan, but this slugfest is not going to be sustainable for them if they don't have any sustainable gold income.
Yeah, the difference is the royal bloodlines, I think, right now. You're seeing that most of those French knights have, the ones that are alive, pretty good health. That plus 80 is making a very big difference here in these fights. That said, the Stringled Tower is coming online with relics inside. That's going to start picking these knights apart. They can't get over greedy with this. HRE is a tough nut to crack. It's going to require siege.
Again, I feel like Maria and Nugify would benefit a lot from just regrouping and maybe launching a siege against B. Nice low run by here from Anatan, by the way. He only has 8 knights remaining, but he's getting really good value out of them with those raids. Mangonel now setting up, though, against a full force of archers. Beautiful volleys, one after another. He needs to be careful not to get his army cleaned up.
Some good hits. He needs to get those knights on those right now. They just counter Mango so easily. Those are all weak crossbows. He just needs to get on top of them. Unfortunately, if he had 2 mangoes, he could be, taking them out in one shot each, but with just the one, they're all about half dead. Red Knight into the farms. That's rough. And this is where it gets. Oh, the gold for B just
There's
got
no
pretty much
gold.
wiped out.
0 gold miners for B and Anathon combined. Maria and Nugify are doing such a good job when it comes to shutting down the gold, and we gotta credit Anathon for cutting into that enemy eco lead with these raids. But it's not sustainable if you cannot secure gold for yourself. Maybe it has to be a second DC, or just go crazy on the stone, buy yourself a castle. But Anathon and B simply don't have any gold access. It's not sustainable this way.
No, they do have a number of the relics now, but yeah, it's long term, it's going to be an issue. In fact, you see that they're moving out towards that gold vein. They know they need to contest this. They need that 8K left. Man, I don't know how much damage those knights did, but there are not a lot of vills in that vicinity right now.
Now, momentum is shrinking as well for Nugify. He's down to 9 villagers on food, and you highlighted this. They have not completed a farm transition versus 3D, which is now fully set up on the farming eco. 3D just needs to secure the gold, and they're back on track. They're down by 40 eco, but they also have HRE buffs. Whereas on the other side, Nugify's food income is very underwhelming, so I don't know how consistent his knight production will be.
Yeah, it feels like we're both in a transitional phase where both teams are trying to slow the game down. Ooh, it's a nasty brace. Losing a couple of unnecessary, unforced error right there. Unforced error. Got to keep those alive, especially considering the fact that you don't know how many more of these you can build for the next couple minutes, because look at Nugify's food income. It's only got 33 in the bank right now.
Yeah, that food income needs to be fixed ASAP, but as we're talking about this, Anathon has been getting access to some gold. He's up to 700 gold now. I wonder if he's thinking about Imperial, because remember this.
I think he is.
They're down by 40 eco, but that is a difference that can be overcome in a blink of an eye. And now you see Maria is sending food to Nugify because you gotta sustain that night production, but it takes time to complete the farm transition for Nugify.
Yeah, we definitely see they're trying to rebalance their ecos a little bit more here. I like the use of a keep out on the gold, securing that for them long term. That's good. It's securing the map control, learning a lesson that they failed to work on back in game 1.
And the walls.
Yeah, securing those. I love that.
I mean, that's a castle, by the way, from Nugify on the enemy gold. Let's just highlight that for a second. So those walls will never complete. But now, indeed, Anathon is slinging his teammate. Actually, that's interesting. It's Anathon slinging, not the other way around.
Yeah, I would have thought he would go up in age, but he just sent a bunch to B.
What is that for?
There's lots of raids in there. They're raiding back a lot right now. There's a lot of like little groups of spears and knights that are just kind of harassing Maria and Nugify's bases. Like they need to
remember,
take care of
Anathon
those.
has a fully boomed HRE economy. Like, you look at the eco, it's 180 versus 140, but we always forget you have the HRE buffs and a bunch of relics in the Regnitz Cathedral. You could flood those units out there now that you have a sustainable farming eco. And Nugify was very much slowed down in terms of knight production because of the lack of food. He's sitting on 12 knights only.
I feel like Maria and Nugify are starting to wear down slowly here. I feel like Anathon and B are starting to take up some more momentum here, getting armies caught out of position. Free Mangonel is going to go pop. And boy, this is a precarious situation for the Banter Boys.
Yeah, this is the toughest spot they've been in this game. But they do have some static fortifications to fall back to. They will have to make a stand. But this is a good spot to fight at. And remember, army count is double right now for B and Anathon. But look at what that army is. It's Spearmen, Jugenu, more Spearmen. And you do have a Meter-buffed Ottoman army. A lot of archers, a lot of crossbows, some Mangonels as well. So when it comes to the army quality, the difference is much smaller.
Yeah, and even though that we mentioned that the eco numbers look like they're in favor of Banter Boys, but there are, of course, the relics. One thing we also got to add is we also got military schools for Maria. So keeping up a military mass is a lot easier for him than it would be otherwise. So all
they do have some knights roaming the base of B and Anathon, by the way. So, again, they're active on the map, but look at this. This is why all that slinging happened. B was given essentially 2 extra town centers so that they can catch up on the economy. That gap in the eco is closing. And now we're getting to the danger zone here for Banter Boys, because if the eco catches up for Anathon and B, this could be very troublesome, and Anathon is about to go to Imperial. Here is the Pass of Schwabia indeed, so catching up on the eco department will take only a handful of minutes.
The good news is that Maria and Nugify scout out those 2 town centers at least, so they understand what they're facing right now, because that's half the battle. If you don't know what your opponent's doing, how are you going to respond to it? So they know that what's going on. They understand why these guys are holding on so well and able to keep producing. Now the onus is on them, though, to figure out a way to counteract that. You see, they're just trying to clean up their own bases first, trying to get everything flushed out, which is just so difficult to do when you just have so many units and so much open space. But with Anatan now being in age 4 as I speak, they should understand very clearly what they're up against. That 40 Vil lead is quickly going to disappear.
Things are starting to snowball in the favor of Anatan and B. They have the first player in Imperial, and the map is also very much sectioned off now. They have 4 complete walls. At the very least, they're getting early warning about any incoming attack. Whereas when you look at Maria and Nugify, they still have gaps in their walls. Those gaps can be breached by cavalry, and they will have to chase those down to deal with them in the eco. There are still a lot of opportunities for Antant and B to hit the eco. For now, they go for this very slow-moving, just essentially, I don't know, waves of meat, I guess, army. A lot of spears, a lot of crossbows. Not a lot of high-tier units, but it's just so many of them.
Yeah, I'm worried that by the time if they were able to wipe B's army off the map here, they're just going to come across Anatan's military. He's going to start building up of just a bunch of really powerful units. He's got a Culverin coming out right now. Besides that, he hasn't really started producing a whole lot of units just yet. There's not a lot of military for Anatan. I'm not sure where his military mass is at. He's got just a bunch of spears.
Let's not forget. Army counts are pretty close, and you have a Metter, you have a Mangonel coming in here as well. Quite a lot of Knights too, although they will just get butchered by the Spearmen. But this is not a fight that you want to take if you're B and Anatan. Focus Spearmen against that many Ottoman archers, Mangonel support. This might be a little overzealous by B and Anatan. I don't know if they have a choice though. They might need to stand and fight here, otherwise they risk losing the production.
Yeah, there's Anatan's making no units. He's got Imperial Age spears, which I guess is great, but the Mango can actually do pretty okay into those, you know? Mangonels, if they got another one out in the field especially, they'd be really feeling pretty good. But the range, the area effect damage that does is pretty effective, especially into this age, this later game that we're finding ourselves in. Mango just...
Horseman switch coming in here for Anatan. But it takes some time to get the key upgrades, biology, elite horsemen as well. The Metter went down, however, so you do not have that attack buff anymore for Maria. Army count is still neck and neck. I don't see the Mangonels contributing to this fight, though, and that's a huge loss. You really need those Mangonels to deal with those backline crossbows from B.
Yeah, this is a fight that's slowly losing now, as there's just no front line left for the Banter Boys. The Knights are trickling in, but there's just so many spears, they're not going to do anything, unfortunately. Crossbows and spears are a great way to deal with Knights. As you see, they have to pull back. I feel like we're seeing a repeat
of game number 1. A non-stop slugfest, but the efficiency is slightly better for 3D, and over time, that's starting to snowball the game.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. Notice the eco lead now is almost non-existent for the Banter Boys. That Swabia and those 3 TCs have been churning the last 3 minutes. And even the military numbers are now dwindling once again. But again, Knights just have no place in this comp right now. There's nothing that they do good against. Nothing but crossbows and spears is just the worst choice you could make. Nesta B is just adding insult to injury here as they push on.
Oh man, this is looking grim now. You have a lot of Metters out there to buff your army with, but first of all, you got to be careful not to lose them, as they are just kind of trailing this army here. And second, you still need an army to be buffed. Now the archers are splitting off, and it's slowly snowballing in the favor of Anatan, and the nest of bees are closing in as well. The Metter are standing on the front line. They will get sniped out here. Oh boy, things are falling apart for Nugify and Maria. Now Anatan can fully unleash that Imperial Age HRE. Horsemen are coming in. He's still coming in with Spearmen, Men-at-Arms as well. And this is really, this castle is the only thing that's standing between Nugify and Maria, having been defeated.
Yeah, we got 2 Culverins that are going to be slowly working their way with that composition. Temple of Sun coming in, so looks like B will be matching that Imperial Age as well, and that's got to be the writing on the wall here soon. Things are just not going too well. Culverin taking out the tower out there, getting them off the gold, and after that, once they can't keep producing, these stone walls, I don't know what they're going to do for them. Feels like a lot of resources just to put a speed bump in their way.
I mean, you can place your archers on top of that, and that makes it a little bit more difficult for melee to close in. I just don't know if that's going to be enough in itself.
It's not going to make a factor long term in this game. We do have the Red Palace coming down for Nugify.
And Maria is also going to age, so their position is not great right now. That is the Panther Boys. But if they can stall this game out, they could easily steer this back under control.
Yeah, they need to hold it. The nice thing is they haven't lost their military mass quite yet. They still have a very large military. If they can get that military up in age, suddenly you're telling me there's a chance kind of deal, you know? Like it's not over until it's over. And again,
Ottoman
gold
late
long
game is
term,
no joke.
Yeah.
Ottoman late game with the great bombards, with the Janissaries, like that's a powerhouse. And one of the things I always highlight with the HRE, they're really good when it comes to beating you to Imperial. But they're not super good once they are in there. They don't have any like gigantic buffs for them. They have some things going for them, but when you compare them to other late game civilizations like, I don't know, Chinese or even Ottomans, they're a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, we're seeing, you know, obviously those towers, bombard towers, are causing kind of issues here, but a lot of the gold has been under control of the Banter Boys. They've been really good at holding on control. I think most of it's relic gold. If you look at 3DB, he's got nobody on gold. He's got 15 gold. Anatan's one who's getting some gold. He has nobody on gold. It's just purely relic gold that's holding him in this. So really, what the Banter Boys have going for them is that they have access to gold. And we see desperation here. We see B sending everything he's got to that gold vein. He needs it. Meanwhile, trade look like it's getting set up as well for the Banter Boys. If they can stabilize and keep maintaining and not lose too much ground here, you know, mine what the gold they can, get out of there, hold on to their military. They have a lead militarily still.
Yeah, I'm starting to like this more and more from Maria and Nugify. I think they're doing the thing that they were supposed to do sometime earlier. That is basically regroup. And sure, you might lose the keep here, but one thing that they've done is essentially strip the map barren of resources. They're yoinking all this gold, and then there's going to be not much left for B and Anathan to mine. Now they're sniping out the cannons. They still have these static defenses. Nice little flank by the nest of bees, however. Good volley unleashed on those troops. It's full Imperial now. Nugify does have a lot of resources to work with. Neck and neck in the eco, neck and neck in terms of the military count, but having the trade set up, that could be a big difference maker.
Yeah, right now, B is going to be able to keep pushing stuff because he's got access to the gold. He's got 44 villagers on gold. Anatan has the relics, so they're going to stay in this. But we're seeing the tempo, again, start to hold and swing a bit more towards Maria and Nugify. They just need to make sure they don't lose their mass and keep things going. Red Palace is getting torched down by a bunch of men-at-arms.
That's very sad.
That is very sad.
I think there was also a cannon shooting at it. Nevertheless, these men-at-arms will get absolutely eviscerated by all these crossbowmen out there. Nest of Bees now closing in. That's a beautiful volley. And you have a lot of gold miners here if you're Maria. You're going to be cautious about this. Nest of Bees setting up for a volley, but they focus down. The army villagers will be pulled away from this one. It's now turning into an absolute slugfest on both flanks, actually. Cannons being sniped on are expensive losses, by the way. Anatan is once again not mining any gold.
Right now, the military mass really... The name of the game for this is it's B. Anatan's got some units to support, but most of it's B holding the front right now. Whereas Manius and Maria and Nugify both have quite a decent-sized military.
And don't forget, they have most of the gold under their control. Beautiful mangonel shots as well. Gold under control. They are setting up trades as well. And Anatan is not mining gold. Sure enough, he's got 6 relics, but it's not like he has a lot of gold in the bank, right? And he's actually making very much non-gold heavy units, that is the men-at-arms. I feel like they need to find alternative ways of getting gold, because now B is also out of gold. If they run out of gold entirely, I think Maria and Nugify can get this game.
Yeah, and they've already established trade, whereas, you know, Anatan and B have not looked at that quite yet. So, and that trade takes some time and some tempo away to start building up. And so they've invested in that. Whereas B and Anton, yeah, they've got kind of an edge. Looks like they're winning some fights right now. But if Nugify and Maria can just hold a little longer, remass, and take a good fight, that gold is all that's left right there. They're mining up all of it on the map now.
But they are mining, and that's a big thing. Maria and Nugify lost a lot of troops here. They've been maybe a little too scattered. They've been fighting in small groups, and that's something that has been leveraged by B and Anatan. Now they will concede this keep as well. And if the North falls, gold will be given to B and Anatan. They don't need a lot of gold. They just need consistent income. And that's why Maria and Nugify just have to focus so much on that northern side.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little tenuous here for the Banter Boys once again. They were in a really good spot, but I think you're right. I think they spread themselves a little too thin. They need to get a good mass and take a good fight. They were trying to push here and there. You see the raid in the back, but that's just going to get eaten up. I don't think the food is the issue right now.
Yeah, I gotta agree. These are elite knights from the French, though, so that's no pushover, although Spearmen will be more than cost-efficient against that. Love to stone walls on the north. But it's Nugify that has to get more army out. He's at 150 eco, only 30 army. Also only 30 army from Maria, but at the end of the day, you just gotta start getting some more army out. You have the eco there, but it's just not being turned into army counts.
They're out of gold is why. I don't think they have enough trade going to sustain this.
That's terrible. That's so terrible. They had all the gold left, and again, I just feel like we're going back to one of those Baldwin games where you're running out of army just when you need to secure more resources. And B and Anathon never had a lot of resources available, but just when they needed it, they had enough momentum to secure it. Now they have that mineable gold to the north, and they're leveraging it. They have a massive gold advantage, and that's starting to show on the battlefield as well.
I think we're seeing the experience of both B and Anatan come through a little bit here, and that they are just so comfortable doing this, right? I mean, not that the Banter Boys don't have this as well, but I'm just really seeing that B and Anton know very specifically what they need to do in this situation, and they are executing it almost perfectly here. I mean, not without mistakes, but they have really, when they needed the gold, they really made a concerted effort to go and grab it. And that's what's keeping them in this game right now. I mean, 41 on gold again for B. He is staying in this game. And they just can't mass. I mean, 117 military to 58. They just can't seem to get a big enough mass to matter. If they could just get a big group together, they've got the resources, the food and whatnot. They just can't get it together to push this back. And from there, it's just a snowball.
More horsemen are coming in. I feel like if you're Maria, you gotta just make a quick pivot into Spearman if you can, because there is one win condition for them. It's those gold mines running out of gold entirely. They have a lot of, they really have a lot of trade now. 29 traders, it's good. It's just that you get a more immediate return from those gold miners if you're B and Anathon. And the only way that Maria and Nugify can turn this around is if B and Anathon completely run out of that gold. That will take time though. You gotta start to stall this out somehow. But it feels so impossible. The army numbers are just too much, and indeed, there it is.
I'll say they've been sitting on the production for a couple minutes now, and that's just a recipe for disaster. When you're trying to mass up and they're sitting on those buildings that you're producing from, you just can't get that critical mass. You need to help flush them out of your base. And so after a really, really valiant effort, Maria and Nugify fall to B, Anatan, and Cat as they take the clean sweep. Close games, though. Close games.
Yeah,
game one and game three both could have gone either way, I think.
Yeah, I feel like this is a bittersweet defeat for Maria and Nugify. They went up against one of the high-profile teams, I would say. It was definitely a team that you would anticipate to be in the main event. And they've made 3D run for their money. Every single game, it was consistent, and really, I think it's just a late-game experience type of a thing. Both in game number one and this one, Nugify and Maria just kind of fell victim of the late game of B and Anathon or B and Cat. But I guess the silver lining for them is that they've played a very convincing series against a team that was expected to be in the main event. If they can replicate this tomorrow, they are going to have a really good shot when it comes to getting into the main event.
Yeah, they played very well. I would highly expect them to come back and tomorrow and perform very well again. I think they've got a very real shot of getting in. I mean, when you can hold toe-to-toe against the best, that makes you part of the best, right? Like if you can make it competitive the entire time, you know you're very close. I think they had victory in their hands a couple times actually, and it just kind of slipped away sometimes, you know. And that gives credit to Anatan and B as well for playing very, very, very well. You know, if you play about as perfectly as you do, it makes it really easy to do so. And so I think they went against a really good opponent who played a little bit better than they did, but they also, I think, gave us a really good show.
I agree. I gotta agree. Great show, close games. They just gotta finish. And also, I feel like, again, tomorrow when some of the high-profile teams have already qualified, they're going to have a good shot at this. They're seed 13 for a reason, after all.
Yeah.
They were up against seed 4, so when you look at this matchup on paper, you expected 3D to win this, but it definitely was by no means a complete sweep. I feel like the final score, does not do enough justice for the actual series.
Yeah, no, for sure. Those games, I mean, maybe Baldland felt pretty one-sided, but I feel like both Dry Arabia and Gorge were some of the most back-and-forth games we've seen all day, really. And
it was Dry Arabia that was a little one-sided. Baldland was the
right. Baldland was. You're right. Baldland was the one that was back and forth with Dry Review. Yeah, the Dark Age rush just into the greedy TC wasn't great, but yeah, no, Gorge and Baldland. What a series. I mean, I'm almost kind of sad they couldn't take one just for their own, mental health a little bit there, just to take one to feel good about yourself, but at the same time, like, well played to all those players.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because at the end of the day, you gotta win games no matter how it happens.
Yeah.
But they will look at these recorded games. They will change some of their things going into tomorrow, and we could very well see the Banter Boys in the main event here. Seed 13, we have 16 teams qualifying, so in
played like
theory,
they belonged
are
there.
strong candidates.
Yeah. If you lose this series, I feel like you end with your head held high. You went toe to toe with Seed 4, and you performed really well, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm sure they'll have some lessons. They'll probably want to go back and look at some points where they maybe could have done things different. I think if they could have just clinched down on the gold a little bit there late in the game, or even earlier, we were talking how they just needed to remass a little bit, just not get a little too overzealous with it. They could have just maybe steamrolled a bit better later. Maybe get like a single treb, start taking things down. I don't know. There are always different avenues and what ifs, but overall, it was fun. At any rate, it was fun.
Well, we have most of our qualifying series done by now, so let's take a look at the final standings of the brackets and see which teams have made their way into the main event next weekend. Of course, 8 more qualifying spots will be available tomorrow, but here we are. Beast and Marine Lord, the Chimps, secured their spot. Demu's team, RCN, of course, Vortex and Lucifron, Cosas que pasan, also a 3-0 sweep over their respective opponents. Louis MT's team, the Elephant, is in there. 3D, Oiling Boil. I think that's going to be one of the interesting things to look at, I feel like, tomorrow. Magyar Marauders, Corvinus, and Myriad. They fell 3-0 to Baltoon and Sess. I haven't seen the series, obviously, but that's definitely a bit of a surprise score to me. I would have potentially expected a closer series there. There is one more series that is still going on. The Bills 2-0 or 2-1 lead right now against Lash's team. How do you feel about the overall outcome of the results? Is this kind of what you expected, or did you expect slightly closer sets? What are your overall conclusions?
I think overall, this is fairly expected. I'm a little, I won't say disappointed. I've definitely enjoyed the games we've gotten to cast. I'm excited to see that there have been some 3-1s in there, some 2-1s right now with Devils and Sheep still concluding. I think it's about weeks. So do you expect most of these, especially on day one qualifiers, to be pretty 3-0, 3-0? But the fact that there's been a couple that could still, there's one that could still go the reverse sweep for all we know. It's been good, and I think 2v2 is a very different animal from 1v1s. We mentioned that at the very beginning, the different matchups, the infinitely different matchups. There are probably matchups that I haven't ever even seen before. I'm trying to think back to some of the games we had today, like the Maulians with, I forget what it was, but some of these permutations and changes and like orientations we have of different matchups, it feels fresh, and going to a 2v2 tournament feels really fun. I'm really enjoying this winter, and I am just frankly very, very excited to see both tomorrow's qualifiers and the main event moving on.
And we already have the teams that qualified in their groups. And boy, oh boy, this is how Group A is going to start off. Of course, 2 more teams will make their way into these groups tomorrow. Demu, Valdemar, and Kiljardi in the same group as Beastie, Marine Lord, and Whammon. Oh boy, those are going to be some banger matches.
That's going to be quite the day.
And then Group B, I believe it's going to be Canada plus the winner of Lash's team versus the Bills. We'll, of course, have Group C and D with 2 teams in there each. And, of course, 2 more teams will join them from tomorrow. Group C, oh, boy. I feel like one of the sneaky underdogs, Louis MT's Elephant, it's going to be in the same group as Vortex and Lucifron. And last but not least, 3D Oiling Boil. Again, I want to highlight how surprised I am about the Baltoon SAS 3-0ing set in the deciders. I'm curious what that team can do, and it's going to be interesting to see them performing in a team with 3D in there as well.
Yeah, definitely. That'll be a fun series. Got a couple of fun groups, man. All these are going to be just so very high octane, I feel like. And with some of these maps, one thing that we didn't see is we didn't see Scandinavia today.
That's sad.
I'm a little sad about that.
We haven't seen a lot of maps, like Pigeon's Willy. We've seen a single game on Kerlaugar. But yeah, we're still waiting for a couple of these maps to be shown. We haven't seen a single game on Atoll.
Yeah,
which
I was
actually
really
breaks
hoping to
my
see one of
heart.
those. I have lived on an atoll for a little while, so I had some like anecdotes ready to go about the lagoon and stuff,
Oh,
but
nah.
didn't get to share them today. A little sad about that. Just a little bit sad about that. But we're hearing that apparently we had Scandinavia and Archipelago were played at some point in one of these matches that we didn't get to see.
Well, we always get the map. Like, we never get the maps that we like. That's the way it
Always
works.
get-
I'm waiting for one map. I had instances in tournaments back in the past where, you know, I wanted one specific map, and every single broadcast day I was on, it never happened. Oftentimes it was actually drafted, but the players never got to play it because it was a 3-0 sweep or something.
Yeah.
And I always missed out on that one single map.
Well, I think more of those. Also, I'll say exotic maps. I think we'll see more of those as the tourney progresses too, especially in the main event when the series get a little longer. Especially when you get like the semifinals, the quarterfinals, some of those longer series, you will see those maps pop up a bit more. But I'd expect to see a lot of, Gorge, see a lot of Baldland, see a lot of Dry Arabia. I mean, there are maps that most players are going to feel comfortable on, so they're going to pick those maps instinctively. Things like Scandinavia, man, that takes a lot of guts to want to play on Scandinavia. I think that map sounds incredibly chaotic.
Well, I think it's time for us to wrap. It's been an absolutely marvelous day. We've seen some really close sets here. And of course, tomorrow, 8 more teams will qualify for the main event. Main event goes all the way to December. So every Saturday and Sunday, 14 GMT or 10 a.m. Eastern, that is 4 p.m. Central Europe, you're going to have your treat of AoE 14 games here at EGC TV. Any closing thoughts? I think this is a great time, to maybe share stuff about a certain podcast as well, do some marketing beats.
I gotta say, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to hang out with you again, Litikor. We obviously had a really fun time at King of the Rockies over the summer. I'd encourage anyone who has not heard of, if anyone's looking for a podcast, The Extra Sheep is the unofficial Age of Empires 4 podcast. We've been ongoing now for almost 2 years. Can you believe that? So if you want to check it out, it's on Spotify. It's on any of the places you get your podcasts. It's there. Me and some other folks you might have heard of, people like Beal, Askeladd, Caleb Kalmar, a couple other guys. We're always on there and hoping to have some fun guests on soon as well. But other than that, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to join you guys here on EGC TV. It's been really exciting to be here. Some fun games, definitely lived up to the hype, and it's just been an absolute pleasure.
Well, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. We will drop you off to Lash's channel, but we'll be back tomorrow, same time as today, with another 8 teams qualifying for the main event. And we're also going to have some new faces appear in the casting booth here. Thank you so much for joining today, and we will see you tomorrow.